I like that song. That's very nice.
Thank you, Stephen.
I really do like that.
Everybody that hangs out here does make it home, so I appreciate everybody that hangs out with us on the panel and especially in the chat. So we appreciate everybody this morning. I did sleep in, but not as late as I could have. I don't know what's going on, but this weekend I really like my sleep. It's been a great weekend of staying up and then sleeping in late, so we'll see what happens.
Well, there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah, I got to work after this afternoon at some point in time. But
After this afternoon, you work?
yeah, I think around 4 o'clock I got to go into work, but that's okay. I don't mind. It is what it is. Say good morning to some of the fine people we got in the chat. Las Crucius, how are you this morning? Very good to see you. All the way from New Mexico. And of course, Circumstances. Check him out every Tuesday night for the FOC and chill.
I'm going to reload. Be right back.
Yeah, take your time, Steven. Phil's Treehouse, all the way from South Canada. Please adopt us. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Madam, good morning. Very good to see you. One of the fine artists in our community. Lyle, how you doing this morning? Lyle Hobson, what's going on? Thomas O'Donnell. Hey, what's up? JSS Brooklyn, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Cliff on Comics, thank you very much for your Sunday thumbnails. We appreciate you. There's a page that all the people that have Sunday shows send their thumbnails, and Cliff gets all that stuff ready for everybody. I don't know if people know that, but Cliff, appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. Son of Crom, what's going on? Check out Son of Crom. He's got some really cool content, actually. Contests and community battles. It's pretty interesting over there. So, Son of Crom, check him out. Rad Art, Guten Tag, my friend. Guten Tag, indeed. Rad Art doing a cover for Murder King, which is Callie and my project that will be going on Kickstarter soon. Not exactly sure when, but it's all getting situated as we speak. We did sleep in. Sorry, Lyle. Matt likes comics. How you doing this morning, buddy? Good to see you. Check him out. Very knowledgeable, very wise. You want to know something about Superman or Crypto or Supergirl, you just talk to Matt. He will tell you everything. Freaky Louie, what's going on, brothers? Salutations, my comic book siblings, and special hello to Cliff. Cliff's getting all sorts of special hellos today. Hello, Cliff, especially to you. Oh yeah, comics, what's going on, my friend? Good to see ya. They do a Sunday morning hangover show. I think it starts at 9:30 Eastern time, so about an hour before church. Collecto6 says good morning, everybody. He's on the panel with us. Evil's Comics, Evil Mike. I've been watching Evil Mike on YouTube since I started watching YouTube. Always awesome. Great reviews. He's on good panels. Just a calm, cool dude. Canadian survivalist. What's going on? Good to see ya. All right, let's see where we're at. We got a good chunk of people chatting in the chat. Everyone's saying hello. I wouldn't want to see you there. Oh, Phil. Now I sort of do want you. You made me feel sad about it. Queef Sweat. How you doing? What's going on? Crazy. I think you just like people saying your name. Christina Payne. Boom. Mod. The greatest mod in the community. Check her out on IG and on YouTube. She's pretty awesome. Christina, thank you very much for what you do for us. We appreciate you. All right. Have we gotten through this? I think we got through it. Whew.
Hot damn.
I know. And then we got to add this guy. Boom. TM, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, TM.
Hey, how's it going? I
Good
fell
morning.
asleep live or backstage. I was just like, I woke up and I was just like, I was the only one backstage. I was like, oh shit.
Oh, last night, yeah. Dude, we said goodbye. I was like, TM, bro, we're leaving. I was like, all right, I guess that's where he's stuck. That's okay. Yeah, man, looking forward to Rad. He's mostly done the cover, but he's got some other work he wants to do on it, which I'm
I
super.
sure hope he comes on today because watching him create art while at church is, Aaron, if you're out there, I'm a firm believer. I have I have 3 pieces of your lovely art already, and I wouldn't mind a fourth depending on what you're doing. But watching it being created is really, if you're a comic person, what could be better than watching comic art being created right in front of you?
I agree. I absolutely love when he's on panel. I always sort of go over every half hour or so and check on him, see what he's doing, make him big, and be like, okay, this is what's going on down there.
How's our progress
Yeah,
going?
how's the progress going?
Chop chop.
Mr. Dracula in the house. How you doing, brother? How you doing?
Actual himself. Actual.
I do think like if he had nothing to do all day and he was on this panel for the entire time, he probably could like knock out like 7 or 8 pieces.
Well, I
I
don't know
think
about
so,
seven
yeah.
or eight, but he could knock out at least one because the detail he puts into it, the line work and everything. I've got one here. I'll show you.
Yeah, he can knock him out. I've seen him knock him out quick, man. And nice pieces, too, so. Who we got there? We got 1063 in the chat as well. 1063 is a buddy of mine. He lives closer to me. Good to see him. He actually helped me move.
Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take Gaiety down and put this out.
He actually helped me move my shop from the flea market to my house. So thank you very much, sir. He is a fine gentleman. I actually watched him draw some of this on another panel. I think it
No,
might.
this was on
Oh
your
my God,
church.
Yeah. Oh, we got another fine gentleman. We'll bring him in after we see this lovely piece of art.
That's beautiful.
Well,
He
that's
likes. I have another one coming, which is some kind of ray gun woman with an illuminated ass. And when I bought it, it hadn't been colored in. I said I'm going to color it in, and then he was done. And that's another one that he was doing here at church. It has not arrived, but I will show it. But he likes. I notice a very swan-like neck. He does like to do the necks.
Yes. Yeah.
And this has a definite Aeon Flux look to it. That the French cartoony version, I think it's Aeon Flux, that French cartoon that they had. But this, and he just was sort of whapping this out at church.
I know.
I'll put this out.
How you doing there, Mr. Beckerman?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning to you. Yeah, that was rad art. He does a lot of great work. I've seen him do it on certain panels, yada yada yada. He's doing a cover for a project that Callie and I are working on. So he also just did a project for The Doctor, which is Brian LCS's project. So he does have a cover for that as well. Rad, you're getting pretty popular, man.
Good morning, Michael.
Good morning. Oh, Red's not on. I thought he was on the panel. I was like waiting for him to respond.
No. Yeah, I think you're in the same boat that I'm in. I'm just tired this morning. Like, what's happening? Where am I? What's going on?
Yeah, I've been up for a while and I'm starting to hit that fatigue. Nap time might come early today.
What are your hours, Michael? You're always at the last gasp first thing in the morning. Are you a night worker or something? What do you do?
No, I'm not. My problem is I'll wake up at like 3:30 in the morning to use the restroom, and then for whatever reason I just start going about the house. So I've been up since about 3:15, 3:30.
Your microphone's on.
You're going underwater, my friend.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's 10:03 here right now. I've been up for 7 hours.
I actually have that issue as well, Mike. I get up and then I can't go back to bed, and then I desperately try and fall asleep before I have to go to work at like 11. So I'm like, if I can fall asleep at 9, I can get 2 hours of sleep, and then or 1 hour of sleep, and then I got to walk to work. So it can be a pain.
The jarring thing about that too is then if you have to get up and then you only get an hour and a half and you wake up after an hour and a half of sleep, I always feel like I've been mugged.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I always have to within like 5 minutes of waking up, I lay there and then I'm like, oh, I got to dump out.
I thank you.
Well,
That's what gets me up in the morning. That's what gets me up in the morning because I'm just like, oh no, now I'm just uncomfortable because I have to.
All right, fair enough. Comic
Okay.
Family Mad Spidey birthday, 3rd, number 1. So I'm guessing March 1st, Road Talk for his birthday. Sub, spread the love. Thank you. So sub up to Mad Spidey if you're not subbed up to Mad Spidey.
Yeah, Mad Spidey's is what, March 1st, and then Katie's is March 5th.
Yeah. Beckerman, the most lethargic YouTuber around, says Thomas O'Donnell. Nice. Mike says he's up at 4 a.m. Jeez Louise. Lyle's up at 7 a.m. Eastern. Fair enough.
Why so early, Lyle?
You never know exactly. Church is a fun spot. And again, if anybody wants on, you're more than welcome. Ask me for a link. I'll probably send it to you. Pretty easy going like that. I love Steven's shirt this morning. If you're not familiar with the Ghost, it's pretty freaking awesome. I think that's a great shirt.
Yes,
So
Space Ghost.
I was surprised there. I thought it was one of your shirts for a second, and I looked up and it was not.
It's close. It's close. It's cool. So it might be.
I said to Bleecker this morning, I said, I've been wearing the shirt for your store so long, people are going to start thinking I'm related or something.
Brian LCS in the chat.
Or TM, it would be like CB Cebulski shirt.
Check out Brian LCS. He has, I believe, a Kickstarter going right now. I'm not sure when it ends. I think it has started, though, because I've seen him, going around the gauntlet. I've seen him on the YouTubes getting interviews and whatnot. So check him out. His Kickstarter, The Doctor. Pretty dope. So he's got also a cover from Rad. Did a cover for him as well, which is cool.
Hey, Brian.
And yeah, I think that's about right. Anybody been up to anything good this week?
Well, tomorrow I have my Monday special with Alan.
Oh, nice.
Tuesday, I go on Matt Likes Comics and will be the final of the question and answer contest between the two, the champions. I dispatched Alan, completely destroyed him yet again.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
And then Hagen eked out a victory, Hagen of Lettuce Comics.
Right.
Eked out a victory over Nate. And so Hagen and I will tangle at 4 o'clock Pacific on Tuesday. And then, of course, we have the Friday hang. And then we have then, of course, church, which is the anchor, the start of the week. And that's sort of then if somebody dragoons me into something and I'm available, I would generally do something like that just to show the flag.
We have some very disturbing news about Hagen, I think. Apparently he cheated. He freaking cheated.
He did cheat? How did he do it?
I don't know, but Halya seems to have some proof that he may have cheated.
Well, I thought there was something fishy about that guy.
I know. Hagen, you better explain yourself, sir.
I ended up reading the first 3 issues of JLA versus Avengers,
Is
and
that
I
what,
loved it.
is that
I
what you're
loved
doing
it.
for book club? I guess with Biggie Shack.
Yeah, that's what we did. We did issue 3 for the first book club that I joined, and then this upcoming Wednesday it's GI Joe issue 21, I think. It's the silent issue that we'll be reviewing. But like, I want to get back to. I know D's going to end up picking JLA versus Avengers issue 4, and I've never read it before, and I've really enjoyed, especially the art.
Ah, there it is. Christina Payne dropping links like a champ. Check out Brian Linktree for his Kickstarter. Blah 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 blah. That is, I guess, the link. So if you want to go check out Brian's Kickstarter, that's where you go. Wifey gets up for 4 a.m.
Bleeker, would you send a link to Hall Yeah Nate, because he showed something on he and their early show. By the way, they're very conscious of making sure that they don't step on church. They are almost to the point of crazed to be sure that they don't step on the toes of church, which is very nice. We have to wrap this up because of church. We do not want to infringe on church. It was very nice, but I hope he comes on and shows something that was an AOK that was sent to him that is absolutely unbelievable. I hope if you could send him, if you could just come on for a minute, Nate. God, that would be great, because it's just too good.
Wow. Steven really likes this. Now I'm very curious. All right, what do we got here? Let's see if I can't send Hall a link. I do things slow, but I get them done. So just I'm not like K-pop with her fancy typing fingers. All right. Church goes on for how many hours? How is it anybody stepping on toes? Nobody's stepping on toes, Mike. Relax. No one can say anything nice to anybody anymore without somebody questioning it. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I've ever talked to him.
Morning, Houdat. Be careful out there.
Oh, what's Houdat doing? Jesus, he's at work. Houdat, your new schedule really is annoying. I like when
it sucks.
It does suck. All right. Nate, I sent you a link if you do feel like you want to come on.
Son of Crom.
I also want to promote that Bleeker was live last night for the Band of Brothers. So if anybody wants to check that out, go back and watch the rewind to see if anything you want, and hit up the individual buyer.
That's nice. I appreciate
How'd the sale go?
I'm slow. I sold something to Callie though, which I thought was really weird. But yeah, I sold something to Callie. I don't know. We haven't done it in a while, so it's a little slow. We get a lot of people watching, but not a lot of buyers. So, you know what? If you know buyers, send them our way. If not, I don't mind. It's just that just seems to be the long and short of it. And then there's also, I don't know, there should be some people buying. I see you there, Hell yeah. Are you drinking out of a Wu-Tang Clan cup? Jeez Louise, we got to get this guy up here.
It's Batman.
Put him backstage. Put him backstage.
But if I could get a Wu-Tang cup, I would.
Nice.
All right. Hey, thanks for having me on for a minute here.
Hey, thanks for coming on. We got Side Chat. We got Pocan Joe hanging out with us, and we got Hall yeah right here.
Hi.
Whoa, there he is.
So I had a friend of the channel send me this giant package, and inside was fan art mock-up of my favorite character, Dazzler, with me as Dazzler.
How?
I mean,
Who did this? That is awesome.
okay, his name is Adam. He has a newer YouTube channel called Up and Adam, which is a great freaking channel name. But in the Dazzler Disco Bubbles, some of my other favorite characters, Alf, the ferret, Lois Lane, and Amethyst Princess.
Oh, I knew there'd be a ferret in there. I knew there would be. I've seen you guys.
Well, we love trash, man. I am floored. Like, I'm floored.
That's so beautiful, man. It's perfect. It's
Isn't it?
Absolutely amazing. Like, it looks like if the art was, what it was supposed to be on the cover. Like, it looks like the cover. It's awesome. It looks like the page. It's so great.
So good. I'm speechless. I sent him a message. I know he's like he's not around this morning. I already talked to him. I told him I was going to unbox it on my show, and I wanted to make sure I did that. I've actually been sitting on it for 2 days, and I've been like, wondering what was it, because it's a giant box he sent.
Poor Son of Crom says he can never unsee this now.
Your wife Hagen said that he wanted you to have boobs too, but no boobs.
Right. I mean, they didn't give me boobs, which is fair because I don't have pectoral muscles either.
Okay.
But so that is what
that
I was
is just so good, Nate. Thank you so much for showing that.
Yeah,
that's just so good.
I'm gonna find I mean, this has to be featured.
Well, your door is wide open. If you had it just on your door and then adjust your camera so it picks up your door on your right.
I'll just zoom out a little.
Honestly, that is unbelievable, man.
Hey, Nate, were you upset that Taylor Swift was not Dazzler in Deadpool and Wolverine?
Not even a little. Quite the opposite. It means that now the books I don't have are attainable again, even though they're still too high.
Yeah, they went up to everybody got that Taylor Swift in them, and they were all like, "Oh my God, these books are worth $1 gazillion." Oh, they're not.
And Matt's right. Matt says now Taylor Swift has to play me in the movie.
Does anyone think it was predatory of Marvel? I mean, they never said yay or nay that Dazzler was in it, but they rushed to get a Dazzler book out to play on the hype.
Yes,
they
did.
They also
it was
ran
mercenary
reprints, and they fully knew that Dazzler was not in that movie, and that Taylor Swift wasn't playing Dazzler.
No, mercenary.
And so I feel like everybody just kind of went, oh, well, that was just a rumor, and went back. Where's the outrage? Like, if you did that in any other venue of speculation, it would be called it would be called
a dirty word.
Insider trading, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
If you did that in the stock market, wouldn't it be?
Or some kind of manipulation, market manipulation.
Yeah.
They rode that pretty hard. It was
seems pretty dirty.
It is.
Did they write it or did we write it? Did the comic community make it up and just keep going? Yeah, man. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Still,
it was the hype.
Yeah.
I mean,
But Marvel still put out those facsimiles and that.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
And it wasn't just, there was I would say a secondary benefit to that though. Like, so when I would go to conventions, people who sell their own original art, there were so many people doing Taylor as Dazzler likenesses, and they were making money on it. And I kind of like when the little guy can get in on it. I know Marvel made their money, but they're going to make their money. But I liked seeing people get excited about the character because I do think I legitimately, unironically like Dazzler. I think it's a silly character, and I have a ton of fun reading those stories. So to see other people like
characters,
I love C&D list. That's my sandbox. That's where I want to play.
Oh, so Christina has dug up the. This is Adam.
There we go.
Yep,
that's him. Thank you, Christina.
Check him out on Instagram. Christina's awesome, dude. I don't know. She is
the best.
Yeah, she really is. So we thank her very much, or at least as much as we can.
Hey, I appreciate you guys letting me jump on for a few minutes, but I do gotta go. I gotta go run some errands.
Of course.
So I may pop back in later on.
Anyone with a
They're
hangover,
on all day.
anyone with
Thank you, Nate.
a hangover needs to come to church. I know how this works.
Yep, it's good to see you guys. I'll talk.
Good to see you too, buddy.
Okay.
Good to see you. All right, that's
Reminds
awesome.
me of
That was
the,
I had to ask because I just went, oh my god.
reminds me of that Thor 412 or 411 that Freaky did for me, where he put me in as the Juggernaut against the New Warriors.
Do you have that? Because I love.
It's somewhere, yeah.
If you can grab that, I do love looking. I think that's such a great piece of art. Just
Oh,
much.
Rad's here. Rad is here.
We have Rad
Oh,
here.
link him up.
Yeah, I got a couple links to send.
Okay. Yeah, I just sent you a private message. I was like, do you want me to send them out?
Yeah, would you send them actually to Cliff and Rad? I sent one to
Yeah.
Boston. I sent one to Boston Chris. He's not actually linkless. He's just crying.
Okay.
He's just crying the blues.
Why is he crying the blues?
I don't know, because I didn't actually put one in the chat that I usually put it in. So a minute ago he was linkless, but he's not now. Might want to ask him. I agree, Evils. Thank you very much for that. That was cool, dude. That poster is like, that's great.
He opened the box on their show just before church, and as he's doing it, as he's unwrapping it, he starts laughing. He hadn't even shown it yet, and he just all of a sudden just came unglued laughing, and then when he finally showed it, where we just completely cracked up. It's just such a great thing because he is such a he likes the really oddball. Both he and Hagen like the really oddball, trash, bizarre books. Totally.
We got somebody hanging out with us in the back. Let's bring them on in. Yeah.
Oh, come on, you scream like a girl. Do it like this.
Mr. Cliffline Comics. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll take the John Leguizamo of it all.
He did such a good
My hair
job.
feels that way.
Dude, I loved him as Violator in that movie. I thought he was so good in that. It was awesome. But of course, going back watching it now, it could use a reboot. But hey, whatever.
I mean, unfortunately, technology-wise, it's like dated, but it's fairly solid for what it is.
I agree.
At the time, it was really I really liked it at the time. Like it and the CGI was not that bad, but like you go back and watch it now, it is dated.
Oh yeah, you look at that cape and you're like, ooh, what's happening?
Well, the first thing is turn off all the fancy features on your television when you watch it.
That's
okay.
true.
If you have a 666 hertz refresh rate, it's going to look extra crap. So you just kill all those features and watch it the way the director intended, and it's far more palatable. Or if you want to go the extra step, go find the one Sony Triniton television you have left in your house, connect the DVD player to it, watch the DVD, and re-experience it from your younger life.
That was the absolute blue chip was the Trinitron. I remember that.
The Trinitron.
You're older than you look. The fact that you can pull up and write in the vernacular, hit us with a Trinitron, well done.
Hey, now maybe he just reads.
I had the Wega, and my parents had the Trinitron, and my grandmother had the tiny. My grandmother who lived with us had the tiny one. But my grandfather, being a World War II Canadian veteran and all, of course, he walked right into Sears, as any good Ottawa, Ontario Canadian does back in 1990 something. Okay, and he said, "Show me what you got." And they had this big, beautiful Wega, and he knew all the measurements from home because that's the man he was. And he was like, "Okay, this will fit. I'll take it."
Well done, Dad.
I never thought that Sears would mean so much to me. It's freaking Sears. But Sears is like a key point in my Canadian visits. And at one point in time, when I didn't know about all this bullcrap shipping stuff to Canada, where they charge you on the receiving end and they don't warn you or anything. So I got my grandparents' gifts by ordering them from Sears on the internet for Canada, and it went through just fine. The stuff showed up. Nobody even flinched. You know, I got my grandfather a nightshirt with his emblem, you know, real nice. I got my granny her own little nightgown thingy. We befriended a florist in Ottawa because we had to, because every time we ordered from here, it was madness. You know, and I was like, man, Sears is great. And there's still a couple Sears in Canada.
We still have, they're limping along down here too.
It's yeah, they're limping. I don't know if there is a Sears in Toronto anymore. There was a big Sears in Toronto. It was a great store, and then of course they had some great restaurants that were around it. One of my favorites was a place called Mr. Green Jeans. When I ate there as a kid, the hamburgers were as big as your face. The you know, the cups of Coke came in like fish bowls and stuff. Like it was awesome when you were a kid.
You mean like Captain Kangaroo's Mr. Green Jeans?
I guess I don't know. They called it Mr. Green Jeans.
Did you have Captain Kangaroo in Canada?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Steven?
Okay,
You know,
you've already answered the question.
Speaking of
First of all,
things
why
that
would they
don't
keep
exist
Captain
anymore,
Kangaroo from Canada?
exactly.
Exactly.
Do
Like,
you-
oh, it's
do
banned in
do you
Canada.
remember Zellers? Zellers and
Oh,
Zeddy Bear. Like, oh my god, I miss Zellers. I used to like. I remember having a birthday party at Zellers, and Zeddy the Bear was there, and everything. And then Target
Wow,
came along and said, "We're gonna buy all Zellers, and then we're gonna close down."
Yeah, like the Zeller,
That's
like
what they did.
didn't they Zellers have like a little food spot that they had in there? Is
Yeah,
that
they had restaurant and that inside of it. Yeah.
weird?
I'll say this much. I remember the Sears that we had over here had the greatest trick of all time. When this is, was it 90, like maybe early 90s, all the way through for a little while, where they decided to turn the boys section, as far as the, you know, boys clothes section, into an arcade by putting a Sega there with like multiple, so it had a like multiple game changer, and people would just be sitting there. Their parents be trying to get them to try on clothes. They're sitting there playing Sonic the Hedgehog and whatever else, and then so it used to be one controller. Then they got smart and like, you know what, put two controllers there, and now they have was it NFL and NHL games. So now it's just like literally like there's little tournaments going on in the, you know, in the section for, you know, boys clothes and stuff like that, and people are like, I can't wait to go to this. Like, oh, I remember that. My mother's like, we're not playing video games. You're there to get clothes, and that's it. Yeah, okay. And that never worked. It was video game central because, you know, couldn't wait. It was great.
There's still a Zellers at the Bay, but it's like nothing what it used to be. Jeez, this is sad.
I actually think that that Sears and Kmart's fates are kind of tied together. I don't know how, but I remember that. I remember when the Kmart started going away, so did the Sears, and I think that they're both down to like, you know, like Skeleton Crew as far as like the amount of influence they used to have. Like they used to be huge business, and now they're just pretty much.
Well,
You know,
Penny's is the same way. J.C. Penney's.
Toys
Y'all
R Us.
know how pennies?
Yeah.
There is one. There's a pretty prominent one in a mall a little bit up north, like not too far from where I live. It's just like, you know, but there's not many J.C. Penney's anymore either. Yeah, those are.
Did anybody watch the documentary of the last Blockbuster video? Because that's
Oh,
just
yeah.
And do you know where it is? It's in Oregon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that woman. I'll say this much: the woman that runs it is just like, she is so dedicated. It's ridiculous. Like she's like, all right, this machine doesn't work anymore. Like she's talking about, like she learned how to fix computers because the database that she has in there can't be duplicated anywhere else. So she's like, I have to keep fixing this and doing this. She's like, there's nobody that helps me. Like I'm the only one. So if you have a system like this, I know how to fix it. I'm the only one that can do it. I was like, I couldn't believe that she does that all the time. And then like, you know, but it's so crazy that like that in itself, that documentary helped put it in. People like, oh, I had to go see the last Blockbuster. I had to do this and that. And it's just like, good for her. Good for her.
I gotta tell you, Boston, like those,
Yo,
that was
80%.
part of the date night back then, though, was going to a Blockbuster or going to a Jumbo Video or whatever video store you had.
Yeah,
Like
oh,
part of
man.
the date was walking around, eating popcorn, and trying to pick out a movie. Like that was. It's,
that.
If it was in
If I-
stock. And then waiting,
Oh, no.
I'm waiting for the returns. Remember, you'd sit there waiting for them to be returned,
Yeah.
and see when they drop the VHS drop, and they go, "What
Yep.
came in? Oh, it just came in. Here we go. Army of Darkness. Here you go." And I said, "Great!" So I got to go home and watch it. And people come in, they say, "Hey, do you have any Army of Darkness?" "Oh no, we just rented the only." "Oh, damn!"
Yeah.
So then you get all these Brand X movies that are still there because everybody's come in like Locust, and the wall of the new releases. What's left.
Oh yeah.
Good stuff. That was a lot of fun.
It was a lot
Yeah,
of fun.
no, I at one point, so I want to say this is like around 2001 or so. And I was dating a girl, and I remember like I just would go there and just grab movies and stuff like that and everything, and then she'd be like, like it was one of those things where Blockbuster kind of started being less strict with their rules, so they were just like, all right, well, we have like 4 free rentals and this and that. So I was like, really? So like I sat there. I remember we were just chilling, and we just kept going in and getting movies for free pretty much because they were like, no, well, you rented this stuff, so now you get more free rentals. So I was like, and she's like, you just walk in and take movies out and don't pay for them. Like, I don't have to. Like, I get all these free rentals for some reason, and they stopped late. That was the end for them when they were like, no more late fees. It's like, oh, okay, so you're never getting this game back. You realize that, or whatever movie it was. It's like, and then the other thing that people did that were actually all the geniuses, people that were smarter than me at the time, all figured out if you had a computer that had the ability to rip CDs and rip DVDs, oh man, you could just go to Blockbuster, rent a bunch of movies, put them on a hard drive, and then go back and be like, all right, I'm done with these. Let me get all the. And so there's people that like I guarantee you that's how the whole Plex server thing started, because there's people that have like thousands of movies on a computer server just because, and they didn't have to download them. They just went to Blockbuster, legally rented them, legally copied them, and then put them back. There you go.
Well, the copying process is not legal. The renting was legal.
Well, let's put it this
Please
way.
be kind. Rewind.
Oh,
I remember one of my buddies had
I'll
one of the first like disc copiers. You could copy VHS to a DVD. It was like all that stuff is like it's ancient technology now. I feel like we're talking about the dark ages. Way back in 2001.
Clarify. When I say legally copied, I know that it wasn't necessarily legal, but the thing is, it was a victimless crime at that point, just because it's like, well, you can't stop them.
There's no such thing as a victimless crime.
Oh, yes, there is. There's all kinds
Crime is crime.
All right, so everyone take note. If you do anything wrong, do not let Steppo know. He is the shadow. He's going to appear. He's going to mess you up. You jaywalked in 1994, bitch. He is going to show up. He's going to slap you around. He's going to spit some French in your face, and then he's going to vanish. It's gonna be
Am I doing this?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. Sound a lot like Judge Dredd.
And you do realize he's committing a crime by doing that. So now he's
no, because it's vigilanteism. It's vigilanteism.
Crime. No, but
Too many Batman comics.
Actually, it doesn't. Wait a second. The Shadow has like this really bizarre code of ethics. Now that I think about it,
The Shadow?
Yeah,
he's got some weird ethics.
he does. Man,
He's got some weird ethics. I'll give you that.
Let me tell you, and like Shadow Adventures are wild. The man is like about
Genghis Khan was awesome in the Shadow movie.
Yeah,
You got on. How'd you get on, Aaron? Did the link work, or did you ask somebody else?
I fixed it, yeah. I got
Okay.
it.
It happened to me once before. Somebody was trying to send me a link, and it wasn't working until Beckerman came to the rescue.
Yeah, I was tapping the link and nothing was happening, so I just copied it and then put it in Google and it sent me here.
Perfect. Yeah, sometimes it's weird.
Make me a good girl piece, Aaron, and I will buy it. So if you just create me a piece of art and I'm buying, and we get to watch what I'm going to buy, and just make it voluptuous, and just let your muses lead you to it.
Basically,
We're gonna have to check the tracking on that last package. It should have got to you by now.
Well, I don't know. We have a new our mail carrier of decades retired.
Oh.
And they're trying to figure out someone to take over our route, and so our mail has been fouled up. And I'm before I'm going to go down and complain, gonna give them a chance to perform. But I'm slow on everything that I've ordered. It's not just you,
Okay.
and I'm looking forward to the gal that has the illuminated fanny and the purple and the yellow. It's just fantastic.
I threw in a freebie on that. I think you're gonna like.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Steppo, who's your favorite? Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Illuminated Fanny should be the name of a new rock band coming out.
I agree.
Oh, I think it has to.
Fanny.
Or a comic book for that matter. I mean, that'd sell.
I mean, it could be a restaurant. It could be if it's a nightclub. You know what's going on. The Illuminated.
Who doesn't want to go to the Illuminated
Who wouldn't
Fanny?
want to go to Illuminated Fannies?
Exactly.
All I want to
Fucking
know,
Michelin
from
star
Aaron is
restaurant.
how's his Good Boy Arts, because that's what I want to know.
Oh,
Good Boy, that would be something else.
I'll draw anything and everything.
Come on, I love artists in our community. I throw stuff out there, and they're like, "We're up for the challenge." What are you doing?
What is
You
funny
want a
with that?
snake climbing up this guy's butt, Cliff? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
They kind of
Well.
tried doing that with those Bombshell covers and stuff like that. And people are like, a lot of people, I don't like this. Especially if you have Batman in a pair of like Speedos and stuff like that. It's like it is funny because like it's just like when it gets turned around, sometimes people are like, I don't like this. But then it's like, you know what? I mean, I'm sure there's a market for that somewhere. You know, Cliff's all
we
about
talking
the
about
good
the
boy.
Aaron, maybe a
Leather
Catwoman? Would Catwoman be something you could do?
I can.
I would love to get a Catwoman or a Phantom
Steppo-
Lady, whichever you prefer.
Steppo, who's your favorite female superhero or
What
villain?
about Miss Fury?
Who is my favorite female supervillain?
No, superhero or supervillain.
Susan,
You know,
right?
I
It's gotta be Susan.
I like so many of them. It's very difficult for me to have a particular favorite. I like the genres. There are golden age, there are silver age, good girl. I mean, and modern. If we had when I was growing up the kinds of covers that they have now, these variant covers and what they show on comic book covers. Of course, I grew up with the comic code. There is no way in the world any of that stuff would be.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would those things. Us kids would have died and gone to heaven. It looked better than Playboy magazine, which was very mundane back then in the 60s.
See, I don't know why. It's just because I always see like the pieces behind you are art pieces of Zatanna. So I'd always like.
Oh, I love Zatanna.
I'd always
She's one
peg
of
you
my
as
favorites,
a Zatanna lover. Yeah.
Or Zatanna, Aaron. That'd be even cooler. Whatever your muses tell you is what you want to do. That's fine by me. I'm a happy man.
You mean back in 1962 they didn't allow stuff like this?
Let me think about that. No.
It's like even this is too risky. They're like, no, her and that whip. We don't like what's going on. There's too much. Get it out of here. Like Comic Code Authority is funny stuff. Actually, you want to know something kind of cool? Like I woke up today and the temperatures are kind of going up, which is nice. But I got woken up, and I don't know if anybody else gets woken up like this. If you have snow on your roof, just snow colliding down the roof.
Oh God, isn't that something? That rushing
Yeah.
sound. That sound, and
I
then
thought
it
something
just.
terrible was happening. I was like, oh my God. But nope, just snow, just melted off and falling down. But then it's just like, yeah, be careful walking out in the driveway now because you don't want to get caught in the head by some,
If it's frozen, my parents' house, they were high enough up and they had an older house, and so when it finally the pitch was very pronounced. It was a slate roof. They had copper gutters. House from 1929, and the snow would freeze into the gutters, and then when it would go, the slate would warm up, and off it would go, and would just take the gutters right off the house down into crash down in the yards in our yard, and then it'd have to then, after much cursing, would then have to have the copper guy come out and then basically reinstall the gutters and repair and all that other stuff. So
yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
Beckerman's just taking it like a champ.
Yeah, I'm taking praise in the chat.
You're just getting crushed in the chat.
But
Funny
So
enough,
who's winning? Who's
Instagram.
winning the lazy off? Who's winning the lazy off?
hard to
on
tell.
Instagram yesterday or the day before, Legion of Comics was talking about how he went out to cheer his daughter on as she did her first like half marathon or something.
Yes.
Picture.
Yeah.
And my comment was, I can never congratulate anyone for running. Like I'm just too against it. And it's got me thinking that maybe as an escalation of my feud with AR, I'll protest a local marathon or something.
That's a lot of
Oh,
work. I don't know if
you'll
do
make
that.
friends all over. with
Yeah,
that
yeah,
one.
just maybe like a billboard sign and a recliner that I pay somebody to take to a different location.
Yeah, because you don't want to actually be there.
No, I'm not actually
Right,
doing
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
And the sign should just trail off. You should be like, you know what, this thing is.
Yeah,
screwed.
like I got too lazy writing it.
Yeah.
Z.
Boo
Just
running.
like Too much
Boo.
He's busy recreating Speedball's entrance into current Marvel. That's fair.
You know, there's a Speedball panel. I wish I owned the original. I've never seen it on the market. It's in New Warriors. It's an early issue. Speedball had to get downtown quickly to join the Warriors. So he jumps in front of a commuter train in Connecticut where he lived. And it propels him so quickly downtown that he keeps passing by the Warriors headquarters. And like with no control over his powers. But he's like flying through the air like taint first. And I've like that. If I was ever gonna enter a fray, that's how I'm gonna do it.
Just
Oh boy, Aaron, this is exciting. I love it when you do this stuff. I really do.
yeah.
Beckerman, did you show off that?
Well, I'm
I
glad
can't
Steph was
find
wearing
it.
extra elastic on the waistband today.
That's fair. That's fair. What's that, Cliff?
I'm glad Steph was wearing extra elastic on the waistband today.
Yeah, he's gonna get.
I mean, he's absolutely glowing as Aaron begins his artwork. He is glowing, that man.
Stepple loves his art, man. Stepple loves his art.
Aaron, after you drew Speedball for me, I'm not really sure why you didn't just retire on a high note.
You are a marplot, Michael.
I would say
I'm
after
gonna
you
greet my
drew
wife. I'll be
Stargirl
right
for
back.
me,
Yes, Steven. Sorry, nerdy. What's going on?
I would say it should have been the Stargirl. Once he drew the Stargirl for me, he should have retired.
Should have been it.
That would have been leaving on a
Wait,
high
just
note.
piggybacking on my joke there, TM.
Yeah, I am.
Pretty lazy. Maybe you'd like to enter a ruckus with me.
Doc Samson.
There is some Norrin Rat art right there. You can see
The crow?
Captain Spaulding. No, the Crow is actually K-pop. That's K-pop junkie.
Ah.
That one, and Aaron did the Captain Spaulding for me.
I like it. I like them both.
Yeah, it was really cool. I'm a big fan of Captain Spaulding.
I'm just hoping he's going to draw me a fabulous, Doc Savage rescues, Forest Ranger, and then we'll see. Then we'll see if that's the pinnacle of his career.
Doc Savage sort of ripping out of his jeans a little bit here and there.
It's like a cave. There's
Yeah.
a bear, his shirt is ripped.
I'm seeing it.
The park ranger is on the ground in the rogue position so that his ass is nice and full.
I'm seeing it. I'm totally, maybe, I don't know, some lumberjacky sort of thing going on. I feel that.
What about Conan the Barbarian with the loincloth doing the Marilyn Monroe over the street grate? There you go.
Because I want it to be sexual, not comedic.
Can it be both? All my sexual stuff is comedic. Ask my wife.
He's just like, I just said, God, this wind spell. I don't know what to do.
I don't mind a little sex and comedy, but that's got to be very literal and hands on. Make notes, Eager.
By crumb, not my loincloth. Tia Nerdy, refreshing. Be right back. I'm guessing that means he's brushing his teeth or something. Unless the whole panel's so refreshing, he has to leave.
Depends how refreshing.
The cave is a metaphor. The cave could be a metaphor.
No, I think he has to refresh his page. Yeah. So I probably have to get rid of this TM and add another TM. removed from stage.
Well, I didn't even like the one we had. Why do we got to get a new one?
I know, bro. I know. They just keep popping up.
What the hell, Beckerman?
The cave is a metaphor.
I mean, that's what I love about Doc Savage. The shirt is almost always undone, ripped. You know, there's always cave. He's always one step away from another cave adventure. You know, all the good stuff.
He's always got tight jeans on too, for some reason.
I mean, like they're like that cargo pant thing of back in the day. You know.
Maybe I'm thinking of Doc Samson.
Yeah, you're thinking of Doc Samson from Hulk. I'm talking Doc Savage.
Yeah, Doc Samson from the Hulk. Yeah, definitely tight jeans.
Doc Savage was pretty cool.
Story was creepy.
What was creepy? Sorry.
Doc Samson from Hulk.
Yeah,
He's kind of a creep.
He was bad, and then he was like, you know, I think the one of the best moments for him, like getting what he deserves, was when he kind of comes clean about what they did to the Hulk. He's like, well, now, and he tells She-Hulk, and she's just like, what? And then, she actually, like, you know, becomes so enraged that she just can't talk anything other than smash. And she punches him like across the city or some shit like that. But he's like, all right, now I want you to be sitting down when I tell you this, because there was a bunch of people that got together and they decided that they were just gonna, you know, trick Bruce into going into this ship, right? And then they sent it off into space, and then you just see her eyes like light up green. She's like, "What did you do?" And then she fucks him up, and he's just like, I think she took that one. Like
I love it too because freaking Amadeus Cho like planned the whole thing, you know, and like he had like her favorite grape soda, but like the grape soda had enough in it to trigger her gamma radiation, so that she could. So as soon as she found out the news, you know, he knew that he was gonna let her have it.
Yeah. Because that's the whole deal. That like Doc Samson is a dirty man. Like people give Star Fox a bad name, and Star Fox he deserves his bad name. But you know, Doc Samson's right up there. He's a ill creep, like a big creep.
You know, the sad thing about Star Fox and the controversial thing about Star Fox is because of the nature of his powers, of his anatomy, of his genealogy. Do we have to blame him for everything he does?
I think once he became aware of it, you kind of have it because I mean,
and since he's become aware of it, he has not. We haven't seen him doing that. You know,
they explored that with Purple Man too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but Purple Man clearly is a villain. He knew what he was doing at all times. He's a monster. You want to talk about characters that once you find something out about them, they should be put down. Purple Man is the top of the list. The top of the list.
No, that makes a good villain because like, there's no redeeming that villain.
No, there is no redeeming him. But I mean, he's peak. We gotta put this fucker down. Peak. You know.
Hank Pym is too. Hank Pym is bad news.
Yeah, but no. See, that's just sad because there's mental illness involved there. Okay, like you know, Hank deserves a redemption story. Okay, he had a bad time. He had a mental. We can't demonize people for having a mental break and coming back around. You know, but we can demonize somebody who's like, "Ooh, I can just do whatever I want with anybody."
I don't have a lot of sympathy for him.
He gave her a good smack.
First of all, it was one smack. We know he was losing his mind. He went off the edge when he became a villain, and then he finally came back around and wanted redemption when we get to West Coast Adventures. Why should we not have sympathy for people having their second?
We do not condone any domestic violence here at church.
I am not condoning it. I'm saying he tried to make amends. He tried to be a better person. And if all of us are judged by our worst day, we are all fucked. I just want to say that reminder.
I am a big fan of his West Coast Avengers run where he just went as himself, like showed up places wearing a tie.
Yes, I loved it.
Hank Pym, Scientific Adventure.
The red lab coat, I loved it.
That ties exactly into what I was getting ready to say. Like he also strikes me as somebody who would bring up the West Coast Avengers bylaws when some shit goes down. He's like, you know what? these bylaws got, I mean, they're really strong things, and we really can't go up.
Let me tell you something. There is nothing strong about the West Coast Avengers bylaws.
Hawkeye sacrificed his marriage for it. What are you
Yeah, but they
talking
weren't
about?
the bylaws. His marriage was doomed, okay? When I started reading issues of them in therapy, it was doomed, okay?
I think therapy is
I have the
called
whole
for.
run right over there. It was doomed.
You think therapy is called for, Stephen?
Not for the comics either.
They kind of redeemed Hank Pym in JLA Avengers issue 3.
It's hard to redeem a Hank Pym.
We're not going through.
And listen, I'm saying it was Hank Pym has paid an awful lot for that one awful incident while he was suffering from unknown mental health issues. Let's review, okay? Purple Man is like, yo, I'm just gonna rape and pillage all I want with my powers, okay?
Yeah, Purple Man is definitely worse.
Oh yeah, But
I wasn't arguing that he wasn't worse.
No, we're just saying that
What Hank Pym
I'm gonna
did
say it
was
right now. Clint Barton, Hawkeye, is a disciple of Hank Pym. 100%. Like he 100% follows in his footsteps. 100%.
I think it was just shoddy writing because they couldn't
It was
figure
always
anything to
shoddy
do.
writing.
They ruined Hank Pym. They shouldn't have done that to him. Because I love Ant-Man. I'm a big Tales to Astonish fan. I love the early Marvel stuff. And when they do these writers that are lazy, who got nothing on the ball, and they come up there and that's what they do, and they screw up the character and the canon. That's how I feel about that.
Yeah, I know you've got some pretty strong feelings. You've talked about that
so
before.
Steve, are you mad at the original creators who are among legends who actually performed the slap, or are you mad at everyone who's come since who keeps going back to the slap?
I just don't. I think that it was shoddy writing to do that sort of thing, or making them drunks, or making them unpleasant, and then going walkabout and all that other crap. As far as I'm concerned, that's shoddy writing, or killing them off and then bringing them back. It's just shoddy.
No, killing them off and bringing them back is terrible. You think one of the pinnacle arcs of Iron Man, where we got into his alcoholism?
Yeah, I think it's horseshit.
That is shoddy. That shit was like detailed. That wasn't shoddy. That was thoughtful.
Yeah, I agree. It was completely awful. Absolutely.
Austin's dying over here.
That is so basically you hate Marvel because Marvel is all about characters who are human and flawed, unlike DC, which try to keep everything pristine and magical. And like one key.
I will argue that
lady,
there was a cover
I'm
where
not
Roy
here.
Harper was doing drugs on a cover.
That's right.
Yeah,
I think that maybe I would have wanted a peanut butter and jelly sandwich too.
I don't like those either.
What's great
Yeah, that's
about
not a
these
cover
stories
that I
is
want
that
as an
people-
ex-addict. I don't want that.
What's
kind of
great about
cover.
these stories is that people are able to come back from it because that is humanity. All right.
I don't want that in my funny books. I want that in a medical journal. I don't want it in my funny books at all.
You know
That's
what?
not the venue
Leave
for
it in
it.
a medical
Get
journal.
that crap
no one
out of
will
there.
ever read about it, and that's how it goes because
Well,
the lack of education on
Enjoy.
this planet
Enjoy yourself. It's
is
crap.
clear to that.
What we've learned here
This
is
is why they have to get rid of the comic code. I will gladly take the comic book code off. Okay, people need to read.
Why do
People
you
are
speak
reading
in
books.
yelling?
Pick up the comic book.
You don't have to yell. You don't have to yell,
Kids
Cliff.
for the
My speakers work. You don't have to yell.
to be fair, we've learned today that Janet was a little heavy-handed with the jelly on that sandwich.
I saw that. I
Just
saw
saying.
that.
Like,
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Maybe after
I will see Thomas in hell for that.
He's like, after a hard day of fighting crime and inventing, all I wanted was a little bit jelly on my sandwich, and she took it all. That was the last straw. He couldn't have it.
That was it. That was it. Just couldn't do it. Poor.
He's just like, you know what? Ultron was a miss. This is broken. Tony Stark laughs at me when I try to invent stuff. Jelly's gonna make it all better. I just need a nice jelly sandwich. I'll be perfectly fine.
Thomas, hilarious.
That was good. I like that.
I know you were cracking up. I'd never seen you just crack the hell up like that before.
it's such a over the top thing that makes it funny, and it's just, I just couldn't stop. I couldn't help myself.
Beautiful.
Yo, that Catwoman
Yeah,
is
it's kind of- I like
already
it.
starting to look gorgeous.
Yeah, already coming along, baby. Lovely.
Beautiful.
And we have a couple of artists on the panel today. We've got, of course, Madam. Looks like she's getting ready to do some work with her blue tape.
I got blue tape here, and I have a gray sketch pad. So
Okay. All right.
and I saw people were drawing on here, so I got a little jelly. So
That's weird.
We gotta make sure we easy on the jelly, easy on the jelly. As we found out with Janet Van Dyne.
is there a theme? Is there a theme to what we're drawing here?
I asked Aaron to when he came on. I said, "Can you draw me something, and I will buy it?" And he said, "Sure." And I said, Catwoman or something like that. And he said, "Sure." And so I'm watching a commission being created here at church, which I think is wonderful.
Evil Mike says, I like the seriousness of human nature, but the choices of writers have been mixed. I'm with Steppo. Don't know if I needed every Avenger to have a deep, dark secret like substance abuse. Man, fair.
I'm with you, Evil. 100%.
Oh, I don't need every Avenger, but I mean, like, I will defend Iron Man's journey. That's a big ass story there.
The drunk Tony Stark.
Yes, even in the bottle, it's serious for a reason.
Yeah.
Now, did they go too far? Because then suddenly Carol was a drunk, and then the whole thing where he was her sponsor, and then they ended up sleeping together. No, that was garbage. Like, that was just hard garbage.
Well, what I can say is that I've watched a lot of TV in my life, and it always jumps the shark when one of the cast members, all of a sudden, little Debbie's got a drug problem. She's had it for years, but we never knew. And that's the basis of it is shoddy writing. I'd have to agree.
That's the hook. I mean, they've run out of ideas, they've run out of creativity, and then they just go deep, and that's it.
They do it a lot. They do it a lot.
Michael, we're putting you to sleep. I see.
Family ties, exactly.
Family ties. Remember Michael J. Fox had the cocaine problem, or the amphetamine problem?
I did.
And it was like a
You
big
know
deal.
what's funny is we're actually talking about comic books, and we're still getting Sleeperman all worked down. Good job, everybody.
Well, I have to say this though. Little Debbie
said I was
not
tired
strategy.
earlier.
Because Little Debbie, when she got her
You're
redemption,
always
she
tired. That's
cakes.
your superpower.
Now she's got a whole empire. She's sitting there. She's selling cakes and strudels and stuff to people. The drugs, it was a dark time for Little Debbie, but now she's doing
dark time.
She learned to bake
So you
doll.
see, Mr. Chris, you're coming right back around to me, where we have to see them rise up. That's not Little Debbie's story, but that would be her story arc for me.
Any comic book bombshell is the theme, madam.
Comic book bombshell.
Yeah.
All right, I have some comics next to me. I'm gonna look through for a reference, and then I'll just copy it.
I haven't seen.
Because that's what you do, right?
Yeah, you got to look for references.
You can do references.
You can get inspired.
Yeah.
I haven't seen too much of I haven't read too many new comics just because I normally just go with back issues for now. But I have seen that basically since what was it, the Avengers versus X-Men, which is I was still picking up new stuff. I mean they turned Cyclops into a villain, and then I guess they also turned what's it called? Hank McCoy is actually I guess pretty sinister nowadays.
Oh, he died.
He's
They killed him. They killed
Person
that.
who relaxing is hitting deep cuts today, man. Seventh heaven,
killed it.
drug problems.
So modern day Hank, when almost all the clones were destroyed, he saved a clone of himself. I call him Stars and Garters Beast because when he came out, he literally was saying, "Oh, my Stars and Garters," right? So that beast was awakened, and X-Force lied to him and said that they brought him from the past, but that organic Krakoan computer system acknowledged him as Hank McCoy, and he says, give me access to all Hank McCoy files. And so he saw everything that he has done and been up to, and he immediately runs away to go get Wonder Man because that's his best friend, right? And Wonder Man is like, okay, cool, I'll help you. All right, fine, you're a clone. And he's like, but I'm a pacifist now. And I'm like, we're really doing this with Wonder Man? Okay. So he brings him for the final battle, and he's going to there's a suit that Hank built that'll detonate this thing or whatever, and only Hank can go in it, right? So young Hank is like, fighting him, like, don't let this thing go off, don't let it kill all of our friends, whatever. And he's like, no, it's ridiculous. He goes, fine, then I'll take the suit and I'll do it. And older Hank knocks his ass out, gets in the suit. They come to young Hank, and they're like, what's going on? And he's like, he's going to save us all. And they're like, how do you know? He's like, because it's what I would do. And of course, he dies saving them all. And the beast we have now is Stars and Garter's beast. And that's it. That's how we fixed it. Kill off super evil beast who's gone crazy for the last 20 years, and we got Stars and Garter's beast back.
Yeah. I mean, I remember that, in the Age of Apocalypse, they had Dark Beast, and he was, pretty...
Dark
like,
Beast was cool, man.
Yeah, he was like, what? Like,
I like his design.
He looked awesome, and I want to say he was like a step or two above and being evil.
X-Men Omega or X-Men Alpha. I can't remember what
yeah.
First appearance? I'm not sure.
I think it's Alpha Omega. It might be Omega, actually.
But he was like, he was basically, yeah. He was basically just, like Mr. Sinister, but like, way more sadistic. And then it was like, I think they would explore that more just because it was.
Do we not? Okay, I got a question for everybody then. Do we not feel like there's enough bad guys in comic books? Do we have to make Xavier a piece of shit? Like they're making his like he's lying to the X-Men all the time, yada 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 yada. They're sort of making they're making Xavier out to be sort of a bad guy these days. I think,
dude, these days it's the last 20 years. The last 20 years.
I know, and I don't know if I love it. I think we have enough. We have enough bad guys, but
you
it's.
Like Xavier was only a creep like recently.
No.
When he was lusting after
just
Jean.
Completely vilified it. They took every little creep moment and then they storyboarded it and turned it into a complete arc in which we still have seen no redemption. I'm imagining X-Man Hunt is going to lead us to some sort of a Xavier redemption story, possibly.
You would hope.
It's hard to tell.
I'm with Mike. I'm not a fan of every hero going down a villain path. I'd have to agree with
now,
you.
I gotta be honest. Cyclops, that man, there's a lot of damage. Even before writers said, let's open this lid and really dig in there, before that even happened, that man just left his woman at home with their baby, freaking crying at the door, wondering where he is, while he goes chased after his undead girlfriend.
Pretty much. They pulled, what's it called? The Avengers pulled that cocoon, or the Avengers and the Fantastic Four pulled that cocoon out of the ocean, and like, that was it. He's like, oh, Jean's back. See you later, man.
Yep, that's a big crime. That's a big crime.
No.
By the way, no one talks about his like Legion. First of all, did he even properly break up with Colleen Wing? Was it Colleen Wing he was going out with? Yeah, it was Colleen Wing. He loves a redhead. But yeah, did he even properly break up with her? She was like chilling with the X-Men, going on adventures with them, and then all of a sudden he's like, oh, I met this pilot.
Sometimes you just got to meet a pilot. I don't know.
Yeah, that was it. Emma Frost, he dated her after Jean died. He was like, hey, Emma, come here.
But I will say this, all the really terrible writing of like past Cyclops and like past Xavier that they draw upon, I think that's kind of reflective. I think that's kind of reflective of the writers themselves.
Is Colleen Wing, has she dated the most superheroes? I know the male version of her is Wyatt Wingfoot, because he's dated.
Yeah, Wyatt Wingfoot was, but he was She-Hulk's best boyfriend.
I don't know about dating, but Mystique gets around. Let's be honest. That chick gets around.
Yeah. Mystique.
I think Mystique is really high up there.
She definitely gets around.
Shaming like those comic book characters?
Yes. No, we're not. We're just saying.
I mean, I
think Hawkeye is among the biggest man whores.
Yeah, he's up there.
He is
Wyatt
really up there.
Wingfoot or
Daredevil's a
Chris
bit of a
Martin?
man whore too. I feel like Daredevil and Hawkeye are neck and neck, and
Wolf-
they're Eskimo brothers a few times over.
Wolverine gets
Wolverine hasn't beat.
gets action all the time. It's really weird.
Did you,
It's ridiculous.
Cliff, did you
Wolverine's-
read
Wolverine's
Hawkeye
on everybody.
Freefall?
Who wrote Freefall?
Matt
don't know.
Rosenberg.
That I
Maybe.
have not read it yet.
That was a few years back. He had a rejected title for his Hawkeye project that became Freefall, but when he first pitched it, and this is how I know Matt Rosenberg like is my spirit animal. Hawkeye, it's not funny anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know why, that just cracks me up. If I was going to write a Hawkeye story, it could definitely be a potentially named It's Not Funny Anymore. Because he has kind of just become a buffoon.
I hate to say it, but yeah, man.
Well, you
it's
can get his power at Dick's Sporting's good, so like.
Yeah, man. Like, it's like, hold on, guys. I just gotta grab my arrows. Stop it.
Right.
Stop it, bro. Stop it.
Well, then, I mean, think of it this way, though. Would it cheapen him if he decided, like, you know what, I'm sick and tired of being a joke? There's plenty of great scientists here that can do an experiment and give me actual legitimate powers. Like, you know, would that cheapen him if he, you know, found a way to actually have legitimate powers that make?
I think it would be an
fun?
interesting story, to be honest. If Hawkeye has powers.
Well,
Why?
because when you see him taking on, you know,
Done that with him, he became giant, man.
Maybe he feels inadequate
Wyatt,
around the rest of the
Wyatt,
Avengers.
right?
well,
he
yeah,
looks-
I mean, I think
He looks at
there
his power bulge, he looks at their power bulges, and he goes, my power bulge isn't very big.
I think his Powerball is doing very well based on his track record. Very well based on his track record.
That's fair. That's fair.
no, there's,
And clearly it's his greatest superpower if we're gonna get down to it.
it's just funny to me because like my friends who aren't into comics but like watch them, they get all mad like, oh, yeah, how is this guy gonna do anything? Because this is ridiculous. He's got no powers and I can't get into that and everything. It's like, okay, I was like, but I mean, if that's how you look at everything, that's fine. It's just that, but like, you know, when it comes to all of that, like, you know, so should they betray a character just so that they make you happy? And they're like, well, I mean, I just want my guy to have powers, and that's all it needs. Okay, well, you know, I mean, that super soldier serum seems to still be sitting out there somehow, some way. It's synthetic, something like that. And you know, anybody could take it, but who knows what's going to happen with you?
I think it's a very fine line, and if it's not written very well, it will cheapen him quickly. Right?
I think that's something said for somebody who
Like
doesn't.
Black Cat went to Kingpin to get her Black Cat luck powers, you know, and she made a deal with him. Oh,
That's
look
cool,
at
Aaron.
Serena.
But,
Yeah, yeah.
but that's like my thing about it too. I think there's something to be said for people that really don't have, like, all right, if you have assistance with technology, that's fine. But like if you actually are a badass still and just a regular human, you have powers and you can, you know, not necessarily hang with like the top echelon of villains, but like you can hang with some superpowered people and even defeat some of them. It's not a bad thing. Like I think that's kind of cool in that way. So it's like, you know, that's what makes them unique. So it's like, yeah, all right, you know, Hawkeye isn't taking down Doctor Doom with one punch, nothing like that, or anything like that. Or he's not going to be able to take down Galactus. But you know, when it comes to these other villains that are actually like you know, can he go a couple rounds with Scorpion? Yeah, he could. It's just kind of weird. It's like,
Yeah,
you know,
but there's, I don't know. Even in The Boys, which I guess is, I don't know. It's hard to say anything is grounded in reality. But even in The Boys, and not the TV series, in the comic books, the boys have powers. They're not powerless. They have actual like super strength and super speed and shit like that. Not as much. They're not as like super powered as supers, but they still have powers, and which allows them to somewhat be on par with superheroes and be able to fight them. You can't have some guy with no powers going to fight Superman. It's just not fucking gonna happen. I got no powers. Come here, Superman. I'm gonna kick your ass.
no, but like you know, Evil makes a good point too, where he's just like, you know, saying that like, you know, the Joker's top tier and feared because like, yeah, Lex Luthor same thing. Like Lex Luthor is just super smart. Like he doesn't need powers. He's got technology behind him, and he's, you know, he's basically evil Tony Stark in a way.
Well, I think Lex is definitely a better example because Joker's
Joker is too. Like Joker.
Well,
Sorry,
Batman is-
I'm just.
Batman
I'll be right back.
Batman
My
has
landlord
no
just
powers.
walked into my apartment without my permission.
Oh,
Oh, good luck, man. Good luck.
Batman has no powers, so Joker doesn't need powers. You know what I mean? 'Cause Lex
Yeah,
fighting
well-
Superman, that is a much harder task, and for someone with
Yeah.
no powers to do that,
But
absolutely.
I do like how Joker like Joker's, I guess, if you're gonna give him a power, is just how insane he is. He's so insane he can break down just about anybody. Really doesn't matter who it is, how tough and nothing like he'll find a way to get inside. Like he might not find Batman's identity, but he'll find a way to really manipulate and hurt the people that he can. And once he finds that little opening, he doesn't stop. Like look what he's done to Gordon. He tortures Commissioner Gordon just to for the sheer glee of watching that man cry. He can't stop himself. He loves it.
Look what he did. Look what he did to Superman. He made Superman kill his Lois Lane for Pete's sake. So
Yeah. Yeah,
That was Joker.
Yes, I know. Where?
Yeah, no, Joker is extremely vicious and like on a level that I think a lot of people didn't really just when you really break down how evil he is, like it's hard to when you talk about the most evil characters in comics, it's like he's got to be, if he's not within the top 3. I mean, if he's not the top, he's definitely top 3. Like he's just brutal.
Well, they diluted him a little bit with the 3 Jokers story. They diluted that a little bit.
I wish
but-
they didn't. He was Joker was a flawless character until he started messing and tweaking. Like he's just. I mean, let him be just a force of nature for evil, and that's
I
just
agree.
all he is, really.
I agree with you, Boston. I absolutely agree. And I didn't hate, I guess, the 3 Jokers story, but it wasn't good.
I didn't read it because
I didn't care for it. What a
It wasn't
freaking.
good. It made me go, ugh. That's sort of.
I didn't read it because I just like Joker's one entity to me. You can tell me 3 of them all day. I don't care. He's just one guy, and he's the most sadistic person you'll ever walk into.
Joker had the neck to gods, and they were weirded out by him. Yeah, absolutely. No, he's no joke. Joker's no joke. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying he doesn't need superpowers because he fights a non-superpowered person. Lex Luthor, however, has to fight Superman, so his feats are a little more.
Well, that's why Lex made a freaking power suit.
Yeah.
But I'll say this too: like if you wanted to put I guess how they have the different things in DC, the Speed Force and this. If you wanted to sit there and give him some type of evil entity type thing, I'd be fine with that because it's okay. He's like his thing, like how was it like Poison Ivy and Swamp Thing have what the green or whatever the hell it's called. If you gave it was no, he's just that much more evil than everything else.
I think Joker's had godlike status before. He's.
I don't want him to have godlike status. I'm just saying, but it's just one of those things where someone who's super evil is just what. Look, we don't know. Just like how Alfred talks to Bruce Wayne in The Dark Knight. He's like, we really don't know what we're messing with this guy. Let's just leave him alone. He can stay over there. Just
Steven, I think you brought some comics, I'm sure, to show today. Did you have anything that you wanted to show, Steven?
Sure, if you like.
Perfect. And this
We
is
like.
we like. Let's get to these comic books. Of course, we can chat, but let's get to these comic books.
I was looking through doing some filing, which every so often the books start to stack up, and then you have to start filing, and then you remember stuff and that you had that you forgot you had. I will start with a book that's a very important book to me. Denny O'Neil and I think it was Magyar or no, Cowan, Dennis Cowan and Magyar did this run of The Question, and 2 issues before this one was one about the Mikado, and it was about a evil guy that was killing and boiling people. It was really terrible. It was dark. And I think that Denny O'Neil was a great writer, very, very much so. And he was in charge of the letters page and what have you, and he was the main guy. Well, I sent in a letter and they printed it. And so my letter was printed in this book. And so it's that's one of the things that you always hope for is to have one of your letters printed in a comic book, and this was the one where I got it printed.
That's cool. Yeah, I've always wanted something in a book like that. Like Stan's soapbox or something, put it in the back.
This is the Boys #1 art by Shubina, number 76 out of 333.
Oh, Supergirl homage.
Oh, that's nice. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is a take on a vile comic, and in is vile in and of itself.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
There you go. Even Alpha's like, you're gone too far.
I can't determine if I think that's a good cover or not. Her face doesn't look right to me.
It's the lighting that they used. The lighting on her
Lady
face.
Gaga.
I mean, her face looks too. I just don't think her face looks that good. I don't know what it.
Face is too wide.
Yeah.
I agree. I just don't think that the artist they missed on this one.
Yeah.
A while ago, there was a hot character. It was hot for about a minute, and then the other day, 3 of them came up at the same time in an auction. I think this came from the Cookie Man, but the Twig was.
Well, it's about to come back.
Oh, I don't have that. Huh.
It's like one of those old children books. I like that.
They're doing a.
They have that feel, don't they?
I actually have that.
I have that.
I got Twig.
Oh God, you're not you guys too.
I got Twig number 1.
Is the virus spreading?
I have it also, but mine is remarked by both artists.
Oh, that's very cool. That's very cool.
The reason I said that was because the binding has that like.
I know why you said it. I know why you said it.
Kyle Strong, right?
Kyle and Scotty, yeah. They're both Kansas City guys. That Twig is an all Kansas City comic book.
Oh, nice.
Hi, Sue.
We got Susan in the chat. Good morning, Susie Q.
Hello.
Aggressively says he really liked Twig. Nice.
Yeah. Volume 2 will be out soon.
Thomas says he has that. Nice. I have that.
Lex Luthor looks nuts in that cover. Look at that.
Yeah, Lex Luthor looks crazy in that cover. It's awesome.
Yep.
And on the back, we have the front page of the Daily Planet to read.
Very cool.
And about the Joker.
Steppa, do you not have at least a clear backer for that? I mean, my goodness, I'm having a condition.
I actually this was a book I had a stack of books over by where I keep my original art, and the stack was getting higher and higher, and I kind of go, what do I have here? And what I found was I found a lot of this. I don't even remember how I got this, but it was one that she says, well, I'll put it in a stack and I'll deal with it later. Well, later became very later, and then too later, and then but inside also. At one point, Atlas Comics, that had Martin Goodman trying to come in the 70s, I bought a lot of all of these. I got a stack of these Atlas Comics, and I was kind of wondering where I had put them, and there they were. So I basically filed them away, so now I know where they are. But this was another one of the ones that was there. So this is sort of it's a bit of a potpourri.
My.
Oh, that's different. With a little hawk girl.
I never seen that.
Oh, I didn't even know they had their own comic. That's kind
Oh, it looks like Liefeld or something.
Yeah, but there are feet.
Yeah.
So
he drew feet once in a while. Jeez, guys, give poor life.
Yeah, when he drew them, they actually kind of look like that.
Has their Achilles heel, you know.
Look at all comic covers. You almost never see feet.
Oh, I like that.
Speaking of Liefeld, Aaron, will you be getting the new Youngblood?
Oh yeah, there's a new one coming.
I was going to reach out to you on that. I figured you'd be into it.
Yeah, I'll definitely get that.
I just read Last Blood Final Stand.
Oh, there you go. The two Green Lanterns working together.
If TM was here right now, he'd be going crazy for these books.
Well, hopefully everything's going all right.
That's
Landlord right now.
Yeah, I know he's been fighting with his landlord too. I'm hoping that's
like he sounded real serious when he came out without my
permission. He sounded pretty mad.
Yeah, TM. Yeah.
Hopefully that
did he split?
He's dealing with
here, but he's not. Like
okay.
So his landlord entered his apartment without his permission, so he muted it. And
God.
Cassie Sandmont. I remember her. She's good. I like her.
I wish I could draw feet as good as Liefeld. Aggressively relaxing, nice. Evil
I
says
remember-
he's excited for Youngblood. Sorry, Boston, what were you gonna say?
I was say that Teen Titans run with Cassie and Tim Drake and all them was awesome. Like,
Ooh.
yes.
I have a thing for the Master of Kung Fu books. They're not expensive, most of them. And
I like them.
Yeah, me too. They're good covers. They're cool. I don't know. I think they're awesome.
There's a bunch of really good covers that Master of Kung Fu is underrated. Like, I'm not saying it should be like super expensive, but it is a good series.
Because you can usually get them for $2 or $3 a pop. Oh,
Yeah.
that's hard to get in a good condition.
That's a great book.
Oh my god, the Moon Knight with that black cover.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's hard.
Sinkovich.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Which I'm crazy that we don't have Bill Sinkovich on the top 100 covers, but whatever, that's okay.
It's a little crazy.
That
Well, I
is-
showed you that. I kind of go from the sublime to the ridiculous here.
hey,
Nice.
I like me some.
Oh man.
What's your name? Taserface. Did you name yourself?
The best is when he says it later on. The guy just like snickers at him.
What was that about?
That's just a line in Guardians of the Galaxy. That guy, the picture on that book. Yeah,
Oh no.
the picture on that book really reminded me of just some weird random bad guy. Taserface. Oh, the Huntress. Nice.
Joe
Okay.
Stanton art there, right?
Yeah. Good stuff.
Batman's daughter.
Nice guy.
Mr. Wellbore, how are you? Good to see you.
Now, the rest of them, I had a few of these before, but then I was in an auction and a guy had a set of just some nice grade copies of them, and just on a lark. So this this is a Schomburg cover.
Yeah, Schomburg.
And late in the day, and he did this for Marvel for the Invaders, which of course is basically the Invaders with those three characters is basically either all select or all winners or whatever you would like to call it.
The flag that's underneath a Namor there, is it SS or is it a Nazi flag?
It's
It's a Nazi flag.
Yeah.
I don't see any SS guys.
No,
They were bad
on
cats.
my computer, it's harder for me to see. If when you put it close, I could see that it was.
They drag Schomburg out of retirement for that. I love that.
That's good. I didn't know that. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, that is.
Here's a nicer version of it.
Jeez.
I had a feeling just stuff. I was like, you know what?
That-
I can do one better on that.
Colors
one.
pop on that one. The blue on that one looks really blue. Like it looks.
Yeah,
cool.
this is a high grade. The other one was it was in a group of books, and it wasn't the book in the group that I was shooting for, but it came along with. So I mean, how could I go wrong with another Schomburg?
How could you go wrong wearing a T-shirt like that? Look at that beautiful T-shirt. That's amazing.
Thank you.
I love it.
Seppo, I have to ask you now, with that Schomburg cover, right? Is that something that if you see it at a shop, I mean, obviously decent enough condition that you'll buy every time just because it's Schomburg, or is that?
No, I think I've scratched the itch on that particular one. I think it's a good cover though. I have nice copies. This is a Frank Robbins cover, and Frank Robbins came in on the shadow after Mike Kaluta. And the difference in their artistic styles was so jarring that it killed the title because people were so used to the fine line of Kaluta and the wonderful pacing and panel design that he had, that to have Frank Robbins come in and then do the shadow, it just didn't translate. But I think his Golden Age-y style that he has on the Invaders works beautifully. I like it.
Yeah.
We got Esvon in the chat. We got Shop in the chat. How you doing, guys? Check out Shop for the Shopverse if you're not familiar. He does a lot of the characters that we use for our thumbnails. He's awesome.
More Invaders. Good stuff. I like that.
And this was the set, so that's number one. I usually will get the number ones, but this is in the 30s. But they're really cool. I like the Destroyer.
Yep.
They just
And
got they got fun covers. It's like just very fun covers. A lot of action going on the cover.
Well, it's timely. It's basically to recapture the whole timely thing with the big three.
It looks good.
And they brought in, of course, they have the Destroyer, and then they have the gal in orange and yellow, and I can't. That's Spitfire. I can't remember who she is.
That's Spitfire.
Yeah, it looks like Spitfire.
And then Union Jack is just, fighting off the bad guy.
Mike is going to run some errands. Evil Mike, have a great rest of your day.
Oh, the wizard.
The wizard, nice. How can you tell he's the wizard? The big W on his chest.
They everybody had their Flash characters. DC also had Johnny Quick and a bunch. They had various fast characters, but the Flash was the one that started it the best. So. The Iron Cross.
Wow. That's cool.
I think the Iron Cross is trademarked at this point, isn't it?
You would think. And then they bring in the Liberty Legion, which is another where they basically got them going forward. Miss America and blah blah blah.
The wizard.
Still only 35 cents.
That's right.
Fun stuff.
You got a quarter and a dime. You got a comic book. That's all you needed back then.
Well, I remember I was buying books at 10 cents, where $1 and you could get 10 books. I mean, and if you went down, if you had $1, you could go down and get almost all the titles you wanted just at one shot.
Yeah.
And then 12 cents, of course, you get 8. So that was a drag, but nevertheless, $1 got you 8 books, which is pretty good.
That's good stuff.
I had an argument with a big YouTuber about that, about the price of comic books and it not being kid friendly anymore.
Oh God, no.
They told me, well, comics aren't for kids, and it's a big YouTuber, and I was like, well, you're a dick.
Well, it's nice that you can keep it on a high level.
Yeah, I won't say his name, but it is what it is. Like, whatever.
But I have to say that too. It's just like the thing that comes down to it is that you might say, well, they're not for kids and this and that. Okay, to an extent I can understand, but they make plenty for kids. And how do you think you're gonna keep this medium going?
Yep.
If you don't get involved, it's over. Like I mean, anybody who's a current collector that's not child age, like if you're in your 30s, 40s, or older. It's just like we have a limited amount of time. Like you want to get kids back into it so that
Austin, I stopped arguing with him immediately. As soon as he said comics weren't for kids, I was like, okay, I know who you are. I know what you're about. That's enough. And I have not watched him since, actually.
I say it like this. I mean, if it's not for kids.
Well, now I want to at least know: is it someone we would be surprised said this?
No, you tell me.
Put it in the back of the chat.
I just find it like all right, fine. So if they're not for kids, and then what, like how says that we're all curators of our curators for the next generation or whatever. It's like who's gonna be buying these things? Are they all gonna end up in the trash can somewhere? Just because if people don't buy them, who cares?
I got a wicked box of comics this week from Houdat Comics. If you're not following Houdat, he sells a lot of books on Band of Brothers, as well as Short Boxed, as well as Elite Comics 11. He does other auctions. So
yeah,
it's always sell books. Also, I'm trying to get Houdat noticed for his unboxings. So if anybody's doing comic book community awards, Houdat does like an unboxing a week, 2 unboxings a week. And I think we can get him in the running for best unboxing of 2025. Alan, I know you won all the other years, but this year I'm going for Houdat. Sorry, I love you both. We got Terminator, because I really, really like the Terminator.
Ooh, flashy.
The art is great. I know Chrome doesn't really, or shiny doesn't show up well on a computer, but if you see this in real life, like up close, it's pretty cool.
A lot of detail on that.
And this, I'm pretty sure Steppo got me this actually. This is The Crow.
Yeah, with the remark.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
And the remark is just awesome.
Yeah.
It almost looks like it belongs on the book. Like it's just really, it's a great placement, great remark. And I love it. I think it's great. We also got, because I've never had this, I can't believe I've never had this comic before, and it's a nice condition, really nice condition. It's got 2 little tiny ticks on it, but we got the first Beta Ray.
Good stuff.
Yeah, this is nice. It's probably a 9.2, something like that. So pretty happy about that. I had the other 2 to this series, but or the short story of it all, but now I've got that one. I'm pretty excited. And this I'm super excited for because I still watch this show, and I don't care what you think about it. SpongeBob comics, I love it. I can't help it. SpongeBob is awesome.
That's not all that easy of a book to get, too.
It's a low print run book. It's not mine's. This copy isn't like a 9.8 or anything like that. It's probably closer to a 7.5 maybe, but I'm happy to have it. I enjoy the SpongeBob quite a bit, and that one used to be the first appearance of Red Sonja, but now we all know it's number 23.
First cover, though.
First cover, that's true.
And the year that came out, that particular book in your hands won Book of the Year.
It's I love it. I love Conan. I've been reading Conan since I was little, from the actual like books to the comics. Once I found there was a comic of Conan, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And then I wasn't allowed to read it because there was too much tits and ass in it. And wizardry, my parents were very heavy Christians.
Wow, it is the trifecta.
Yes, they did not like any of that stuff. They were not happy with any of the wizardry and the boobs and all the violence. They were
satanic.
Yeah, everything was satanic in my house. It's ridiculous, but that's okay. And this,
Your videos are making a lot more sense now.
Yeah. This Rick and Morty. Number 2, and this was bought for me by Steven Steppo. He's on the panel with us right now. This is signed by Justin Roiland. It is a variant cover, and I love Rick and Morty. It's a 9.0, but it is signed, and Justin Roiland, well, we all know he's not really doing too much these days, so I'm just happy to have his signature. I love Rick and Morty. It's a big cartoon for me. I watch it religiously.
And that's a book that came from Whodat, who finds that stuff and gets really cool books.
This is all from Whodat, actually. This whole box opening was from Whodat. And this, the pièce de résistance, as they say. So I bought this book raw. Whodat said it's a 9.8, so I paid up for this book. I paid quite a bit for a raw copy of it. And I asked Whodat if he would send it to CGC for me, because I didn't want to, pay him to mail it back to me and then me mailing it to CGC, yada, yada, yada. I figured he was sending a bunch anyway, so I got him to send it for me. And bam, 9.8.
Beautiful book. Nice.
And that is the first appearance of Elsa Bloodstone. If any of you know my comic collection, I'm sure some of you do. I'm collecting a lot of the monsters right now, like
using Werewolf by Night.
Exactly. So I got Werewolf by Night. I have Elsa now. I have the first Ghost Rider. So I've got a bunch of the monster stuff, and I'm really happy to do it. So that's sort of the direction my comic collection has gone in the last year or so. And
cool cover.
It's nice. It's pretty. You got a nice butt there too, if you like that, and I do. Yeah, she's looking good. She's looking good on that cover. But to have a 9.8 in this book, a 9.6 is not that big a deal. But from a 9.6 to a 9.8, the jump.
I believe they changed her from a blonde to a redhead, though.
Yeah.
I wonder why they did that.
Yeah, just a little bit of hair dye. That's all it is.
It's a good thing I like blondes and redheads, so we're fine with it. But yeah, I'm really
I
happy.
think she wasn't taken off like they wanted her to, so they just changed her up to see if it would help boost her.
Oh, okay.
I mean, maybe the blonde hair stood out too much in the dock. Like, the monster's here coming from a mile away with that bright hair. Make it darker.
And this is my next CGC submission that I want to be sending out soon. I'm not sure how soon I'll be sending it out, but we've got Wolverine.
Joe Fixit.
Number 8. And of course, Patch and Joe Fixit on the cover.
Yeah.
Great cover.
Hitman for hire.
Bleak, could you
Yeah.
make me big for just a second?
I surely can. I saw on your Instagram yesterday that you put this book up yourself. Solo layout.
Oh.
There we go. Oh, there he is, Mr. Fixit, Mr. Wolverine, Patch.
I got this from MT in Erie, Pennsylvania, on one of the strictly affordable auctions, and he had done the pressing on it, and because it just had some wows on it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think this is, I mean, it is definitely a candidate for a very high grade.
The back
as far
cover is so good.
Oh,
You just
Liefeld.
so seldom see the back cover of this.
Never
Look at
see
those,
that
look at
cover.
those feet. Look at them
Exactly.
feet.
We got feet right there. Liefeld feet. That's
Now
awesome.
it's interesting. It's interesting that Liefeld did the back cover, but you know who did the front cover, don't you?
Yeah, Buscema. Yeah.
And Buscema did the interior art as well.
Yep.
And Liefeld claims he's the best Wolverine artist.
Oh, come on.
Oh, does
According to
he?
him,
He
he's
does
his
claim
favorite
that title.
Wolverine artist.
Well, how about that?
Come on, Liefeld. Give your head a shake.
But now, keep in mind though, it is kind of cool. What would he have been just about to turn 20, or would he have been 20 when he did that back cover?
Such a good cover, that cover.
That is true.
Think
like,
about how young he was.
at a young age,
Your
he
point
was
is well
very
taken.
talented.
Yeah.
And he broke into the business and didn't just break in, but he had companies fighting over him. That's why Marvel
Yeah.
gave him that work doing those back covers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he had left DC to come to the X office, but they weren't ready for him to take over anything yet. So they gave him some get by work.
Yeah.
That, of course, was Superman, Man of Steel, number 18, first appearance of Doomsday, and it is a newsstand, which is relatively important.
Is that his first appearance? Are there some cameos before where I don't know.
The cameos are
That's
just
kinda
his
cool, like-
fist punching from the underground.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
That's
this
the
is-
first time he's out and about.
This
Yeah.
is the first full appearance or whatever.
He's got a bunch of cameos, just like Darkseid.
Yeah, like he
Or,
crushes the bird.
Son of Satan also. Jesus, try finding his first appearance.
Or Hellboy.
The Amazing Spider-Man. So this isn't not too much of a book, but 388. This is an error copy. So this particular copy is worth quite a bit of money. But they usually are blue foil on them, or just blue without the foil. This is an error copy, and the last copy in a 9.8 sold for about $4,000. It was during that peak high time of comics, so it's an unreliable value on it. But that's the only thing that I can find on this particular book. It's very, very rare, and it looks to be about a 9.4 to a 9.6 probably.
Have you pressed it yet?
I know you can't press it because it's embossed.
Ah, so it is.
So the only thing that's actually wrong with it, it's got a tiny little mark on the corner. You can like a little dirt.
Yeah, I can see it, but that's in the cover, isn't it? That was not added to the cover. That was because of the printing.
It might be. It looks
Because
like
if it's gloss over a printing defect, it doesn't hurt you.
Okay, maybe. But it looks good. Like, it looks really good. It looks clean. I'm very happy. This is the origin of Eddie Brock, actually. That's the key that it is. It's not a big key or anything, but that is the key that it.
Who drew the cover?
Bagley and probably Bagley looks like.
What version of the cover is that?
Okay, so this is an error version. This is so rare. Like, not there's almost.
All right, so you're missing all the foil, is what I'm gathering.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's no foil on it. It got printed without the foil. You can see that there should have been foil. You can see where the blue sort of hits the special amazing.
That's a high grade copy. Look at how clean that is.
Oh, yeah, it is clean. The edge.
That is a beautiful, beautiful book.
So I'm gonna send that away to CGC and see what happens.
Man, now I gotta search for that so I can have a matching pair.
You won't find it.
I may not find it.
You won't. I can only find one thing on the internet about it, and it's only in Key Collector, I think it is. The Key Collector app is the only place that I can find this.
You have a 1 of 1. Is that the situation we're in?
What's that? Yeah, well, it's more like there is one that's a 9.8 in the world. I don't know how many more exist. Let's put it that way. That is the Ross Timeless cover. It's awesome.
Where is that from?
When or where? This is from.
Because it looks like 5 different Timeless covers. Like
yeah,
all the Timeless covers are a big group picture like that. They just individually cropped them out and put them into individual books.
Yes, yes.
It was a big mural. It's actually a big mural at Marvel headquarters, I'm pretty sure. But this is yeah, I don't know. I think it's a wraparound, I'm pretty sure. So I don't really want to take it out because I'm sending it to
Same with the villains too.
Yes, yeah. And this is a Comic Tom exclusive, Gem Mint exclusive, maybe, for The Boys #1. And I am going to meet, what is it, Anthony, whatever his name is. Yeah, coming up pretty soon. So I might get him to sign this for me. And then
that's Temple Smith.
Send
the
that
creator of 30 Days of Night.
Okay.
That's who did the art.
He has a very robot look to him. The legs don't look right.
Yeah, they don't. They look a little weird. You're not wrong.
Yeah, that's Temple Smith style. He has that zombie, very dark.
Yeah, exactly.
Horror.
Zombie looking thing.
This also a very rare book, low print. And if you love Jenny Frison, wow, that is the book.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
That's a big book.
That's Jenny Frison's first artwork in comics. Of course, there is controversy. It could be the Oz book, but this is the one that you want.
So, did that come from Whodad as well?
No, I got that from I buy Voltron comics. I love Voltron, and I asked my shop if they had any Voltron comics, and they went downstairs and brought up a bunch of Voltron comics and said, "Here, you can have these for $70." And I said, "Yes, please, thank you." And I came home, and well, it's the first time I've ever made out at my comic shop because they price stuff at the counter, but they missed this. So
I have Voltron 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
But how far then they reissued that, or what happened on that?
Oh,
Did they have more than 3 issues?
Yes, yeah.
Well,
this is a 4-issue miniseries, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And then there's also more Voltron books that come later.
Yeah. Well, 1, 2, and 3. If you're talking about like the originals, like
yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. They did just that limited run in the beginning, and then they decided to come back and make more. So then it ended up being on double later on.
Hey, Avengers.
Yeah, that is a really nice copy, and I'm telling you right now, this book at one point was what, $1,000 in a 9.8.
It was up there, yeah.
Yeah, I got this.
It was hot
for $40, and the reason you buy this now, that whatever you bought it before, fine, but it's not that expensive right now, and every first appearance is here. Like, there's so many first appearances in this book. It'd be stupid not to buy it. Let's put it that way. Even if it doesn't go anywhere, it's stupid not to buy that book.
Also, like, they're still a popular moment.
They've already laid the groundwork for them in the MCU. A lot of the Young Avengers have already. You might not have noticed if you don't know who the Young Avengers.
Wiccan and Speed are established,
but they've been in there already. They've already planted cameos of this guy, that guy, this guy. So like, It's a.
Well,
It's
you have Wiccan, Speed, Kate Bishop, and Patriot are all there.
Yep.
And Amadeus Cho has been mentioned a couple times already. So, you have a bunch of those already in there. He's gonna replace Hulkling as Amadeus Cho, and then still waiting on what's it called? The other one there, Iron Lad, which is a Kang variant.
I finally got my Ultimate Fallout 4 copy. I bought 5 short boxes, and it was in the short boxes. And I'm really, 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 really happy. I've been trying to get this for 3 years, and I just couldn't pay it. Yeah, I couldn't pay the price, bro. And I was like, it's going to come to me. It's going to come to me. I'm going to find it one day. And lo and behold, I found it one day. I bought 5 short boxes for $300. And that was in there. And I'm very happy. This also, this is a very, very inexpensive book right now. This is a great buy. The cover, I think this cover, it's good paper on this cover. A lot of these are 9/8. Go buy them. It is a great story. If you like, African American characters, yada yada yada. This is a fantastic little spec book. It's not expensive, so you're not paying a ton of money for it, but there's something here. Let's put it that way. It's a great book. And this is just awesome.
Yep, good stuff.
First, Sabretooth. Iron Fist, it's in really good shape. I'm saying it's probably a 6.5, maybe a 7, but probably a 6.5. But it is in very, very nice shape. So that's gonna go. That's gonna go as well. And that is I got obviously that unboxing from Whodat, and that stuff that I just showed was for my next CGC.
I'll be right back. I gotta check on my dog.
No worries. I like Templesmith's art, but some people hate his style. I like Templesmith's art. I think it's good. I just got the Son of Satan's first full appearance this week. Is it though, Matt? Or are you sure you did?
He's got 2 cameo appearances, and then he's got his full first appearance.
Is his first full appearance actually in Ghost Rider 2, or is it in?
No, the second cameo is Ghost Rider 2. First cameo is Marvel Spotlight.
That's right.
Then Ghost Rider 2. Then his first full appearance.
Marvel Spotlight.
A lot of keys that are ridiculous.
Marvel Spotlight 12 is his origin story and his first full appearance, supposedly. But there's in number 2 in Ghost Rider 2 he appears in more than one panel. He's just more in the background though. He's not it's a controversial subject, the first appearance of Son of Satan.
Yeah.
I don't think is the Son of Satan even a thing that much, or it's just is there some buzz for him or something?
They made a show a while ago.
Beside the fact that in the Marvel canon he created everything, like as far as Ghost Rider and this and that and the other, like he's a huge deal in demons and that part of Marvel. So he's a big deal.
Was that a retcon, or did out of the box was he the one that created it? Or do they say, let's just give this guy a lot of powers and try to make him something?
Stan Lee created him. Stan Lee wanted to add him into Marvel. I know he's a co-creator of them. He might not be full creator. He's co-created.
Aaron, are you still here? Can you see the monitor or no?
Yeah. Kind of. It's in the sun, but...
I got something to show you.
I would love to see it.
I'll even take it out of the plastic.
Is this the Free Key Louie?
No.
Okay.
I couldn't find that earlier, and I stopped trying because I give up a lot.
That's fair.
This is my first piece of Dark Horse art. Randy Bowen's Decapitator, purchased from another collector.
Oh, cool.
Look at that.
But this is the panel that made me
lovely. God, that's beautiful work.
That page is gorgeous, bro.
It looks like Nemesis from Resident Evil 3.
Oh, I love everything about that.
Yeah, Randy Bowen's Decapitator, and it even says that when you look the book up. But the other thing that I liked about it is it's got that Dark Horse Comics art board up in the right corner.
Oh, yeah.
That's really cool though. What is it? What's a comic called again? I'm gonna have to. I might actually.
Randy Bowen's Decapitator.
I might actually just go buy it because I like that panel that you just showed.
Yeah. But yeah,
what
there's
issue
4
is it?
issues of it. This is
well,
issue 1.
I'll get
Page 11.
That's great, dude.
So yeah, there we
Yeah.
have it. Yeah, that's a great panel right there.
So I have a question. What's the most you've spent on original art?
We don't talk about that. My wife.
You lost your mind, man.
My wife is in
TM
the
to
world.
answer that question. All of the stuff I get are prize winnings for free.
Oh shit! Nice.
That's a. You know what, Ackerman? You are a
Congratulations.
wise.
I'm just really lucky. Hashtag blessed.
I love all that mechanical stuff. It reminds me of Kirby.
Crucis.
Yes.
That's the trick.
These comics, they're not very expensive comics. I'm telling you right now, they're very cheap comics. But
You found it?
yeah, I'm looking it up on Cover Price. And Decapitator issue number 1, Dark Horse, January 1st,
I think
1980.
it's funny that it says Randy Bowen's Decapitator though, because isn't he the bust guy? Didn't he make those?
Yeah, he's
Bowen-
made a fortune on statues. Totally.
Yeah, the
It
statue
makes
guy.
sense. Look at his art. 'Cause
Bowen.
Look at that piece that Beckerman just showed. You can tell he would make a lot on statues. Like his detail is awesome, especially for monsters.
A friend of mine basically got to meet him and bought statues till hell wouldn't have it from him. A lot of these ones that were the variant statues and, 3 or 4s that he would make and things like that. The guy, I mean, he's very, very well to do, but he is a gifted artist, and creating all those, the statues and the maquettes and all that other stuff. It's and the fact that they made the maquettes so that people that didn't have as much space could still enjoy having statues. And I mean, I thought to myself, I said, that is so smart, because there are a lot of people, most people don't have the room to have, and they've got statues now that are 3-4 feet high, these things.
Yeah,
and
they're huge.
and you have to put them into cases, because if you leave them sitting out, can you imagine the dust that would get on that? And if you try to clean the dust, you bust it. I mean, that's just kind of the way. I mean, the investment in space and basically having something to encapsulate it and to view it. I mean, it's quite an expense and a process to actually do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not.
you have to dedicate an entire room to it, and it's just like, all right, you have to get the IKEA cases and all the rest. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah, issue 1's on the left there. That's the one I've got a page from. I haven't.
Well,
bought
there he
it
is,
yet,
right there
but
on
I'm
the.
going
Ooh, I
to.
like this. All 4 of those are good. I like number 2 is cool.
Yeah, the
Look
cover.
at the gal. That is what is going on there. Metropolis. looking.
Suddenly, there's going to be a spike in decapitation.
Decapitator's going up, baby.
Nothing like the ferret. Nothing like the ferret or canoe head. Forget it.
Well, Canoe Head, I'll give you. I don't know about the ferret yet. Jury's still out, but Canoe Head, that sounds just amazing.
That is so. She's amazing. Who is she?
Well, she was in the
She's
panel.
on
She was
this
the one that was
page I
working on it.
have.
Yeah,
Thank
she was
you.
right
Oh,
here.
is she in there too?
Yeah, right here.
Hold on, I'll get right to you.
Yeah,
She was bringing him to life.
What
Yep,
is
she was
what is her
bringing the guy
name?
to life.
Who is she?
I don't know. As in, because I really didn't know anything about this until. But there.
Sure
she
enough,
is,
there
like-
she. Yeah, there she
Yep.
is.
I mean,
And then she's up here as well, strapping him in there.
yeah, she's almost like Dr. Frankenstein and Bride.
She's like the Bride of Frankenstein.
Yeah,
Look at the
she got a very bride.
Well, it's clear
Frankenstein.
that's what she's riffing on with that hair.
robotic. Yeah. Well, her hair for sure.
Definite bride of Frankenstein. But that is
That is
decapitated.
so freaking cool. Look at that. I've never seen that.
Well, and this is the thing, like, I don't know, depending on your love of comics, where you like to go in comics, not everything has to be a banger. You can just get cool books.
If Alan's out there, he's already rushed to buy this, so he
Alan's
can
on it.
the
Exactly, yeah.
four step.
What
He already has it, whether he has it or not.
I have it. I think my copy is a 9.6 though. I'm pretty sure I have a 9.6. Alan, you have
Oh no, it's a 9.8. I didn't pay anything for. Okay.
You have a 3.0, Alan. Stop it.
He's in that same lottery that I'm winning all the time, where you don't pay for any of it.
Yeah.
I wish. Where do you get in that lottery? That's a good lottery.
For public consumption, Michael.
Steven put interest. I have to buy this.
It's
now.
a really big thing on Groupon, actually. I think.
I had a Groupon. Yeah, there.
Nice. Well, that's very cool. So that is Decapitator.
Yeah, actually, since TM asked about price, I did pay $100 for that. So.
That's not bad.
No, I was all right with
For a whole page. That's actually pretty good.
What are we doing these
Yeah,
days?
Like, I don't think a lot of people realize that like original art pieces are pretty obtainable. Like they're not that expensive like people think. There is expensive
I
ones,
mean,
but
it's
like
very volatile. I'll tell you that, TM.
Yeah.
Very much so.
It very much varies by who did it, what significance it was.
What characters appear on the page?
You
Well,
know,
you've
just
also
in the
got- you've
last
also
2
got-
years, I've watched Volume 1 New Warriors art. If it's a Bagley, you know, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, you could get New Warriors pages for around $250, Volume 1 Bagley art or no.
Yep.
And recently now they are selling in the 500 to 1,300 range, because Spider-Man collectors who can't get Bagley anymore are now going back and getting his earlier work.
Looking very stoic in your very nice glasses there, madam.
Well, she's committed to what she's doing. I can see.
I know she's on it. She looks very serious right now.
Well,
She's-
I gotta see you. I gotta be honest. I'm telling you, like,
Come on, they're just for show. We all know it. We all,
so I got
we all know it's just for show.
I don't really need them unless I want to see.
exactly.
Oh, I'm
there we go.
impressed. I like
What are you drawing?
This is my reference
That
material.
is the reference.
Emma.
There we go.
Ooh, hello,
Emma
Emma.
Frost.
That's
Nice.
not
That's a
Greg
good one.
Land. It's oh god, why am I blanking on the artist?
I almost said Greg Land myself.
Hello, nurse.
Poison Ivy.
No, it's gonna be Poison Ivy. Yeah.
The guy who did the Marvel
Nice.
cover.
That is some hot stuff right there.
That's what
I
I
like
do.
that.
Anybody have anything they want to show? Me Comics, how you doing? It's good to see you.
I was,
Anyone have
I was
anything they
gonna
need to
say real quick. I had a bout of deja vu yesterday,
Cool.
maybe, or whatever. I was reading solicits,
Nice.
and
Nice.
I saw
Very
the book announced for Harley Quinn and
Beautiful.
Elvira.
Yeah.
I thought that already existed for some reason. Like when I heard the announcement, I was like, didn't we already do this a few years back? Like I even, to the point where I thought Jimmy and Amanda were involved, which is what
wow.
this is. They had announced it at Comics Pro. Jimmy and Amanda are doing Elvira meets Harley Quinn. And I could have swore the book already existed.
Is there a Kickstarter, or is that just coming straight?
No, that's a DC made the announcement.
I think you're having deja vu.
Yeah,
I think-
it
I'm
must
just
be.
Unless, have you seen Jimmy and Amanda, and maybe they gave you like a little hint, and then a lot of time has passed?
Hey, Callie.
What I
Greg,
know
is it Greg Horn you're thinking of, Brad? Greg Horn.
That's who it was. That's
That
who it
is
was.
it. Yeah.
all I know is this: the prospect of
Hate this
Amanda
thing.
Connor doing Elvira is very, very nice. I think an Elvira cover, or a cover of Elvira, whether it's with Harley Quinn or not, would be cool, done by Amanda Connor, because she does really good work.
I agree. Like, and I just recently found out who like Amanda Connor is and what kind of art she does, and I'm just like, yeah, I really enjoy her art, especially when she does Harley.
That's cool.
Hello, YouTubians.
Hello.
Hey, Monty's here.
I could show stuff because my name is Boston Chris, and I pretend to sell comics.
Oh yeah, I love that. Yeah, here we go. Let's pretend it's a comic.
Hey, I'm gonna pop off. I'll see you guys.
Oh.
I'm gonna go eat lunch and take a nap.
All right,
Real
Beckerman.
hard-working stuff.
If Beckerman does not show back up for church, check him out on Tuesdays on the Hucklebuck, Thursdays on Sweet Chin Music with Papa Wheelie, Hucklebuck is with the Comic Book Viking, and of course here on Scooch. We love to have him.
You did a wonderful job for me. Thank you. You can be my publicist from now on.
I'm with you, buddy. I got you. I'm a Beckerman guy.
Thanks.
Cheers.
See you, Michael.
So yeah, so yesterday I was pretending to sell comics, and in my pretending, I just had a bunch of different stuff, and like this stack here, I pretended to sell these for $3 each, and
pretended to sell them for $3 each.
I was pretending to sell them for $3 each. So
Trust me, we were all pretending to sell comics last night.
Yeah, Red Sonja sketch, and then this sketch cover, I should say, Vampirella.
Thankfully, Callie actually bought comics off me because they were in his cart on eBay or something, and he was like, "Hey, those are in my cart. All right, I'll buy them from you."
Blade, Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
That's a nice Buffy. Where's Matt when you need him? I bet you Matt would buy that.
See, right there. Bring that Mighty Mouse back up. That Mighty Mouse is really good.
Oh, really? Because I was pretending to sell this twice yesterday, and they saw through my gag. They're like, "Oh, you're pretending. We know how this works."
Yeah.
You're not a real seller. You're just faking it.
Like that.
I don't hate that. That's cool. Slow it down, Boston. Slow it down. Except for that.
Oh, wait.
Except for that Scotty Young. You can go right past that.
No, I want to see that. That's
Like it?
nice.
$3.
Yeah, baby Black Panther.
Yeah, not my thing.
Was it?
And again, I stress that Scotty Young does good art. I know he does. And the art style that he uses, it's good for what it is. I just don't like it personally. It's not his. I know he's a great artist. I get it. Oh, Kid and Play. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, no, and then I had a bunch, and then my $5 stack was more. But
When Chris is done, Bleeker, I have something to show.
Of course, of course.
I mean, you can show them. I'm just pretending that I sell comics here.
He's just pretending to show stuff anyway. Don't worry about it.
I'll try to be quick on this. So
Yeah, take your time, brother.
So.
And these were all $5 a piece, Boston.
Yeah, these ones I was pretending to sell for $5.
So you're gonna still keep pretending to sell comics. So if people actually want to pretend to message you, you'll pretend message them back.
I mean, I can really message them back, yeah. But
Okay, I
it's
thought
like,
you were
I saw you pretending the other day, and what about turn that into something for real? Like, oh, yeah, we'll talk.
Oh, first Banshee.
Yeah, Silver Banshee on here, Michael Turner, was it Civil War?
I thought he looked really thin for a second, and then I realized the light was on the part of his body. I'm like, why is he so weirdly thin? Like, okay, never mind. It's just light.
Yep.
Oh,
Joe Disco versus Tosin.
I feel like I have that Black Panther book, but I have a different cover. I think I have a Loco variant. Jesus, Splash Page. The minute you get on here, I'm starting to talk like a
That's easy for you to say.
Give me that variant.
Oh, it's
contagious.
Hello, Monty.
It's a contagious thing. Hello there. How y'all doing?
I wanted to reach through the screen and grab you by the ear with all your. And the winner is. Oh, wait a minute! I gotta go and check my chilies. I gotta check my chilies. Oh, okay. Here it is. The winner is. Oh, look at that! There's some cobwebs up in the corner. I said, God, if you say that one more time, I'm gonna shoot you.
Oh, goodness. Serious.
I was really having fun with it.
I could tell you were, and everybody's on puns and noodles waiting.
Yeah, I was really enjoying myself. I was probably the only one enjoying myself, but yeah.
Hey, if you're giving something away of that nature, of that magnitude, you're certainly entitled to have as much fun vamping into it for sure. There's no doubt.
And as you can see behind me, I also pretend to sell books. Those books are all for sale.
I noticed there's one book that's not up there.
Yeah, it's not going to be up there, Monty. It's never going to be up there. Stephen, we're going to get right to you. I'm going to check on Rad first, see where he's at with his beautiful piece.
Boy, he changed the
He's
subject.
entered the inking phase. Look at that.
Look at
oh boy. That's really beautiful.
Beautiful. And madam, are you anywhere where you want to show some of your art yet, or are you just still working at it?
I'm applying pasties right now.
All right,
There we go.
Ooh, pasties. Nice.
Oh, wait a minute.
Like, look, I'm in the heavy duty work right now, so let's
Hold the phone.
Don't make me run and trip all the way across this warehouse.
Pasties. We got pasties.
No, I shouldn't have said that. Somebody get mad at me if they see that.
We got Bobby Delegato in the chat as well. Exit solo layout. That is madam. We got two awesome artists on the panel today, just drawn. You know,
I love that. I really, really love that. I think that it's live performance art and something I certainly can't do. Everyone has their own talents, and that's not one of mine, I can assure you.
And then, of course, we have the large mug, which is always a very big draw here at church. So thank you, Maki, for the large mug.
The large mug has a lovely comic book display, too. It's really magical.
I love it. I have it. Mine's still wrapped in plastic. It's such a great thing that the idea of me just spoiling it with coffee, now my story is this. I will tell my story. I'm lemon treeing here. You were talking about Greg Horn. Greg Horn at the years back, I think it was in 2016 or 16, I think. Anyway, he came to Portland, and one of my friends is a big Greg Horn fan. And he says, Greg Horn's going to be at the show.
Stephen, one second before you go any further.
Hey, everybody! An old man's talking.
Grandpa's the name. Did you know this tree dates back to frontier times? Wow. Shut up!
Get off my lawn.
You know, Steppo, I'm glad you're older than me.
Well, I'm glad to be. I'm glad I'm older than you, because the alternative is not being around to be anything, I guess. So, but anyway, so he says I gotta go. Greg Horn. I said, who's Greg Horn? Oh, his art is fantastic. So we go to the show, and we walk down Artist Alley, and there were artists on either side, and they were okay. But maybe one or two people in front of their booths. But then I got down to where Horn was, and he had this. If you've ever seen his display at cons, he's got this wall of posters of his artwork, and he's got. And they were like 4 deep to get to him. To get to the booth to buy stuff. So we worked our way up to it, and my friend said, "Is Greg around?" He says, "Well, he's busy right now." And so, okay, I just wanted to tell him how much I really loved his art, and I just really appreciated, loved to shake his hand. He says, well, he's busy. Rather terse and dismissive. And so I said, could I ask could he do a commission for me? And he looked at me, he says, well, let me ask him. So he was there. He went behind the thing, and then some time passed, he came back, he says, well, he's not really interested in doing that right now, but yeah. And I said, okay, what do you have for sale here? And I said, for original art, do you have any of his original art here? And he said, well, yeah, I have a couple pieces. And he had a Black Widow that was from a card set that he had done, and was the pencils of it, and it was in this thing. I said, how much is that? He said, $600. I said, okay, I'll take it. Now, I would like to ask, would he be available to do a commission? He says, let me check. He says, comes back, he says, yes. He says he would be interested in doing a commission. And so I said, all right, I'd like to have him do Harley Quinn, because at that point, Harley Quinn was the thing. He says, let me see. So he goes back again. This is quite a process. Then he comes back out and he says, you're going to have to provide the paper. And so I said, okay. I said, he doesn't have any paper? He says, if you want him to do it, you have to provide the paper. I said, okay. Well, just on the other side, another busy site was Neil Adams. And so I walked down, and I had just met Neil here in Vancouver, Washington, where I had him sign all those books, and I got to spend the afternoon with him, and I got to really get to know him and his wife, and it was really fun. So I went down, and he was in the midst of doing something and really talking with someone, and I asked his wife, I said, she said, hey, Steve, how are you? I said, fine. Listen, I was going to get a commission done. Could I have a piece of art paper? She said, sure. So she went over where Neil was, opened up his folder, took one of Neil's paper and gave it to me, 11 by 17. I took it down and I gave it to the guy. I said, there you go. And so then this was at about 10:30 in the morning. About 2:30 in the morning, he said, or 2:30 in the morning, 2:30 in the afternoon, I went back. I said, how's it coming? He said, hey, he says that, and by the way, I had given him $400 to do a piece right there at the top end. And the guy says, hey, Greg says that that's too big of a piece of paper. He didn't figure it had to be something that big. And so I gave him another couple $100 and I said, here, will this help? And so, yes, okay. So there's another 200 into him. And so he says, okay. He says he guesses he can do that. So then at the very end of the day, I go back and he says, yeah, he just finished it. He handed it to me. And I said, would it be possible, because my friend was still with me, I said, would it be possible for us just to say hi? We'd like to shake his hand. I'd like to thank him. He says, no, he's too busy. And I said, fair enough. And then he happened to come back. And I allowed his hell. I thought that was pretty shitty to not even come out and say hi after choking up whatever it was, $1,200.
Yeah, thanks for spending $2,000 on me. I'm not going to come out and meet you.
I thought that was, but it wasn't that I wanted to meet the guy, but my friend was so high on him that he wanted to meet him and it would have thrilled my friend. The answer was no, you can't. Well, anyway, Horn comes back about 3 months later to a different con in Portland, and there he is right behind the counter. And he comes up, he says, how you doing, guys, and all this stuff. And so we're both looking at each other, and then I told him the story of what happened, and he was absolutely, I said, do you remember? He says, I sure do. That I really liked that piece that I did for you. And I said, I said, but that's what happened. He says, God, I'm so sorry. And he couldn't have been nicer, shook our hands, spent some time with us. And it was very busy, but he took the time to really focus on us and stuff. So that's my Greg Horn story. And this is the piece.
So we
all have bad days.
Yes.
But Greg Horn has a bad rap. He's known for copying pornography. He's gotten caught tracing actual pornography for his
if you look at
characters.
his art, you can see, if you look at some of his art, you can see that's what it is. You can see that. Do you know who also did that somewhat? Matt Baker.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He used that as inspiration. Now, and if you look at his panel layouts and you look at how the girls are on his cover, in his pages, you will notice that there are certain more overt hips and thighs and things like that. And I had read that he had taken some inspiration. Now, I don't think he traced it, because I think his art is his own, but I think that he used that as an inspiration. But I had not heard that about Greg Horn.
Yeah, it's pretty well known.
His handler was later fired. Yeah, his handler sounds like he was a real dick to you, actually. That the handler that you met the first time with Greg Horn.
He was one of the merry men selling these posters hand over fist to these people. No one was looking at. There were only 2 pieces of original art. But the piece that I got, and this is it.
Oh, let me get rid of this for a second. There we go. That's
very cool. I like a lot of his work. Even if he used that for inspiration, that's very cool.
His what he did those Emma Frost covers that were just really pretty.
I have the prints. I actually have those prints from the con sitting over there, because I liked them too, but they are all kind of airbrushy and extremely fine. I mean, computerized. I'm assuming this all
looks that way. Yeah, it looks that way.
But in any event, that's my Greg Horn story, and it is a big image. So I didn't know what to expect on just pen and ink, but I'm pretty happy with the heart. As I said, This was part of my huge Harley extravaganza in 2014 is when it started, 2014 and 15. And I have a whole bunch of artists that basically did Harley Quinn for me. My first Linsner commission was at a convention in 2014 as well, which I actually have up on my wall. I had it framed and put on the wall, but that was the first Linsner commission I had, and it really turned out well. And he said, "I'm sorry I can't go any further." He said, but this is all the stuff I brought with me. And I'm going, oh my God, it's just, I mean, Linsner is, to me, is really something else. I have umpteen of his commissions by him. I looked at what Bruce Timm is charging for a commission, for commissioned work, and it's $7,000 and $8,000 that I'm seeing these originals for sale.
This is from when Stephen met Neil Adams, actually.
That was such a fun day. We were sitting together talking, and then he started. It was sort of nerdish talk was going on, which is what you get at comic stores. And there's this big line of people, and so he started to hum a song from a Merry Melody, and I made a study. I made it my mission as a child to as many Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies, and I studied them. Beautiful. And so I joined in singing with him. And so then all of a sudden he looked at me, and it was like he saw me for the first time. He reached out, he shook my hand, he says, "Steve, it's nice to meet you." And I said, "It's nice to meet you too, Neil." And so then we were cutting up, we were actually singing to the crowd Merry Melody cartoons, and quoting, going book and verse on that. And it was like the ice broke and stuff. It was just, I'll never forget it. It was really one of the most fun days ever.
I feel like Splash Page has some art that he wants to show. I think I see some
Oh,
art.
all right. Let me head back over there. I thought y'all were still.
Nice Strange Tales.
Yes, very nice Strange Tales.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Where am I at?
You're on the planet Mars.
Yeah, you're right there, buddy.
Oh, all right. I'm on the wrong. Sam,
Look
give
at
me
your
the-
15 different monitors.
Yeah, I was looking anyway. Yeah, this is some original art. I don't know if I can show this or not.
Well,
But-
sure, you do your best to, hide the
Well,
booby.
Well, she's covering it up.
All right, good enough. As long as
Almost.
she's covered it up. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Not too long, though. Beautiful. Yeah, perfect.
Then we got, you was talking about Harley Quinn.
Ooh.
Very nice. And who is the artist?
That one could go longer.
That one can go longer.
Yeah, she's not
I don't know. Can you make it out?
Yeah,
there you go.
Old Chim Cham. I remember him. All right.
It's
That's
Don
good.
Gardino.
And I got some more. I can't find them, but I'm looking for them. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, yeah, man. Great show offs today. Obviously, yeah.
Those are Wheelie's favorite subject.
I do not have any original art offhand. Oh, actually, that's not true. I probably have a couple pieces kicking around here somewhere. This is one of my first, when I started back drawing, I started drawing again, and I drew that guy. And I thought it was awesome. I actually like the zombies in the back, to be honest. It was meant to look a little rough, and I just like it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Thanks, brother.
Mexican Skull. Was that the death day for Between the Lines?
Yeah, it was. Absolutely.
Nice.
I missed that show because it really actually got me drawing again, and it gave you different ideas to draw, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, taking outside our comfort zone.
Yeah, things like that. And also, they had a good rapport, Roscoe and TM. TM's actually here with us, but they had a good rapport together.
I am.
I got a few more.
It was fun. We definitely changed it up a little bit. We were said to, like, if there was an award for it, like the longest opening to a show would be ours. Like before giving, like, we'd be like going 20 minutes before we'd bring our guest in.
Oh yeah, the hellos and all the things. Yeah, absolutely. What do we got? We got
The poor
Steven.
guest would be backstage like for 20 minutes. I'd be
Yeah,
like, dude, come like a half an hour
This
later.
this is the Greg Horn piece that I bought. This was the one that I bought from the card set.
Just like, yeah, we'll bring it off the table, basically, eh? That's cool.
Black Widow.
This was in a folder, and these were the pencils that he did for that image.
Very cool.
And that's this one. And then an artist by the name of Carl Kiesel. Are you familiar with Carl?
Not particularly, no.
He's big. Here is a Supergirl in Crypto that
Oh.
I had him do for me.
That's not Supergirl, that's
Power Girl.
Power Girl, yeah.
Power
Like,
Girl in Crypto.
Supergirl got endowed. Holy smokes, that's Superwoman. That is beautiful. Power Girl. There's something actually. I was just watching. There's actually like something to do with her boobs as a power. That circle in her costume.
No, she didn't, because she didn't know who she. I told you this story. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna tell it again.
yeah, no. It's fine.
There's an artist by the name of Nicole Brune who does some very, very lovely pieces. She'll do pencils and inks, and then what she does is she computerizes it, and then she'll color it in and do all this fancy stuff.
Mhm.
And she is here in the state of Oregon, and I had to drive. Susie and I drove down after she had finished a commission that I had set up. This is really, truly an amazing piece of pencil work.
Oh,
That's good.
look at just the detail.
Oh, yeah, that's
piece of
great.
wooden hammer.
Just beautiful.
Wow. It looks like she's shiny, for Pete's sake. Like, it looks like you could lick her leg.
She paid a lot of attention to the heels, and of course she had blood on the. And then I got a 1-of-1 print of a certain color scheme, which was the one I had asked for. And she has these on her website. This has become her Harley Quinn piece of choice when people are looking with the various commissions. So in any event, but I just, again, the amount of work that she did, and I got to have this is the piece of art that I bought. The other thing is, and I had the other one framed up, 1-of-1, and she signed it, but I didn't, I mean, the amount of work that she put, it took a while, obviously, for this, but and she's very, 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 very careful. Anyway, just some other stuff.
Very cool stuff, though. That's really nice art. I know you have a lot of art kicked around. Stephen does buy a fair bit of good girl art, especially. Did you find something else, Monty? I see you down there. What do you call it?
No, I'm making.
Are you spackling it shut?
I'm making.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay.
Making a mouse pad or something.
Making mouse pads. If you don't know, catch Splash Page. He's usually on Saturdays, but sometimes not because he works a lot, depending on his schedule. And he's always making cool stuff. He's got great backgrounds and sets and Halloween sets and Christmas sets and aliens and Spider-Man. He's a pretty awesome dude. So,
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
It's easy to say the truth, brother. Easy to say the truth. All right. Boom.
I got to do something while talking.
That's fair. That's fair.
Idle hands is the devil's work.
Wow. Yeah. There's something to be said about that. But I think it was just to scare kids to not touch themselves, right?
Well, I didn't go that direction, but
Give him a ball, Jesus.
whatever flips your bicycle rim.
Do they even know what a bicycle ring is, Monty?
These guys, maybe.
I doubt it sincerely.
a bicycle ring. Is that like you guys all get in a bicycle ring and fight each other? Is that what happens?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
It
Yes.
sounds like Thunderdome. I'm pretty sure. Everybody into the bicycle.
Aaron, it's coming along beautifully. Gosh, that looks great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Aaron, one of the best in the community. If you're not paying attention, he does take commissions.
I know.
Yep, Stepbo knows. Was bought some pieces of art. Aaron is also working on a cover for the comic project that Callie and I are working on right now, which will be on Kickstarter shortly enough, actually. So we're going to keep that rolling. Actual Dracula is the interior artist for that project, this first project that we're doing. We'll see where it goes next. And yeah, really looking forward to that coming out and being a real thing. I know it's a real thing already because the script is written. I'm just waiting on people to do art, and I think it's pretty awesome. So I'm pretty excited. Okay, Steven, I think the Kickstarter for Brian LCS is going right now. Go check out Kickstarter. The Doctor. Rad has a cover for the Doctor. So if you are into Rad's work and you want a professional cover, a cool thing, that kind of thing, go check out the Doctor. Or you can wait for Murder King, and he'll be having a cover there as well. Bobby Delgado, what's going on with that? What else is it? And I think
it's so hard to choose too, because like you have like so many great covers that are going to be there. So I can guarantee a lot of people are going to buy like all of the covers.
Yeah, man. That's the hope.
Just to have all of the artists.
That's the hope. Yeah, we've of course the Shift project, I believe, has ended. I believe that's closed now. They did reach their funding goals. I don't know if they cracked the 5,000 mark, but I know they reached their funding goal within a day, and they were close to 5,000 last I checked. They were a little less than 500 away. But the Shift project has ended, so that'll be cool. Can't wait till CJ's books come in the mail, and that whole crew, CJ, Tate Prime, all the guys. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I packed them.
Yeah, me too.
So did I.
Me too.
I had to back digitally. I had to back down from like the physical copy to digital just because of fun. So I was like, I hated it, but like I had to.
It all helps. It all helps.
It can be expensive, man. A lot of Kickstarter projects I notice are like it's more than paying for a comic book off the shelf at your local LCS. But that being said, they try to offer, and of course we're going to try and offer extra incentives. And you're helping somebody you know, you're helping a friend, you're helping somebody try and change their life a little bit. So that's all very important. So appreciate everybody that actually helps people in the community, man.
I also want to say that I consider that cover that Rad did for me of like it was a blank Aquaman cover, but he drew Animal Man on it. I'd show it right now, but the camera's not.
Yeah, no worries, brother.
I can take a picture and post it. Actually, it's on my IG and my pinned. But he drew that Animal Man for me, so I consider that being Rad's first cover.
Nice. First and best, and should have stopped there, right? You should have
Even the ones that he probably did before that, those don't count.
Bobby Delgado gets it. Bicycle circle. 2 bikes enter, 1 trike leaves. Da 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 da. That is looking so good, buddy.
Thank you.
That is looking so good. All right. Very cool. Yeah, a lot of thankfulness. Very happy. You can check out, of course, I've been making music videos. I'll probably make another one sometime tomorrow. Check out the YouTube, watch the music stuff. We would really appreciate when we do have a Bandit Brothers auction, though. If you know buyers, people that actually are buying comics, we love having everybody hang out. But if you know anybody that buys comics, please send them our way. That would be awesome. If you just want to hang out, that's cool too. But buyers would be good. Last night we hung out and didn't really sell too much, but it was still a fun time.
Well, I think if you are in the public eye, with a little more regularity that would help you. And by the way, you were up against 2 other auctions last night.
Yeah.
You were up against Beta Ray Bill, or Beta Ray Jim, and also up against Strictly Affordable Auctions. You were up against 2 other auctions on
Yeah.
top of everything else that was fiddler crabbing for our attention.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it was.
You're not wrong, Stephen. Madam, how about showing us some of your beautiful artwork? If she's like, no, F off, I don't want to show it right now. I said, how,
so far?
I said, how about showing us some of your beautiful artwork?
Okay. All right. Just let me fix one thing.
All right, we're fixing stuff. That is Madam. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, it's going along real good.
Just banging it out there. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, there it is.
Looks good.
Anyway.
Very nice.
Thank you.
I was at
Very difficult pose.
Yeah.
Let's copy on this one.
Getting them legs right is hard in that pose.
Me
What is she
says you ink quickly, Rad.
What's she holding in that? Is she holding like a batarang or something?
It looks like a reefer.
She's holding, she's holding a big reefer. You know, she's actually holding her hair. I had decided.
Oh, okay. It looked like a cigarette. I couldn't tell if it was a cigarette or something.
It's just her hair flowing around. You know.
I did.
And then I didn't
like-
put a lighter in this hand here.
Oh no, you don't have to do that. I just like that she's just sitting there because I was like, all right. I figured like because Emma Frost holding the card. I'm like, all right, well, then maybe she's holding the batarang. Just like, you know what, Batman had enough of you and your shit.
I like her tummy. I don't know. She's got a nice little tummy. It's
She
cute.
does a lot of
Thank
sit-ups.
you.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll get you out of here. Sorry. I started reading comments and then forgot you were there. There we go.
Yeah. I mean, ugh.
Boss.
I could pretend to start some more comics if I want.
Yeah, yes. Why don't you pretend to sell some more comics?
All right. Well, actually, for all you wonderful artists out there who have decided,
Did that guy end up getting a hold of you for those, or no?
not yet. I mean, I have his stuff to the side. I don't know what's going on, so I'm just not trying to I give everybody like some time and then I'll talk.
Yeah, within a couple of days. After a couple of days, he hasn't contacted you. We just got to remember. We just got to remember his name so we don't allow him back in the to purchase anything anymore.
Yeah.
People like that get kicked out pretty quickly.
Yeah. So I have some blanks for all you wonderful artists out there if you like blanks.
Blanks.
Yeah. So first one is an Iron Fist, the living weapon.
What's
So
blanks, Precious? Ooh, Iron Fist.
Yeah, I was
Ooh,
pretending $5.
excellent background noise on that book.
I like Iron Fist.
Ant-Man. Yeah, so that's
Not enough Iron Fist in the series. They were too much of the guy and not enough Iron Fist.
and then this one.
Yeah, the
actually
TV show was a letdown.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Stepo.
This one.
Well, that's the same thing that we all felt about Moon Knight as well, right? Like it was a decent.
Yeah, not enough Moon Knight.
Yeah, decent enough show, but not enough Moon Knight. By far, not enough Moon Knight. What did we get Moon Knight for 20 minutes out of the entire show? It was like, come on, guys. I don't even know if we got 20 minutes really of Moon Knight. Hold on 1 second, boss, and I'm gonna add this little shitbag to the stage.
Well, that can only be one person.
There you go. Papa Willie, how you doing?
Hi,
buddy?
Papa.
It's good to see you. I hope you're feeling better today. Papa Wheelie was on the Band of Brothers auction last night for a
No,
moment.
I assume that he is. I just don't know if he just didn't get around to message. It was just fine. I'm not, I'm not pressing anybody on anything. So, but yeah, this is Thundercats, and it's got the Eye of Thundera there, so you can, I would say, like, for me, if I was going to do an idea on this, I would say you could do like a jam piece of the different characters around the eye, the different, Thundercats, and then the blank is completely, the back is completely blank. So I would, if I was an artist and I was going to do that, I would probably put what's the name, Mumra on the back and do like a double cover. But I'm not the artist. I'm just somebody who's pretending to sell books. So those are all $5 if anyone likes.
You know what, Bossy? You're doing a great job pretending to sell books.
I try, and pretending is something I got good at as a kid. So I always pretend.
Man, nothing wrong with that.
Is how I got my imagination so far.
What's the verdict on the Captain America movie?
I liked it. I didn't think. I mean, I liked it for what it was. I don't think that it was a masterpiece. I just think that it was good for what it was. It wasn't. It wasn't. It's meant to set up other things. So that's I think one thing that some people can kind of take into it. But I liked it. There was some funny things. There was some things that were kind of funny, like just overly done. Where it's like really. I mean, like there's one ambush in the movie. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. There's an ambush, and Sam Wilson magically gets out, but there's no way he would have escaped. So I laughed when I saw him pop around. I was like, wow, okay. I was like,
well,
I mean,
I heard it was like a mid-tier movie. Like a lot of people, like there are some of our friends that gave it a really bad grade. But
yeah, I've heard it just trashed.
But I heard basically it was about a 5 out of 10, like a mid-tier movie. Like it's okay.
There's a lot of wasted potential, but they did tie up a lot of loose ends that was hanging around Marvel for like 10 years.
Well,
when they do stuff like that, the movie should just have a movie stand on its own as a good movie. Don't try to build 5 or 6 more movies and all that other stuff. It's too much.
And the problem is they did so many rewrites. You could really tell, like they're like, oh, they added this. Oh, they like something was taken away, something was added.
Well, we need a joke here.
Yeah, stupid shit.
Also, the marketing was terrible. They, by highlighting a certain character in their marketing, making it seem like that character was in it more than that they were, is kind of bad. A lot of people did not like that.
Who was the character?
Red Hulk.
Red Hulk.
Everybody wanted to
see Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
they couldn't pay him enough.
Well, geez, Louise. He's also 90 years old. Leave the poor guy alone. Oh my God! Stop bugging Harrison Ford. Let Han Solo retire. Jeez.
104.
Right. Me is 100% right.
No, man. He took the job. Like, he could say no.
I know, but he's not.
I agree with you.
He likes money. Nobody says no to money.
Like, he's doing Shrinking, which he's doing a fantastic job on that show.
He's good. He's a great.
I don't think he really needs the money. Like,
he does not need the money.
I don't care about any of that part of things. But like me, 100% hit it on the head. That's 100% the actual accurate truth. Is that everybody expects Endgame? Still, it's just like, get the fuck over it. You're not getting it right away. It's not happening. Stop trying to it ain't Endgame. That attitude has to die. I'm sorry, but it's just so stupid. It's just like, it took 10 years to build Endgame. You're not getting Endgame every movie from them. Because I mean, if they made a movie that high quality every single time out, they would lose money, because eventually people would be like, oh, so this is the standard. The bar's
I
up
think
here.
that's going to hurt Secret Wars. Everybody thinks Secret Wars is going to be the next Endgame, and it's just like, you guys are setting real high expectations.
Exactly, and that's the thing.
Setting yourself up for disappointment.
Well, if it is great. If it's not, okay. But like, and that's the thing too. People like that. That's where everybody's attitude has to kind of come down from. Just because something isn't Endgame or isn't Endgame level doesn't mean it's bad. It doesn't mean it's bad.
I don't need it to be Endgame level, Boston. What I need it to be is coherent writing, a good story with some fun bits in and about it, and maybe a little bit of where I'm going, oh no, the hero! Oh no! Oh my God, the hero! Yay!
Yeah,
that's
you are so old school, Bleeker.
No,
Boy, get with the program,
like
will
you?
you?
Don't want to hear it because it's just not Endgame. That's.
I know.
But a good movie, a good movie is a good movie is a good movie.
Exactly.
And until it's not, though, and that's the thing. Until it's not, because until people are so spoiled that they can't recognize a good movie because
that's the truth. That's true.
Right? So you all right?
Hi, K-pop.
I use dating as a reference. You're out there, you're dating girls and this and that, or dating men, whatever, right? The one person that you've always wanted to be with decides they want to be with you, right? And yeah, they're pretty and this and that. And then after that, let's say relationship ends badly, relationship ends. You can't get over that one person that you pine over forever. That's exactly what's going on. Is that they cannot get over the fact that, oh, she left me, it's over, it's done. Oh, he left me, I can't. That's exactly how it goes. And it's like, no, you've had many other good partners since then, but you just can't appreciate them because of this. Is it their fault? Are they wrong people? Are they bad people? No, they're not bad people. It's just you got a fucking fetish or a hang up that you can't get over.
No, Thor Love and Thunder was a bad person.
Thor Love and Thunder was not that bad in terms of everything. Like if you really look at the story, if you look at the whole thing, he had no purpose going in.
And I am.
That gave him purpose again. Like that. Like
Chris, are you a Marvel homer? Are you a Marvel homer?
I just look at it whereas it's like if you look at if you really look past the story, because what killed that movie more than anything anyone saw was the fact that the marketing sucked. Look at Gore, he looks stupid. Oh, there wasn't enough Gore, there wasn't enough this and that. Look at the story. I mean, there was some stupid shit to it, but the core story itself, the core of what it was
Jane Foster dying through that whole movie?
Well, they didn't get into that part of the story because why bother writing a great story for?
They did though. They did like kind of show it because like Hammer, they showed her gradually getting sick and that and stuff, but they did like blew past it. Like they just sort of like,
oh my god, how many times do I got? If you want to show like, okay, Disney, you're a woke organization, we get it, and I hate using that term, but you want to show something, a woman's rights, and make the Jane Foster Thor just do that story. It's a great story, and it's heroic, and it's everything you need in a woman being awesome. It's like, yes, I'm a woman, hear me roar. It was built in. They don't have to add things. They don't have to like, you know, whatever, go with the flow of what movies are doing these days. It was already there.
They didn't need Korg's the whole thing where like he finds a mate like that. You didn't need. I can give you that. Oh. The stupid goats that like you know like you didn't need that.
Didn't need that.
I thought that was funny. I thought that was hilarious.
It was funny, but then they overplayed it.
It was funny for like 2 seconds, and then like when it just kept happening, it's like,
when they continued it, that's what the problem was.
Exactly, like, they completely wasted the Jane Foster cancer story, and I hate them for that. They also, and I know they wouldn't do this because I think TM and I talked about it the other day. Gore the God Butcher, that actual story, it would have to be rated R for it to be any good.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Disney would do that.
Where you run into issues, or where you will run into issues, is even though it's mythology and stuff like that, you're gonna run into issues with other countries being like, well, I don't like that. Like you can't just be killing off shit. Like just think about it. If they had done it, they run through like if they run through all the Hindu gods and start killing them, like you're gonna offend Indians.
See you, madam.
Chinese gods and everything else.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. So I mean, like you have to be careful with that thing. You kind of
Adam, have a great rest of your day.
Yep, bye. But I mean, when it comes to, you know, like just in general, if you look at the story as a whole, like it made sense to me. Like I'm just looking at it from Thor's point of view. Thor, you know, what was he gotten fat? He didn't want to do anything anymore, and then at the end of it, he ends up having a purpose. Like the little girl that like you know, Thor, Gore's daughter ends up being the reason that he can kind of, you know, move on and actually have a purpose again. Like that part of things.
And I hate arguing about these movies because they're not real, and I get it, they're not real. But all of a sudden, all of the kids of Asgard have Thor-like powers, and they are kick-ass warriors. None of them have picked up a bow and arrow. None of them fight, and all of a sudden they can fight demon dogs. They're like, no, man, we're Thor-powered kids. We can do anything. It's ridiculous.
Well, no, the thing, I mean, that didn't bother me as much as other things. It's just like what bothered me was like
you're a homer.
The Zeus, the Zeus lightning bolt thing bugged me because I'm like, well, what the fuck? Like you just picked this, so now you just know how to use it. And then the fact that he was giving, because they have the Odin Force. So
it's all real, you know.
I know.
But it's like, I know he could do it, but it was just like,
the fact that they made Zeus
that way.
Zeus.
If 2 movies, it could have been fine.
They picked a gladiator to play Zeus, and they made him hilarious. They made Zeus funny, the leader of the gods. They're like, like, get the hell out of here.
Chris, I got a question for you. In your opinion, what is the worst Marvel MCU film?
I would say between Eternals and Iron Man 3.
Iron Man 3 was really bad.
the way they did Mandarin really like. I mean, people have forgiven it and they like he's funny and this Ben Kingsley is funny, but like
I agree,
the way,
Callie.
the way that they had marketed it and put it like, oh, we're getting the Mandarin, it's gonna be cool. And like I was right, I was in, and I loved the speeches that he was giving in the beginning. I was like, oh, this guy's gonna be like, like he's gonna be a like real legitimate threat. And then all of a sudden, like, no, he's just an actor. Like that drove me nuts. It was kind of a like Iron Man 3. I was not really a fan. Actually, Iron Man 2 wasn't all that great either. But
No,
Iron Man,
I didn't like Fat Thor. I really, that's the one that just I just didn't dig it.
I thought it was funny at first. I was like, okay, it's funny, but I was like, it's not what I want to see. It's
Not
just,
very godlike. You were saying
No.
this. Let our gods be gods.
Yeah.
Don't turn him into a jerk.
Yeah, stop making them
and a whiner.
Yeah.
That ain't heroic. And they say, well, now he's progressing. He's going from there, and now he's coming back. And yeah, I don't want that.
Well, the
I
thing
want to
I
have the
love-
guy come in and do. Ragnarok to me was absolutely spectacular. I love that movie. Just the right amount of levity, and the scene where him coming in with the immigrant song, and he's spinning the hammer and knocking all those guys out and stuff. Come on, that is it.
Ragnarok was actually a very good movie, and
I love it.
It started the levity, it started the humor, but it was a good mix. It was a very good mix. Of humor.
It was judiciously applied. It wasn't a formula.
Yeah.
And then they had to say joke, and then the next movie say time for a joke, time for a joke, time for a joke, time for a joke. You
I
don't
also
put
wanna
a
say to
joke in
Bobby-
unless it works.
Bobby,
Actually-
like I think we're too hard on Thor Dark World. Like I think like
We
it
have
is better than
expectations.
a lot of movies that have come after it. Like if you go back and watch Thor 2, it's not that bad of a movie compared to like other movies. Like I would have to say the new, like, because I've rewatched the
I
Marvel
would love
movies.
to see that, Kelly.
But Captain Marvel is not good.
No,
Like
not really.
it's really, and I would have to say that is the one that's on the bottom for me.
Oh, it's by far the worst.
I would also say that if you're gonna like Captain America, his movies in the grand scheme of thing were the best. Like as far as a character goes, his movies are the best. Captain America 1.
They progressively get better.
Captain America.
Actually, no. I would say Winter Soldier over
Captain
Civil
America
War.
Winter Soldier was a fun, great movie.
Yeah.
I think what they
Excuse
did
me,
is-
Aaron. May I have color?
Yes.
Thank you. I mean, give me the whole hog, and if you would, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead.
No
They-
worries.
I mean, part of their problem that they had is that like they rushed certain characters. Like, like Captain Marvel was 100% rushed. Not so much her movie. I'm just saying as a character. Like they brought her in out of nowhere. Like because
Could have been great, and she ruined it.
Yeah, but didn't she do some? Didn't she?
to deal with. Like they didn't really give her much of anything. Like, it was
Hold
just,
on, though.
okay,
Didn't she say some things in like she got like
She called it crap, and then she said, "Look at this
Yeah.
costume they want me to wear." Well,
Yeah.
what do you think you're
Yeah.
gonna wear in a
She
movie
said
like
things
that?
in the thing. and
I
people
would
got-
argue too. People are like, "Oh, it made $1 billion and stuff." That's because it was the movie like right after, not Endgame, but why can't I think of the name of it?
I like Black Widow too.
The fourth Avengers movie. Like it came out right after that, so people were like, "Oh my god, we need to know what happened," because that end credit scene it shows a Captain Marvel distress signal. So we all
Yes.
got to go watch the
Yeah.
movie. So
Well, that's-
it made $1 billion because of that reason, but doesn't mean it was good.
Well, that's
Well,
what I mean. It was rushed
yeah.
because it was like there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing really to it. And it's just like okay, so like like I wasn't
I like
like
Black
I'm not
Widow.
one of these people that's like, oh, a woman could never beat a man in anything. Go. I mean, like there's strong women in this world. Like that's the way it is. There's weak men in this world. That's the way it is too. The thing is that like it just kind of made it weird. Where it's like it was a little bit effortless for her to kind of come in and just start beating up on Thanos, and I was like, well, what the fuck is this? Like, this is a little bit too.
But that's the Marvel Disney way, though. Whenever they introduce a female character, she has to
the Marvel
yes,
Disney way.
yes,
Like they didn't.
she has to belittle the old male characters. They did the same thing in She-Hulk. She-Hulk's the best, and Bruce sucks, and everyone else.
I think that,
they do it with every female character. They do it, and it's fine. I get the what they do, but it's like, it's a little tropey and it's a little boring.
I don't think that it's necessarily all of that specifically. I just think with her, like when she came on, they just rushed her into it. Whereas it's like, because it was like, I mean, if you wanted to make her be something like they could have spread her out over a couple more movies. Or be in the movie, because like, what the fuck difference does it make whether she shows up or not? Like they already had set up in I think in Endgame, sorry, not Endgame, in Infinity War, that Scarlet Witch was very strong, and that she probably could be able to do some damage to Thanos if she really wanted to. And then the second she came back and saw him, she's like, you took everything from me, and she starts ripping him apart. I'm like, okay, so she's strong enough to try to rip him apart right now. I was like, so you really didn't need Captain Marvel. Like, you could have had.
Yeah, Scarlet Witch is on par. She could actually fight Thanos, especially in that world. She could absolutely fight Thanos.
Oh man, I would have to say, like, that was such a badass scene too. It was so good.
Scarlet Witch was great. That girl that plays Scarlet Witch, wow, she did a great job.
She did a great job.
I want to see her
twin.
Yeah, I want to.
I just feel like I still honestly feel like she's unnecessary in that. Like it's one of those things where like I can point out in a few different movies like different scenes where you just feel like where I kind of root for the bad. Like I kind of wish the bad guy won a little bit more.
I can't tell if you're an apologist or a homer. I can't.
I'm not apologizing for anything. I'm saying that Captain Marvel shouldn't have been in those movies. I don't think that she belonged in any of those, really. I think you could have told a different and better story without her being there. I think that when it comes to her scene coming in, like when I see her just rip through the ship and everything, I'm like, all right, well this is stupid, just because she doesn't this is weak in the way that you're doing.
I have always said that in that movie, when Captain Marvel flies up and finds Iron Man, that should have been Silver Surfer and leaning over his board, looking in the window, and then all of a sudden the ship ends back up on Earth and he flies off.
But that's
Bleeker said it. They didn't have the rights.
They didn't have the rights to Silver Surfer. That's the reason the Hulk crashed.
Well, then a silver globe with an outline of something that looked like it.
Yeah, that's the reason. That's the reason the Hulk.
I'm sure unknowing viewers would be like, "Oh, look, a silver blob. What is that?"
That's the reason the Hulk crashed through Doctor Strange's apartment.
Yeah, and that should have been Silver Surfer too.
Yeah,
I will say,
and then
Captain Marvel.
Fox would end up owning Disney at that point. The big excuse us, you're using our characters
now.
Yeah. Ching, ching.
I will say Captain Marvel in Endgame was good. I will admit that, like, she was like, all of a sudden Thanos just decides to punch her, and then it's just like she's just standing there, like that was pretty sick scene. And I will say, like, when Thor just walks up to her and like she just stands there, he's like, "Ugh, I like her." Like that was good.
She didn't need to be in the like they overdid her. And I'm not saying that she couldn't have come in and been strong, but at least if you establish her as being strong before that point, it makes a little bit more sense. But no, she just came in and just wrecked everything. And it's the same thing I'll say like in Return of the King, right? When Aragorn comes with a ghost army, it's like, all right, so this like the whole fight is over. Like there's no need to. I mean, literally. If he was smart, Gimli was the only smart one when it came down to it. So like they used them, they destroyed all the orcs, and I mean instantly. They're how is the orcs gonna fight ghosts? They can't. So they get decimated.
Wait a minute. When was the orcs in Avengers Endgame?
I'm talking about.
We've changed channels here.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
It's a situation where you have this. The good guys have this. It's the last ditch effort. Like they're up against the ropes. What can you? Okay. Here's this basically like just this unstoppable force that just kind of comes out of nowhere, wipes out all the bad guys that and then there's nothing you can do about it. It's just like, okay, so that's just it. Like you just kind of write this thing in where it's like it's just unstoppable and good's just gonna win. And that's kind of like how Captain Marvel was And it just was a little bit too much, at least for me. I'm like, you know what, you kind of have to just kind of tamp that down a little bit and at least make it so that you do have a chance. And then even better with that was that, you know, when the ghost like, oh well, you know, free us and this and that, and Gimli's like, no, we should use these guys to go to Mount Doom real quick and get the ring. And
Brie Larson was just the biggest problem with Miss Marvel. Like, Brie Larson is not a good actor. I don't like the way she portrayed her.
I don't mind. I mean, it was hard to tell in Endgame because she really didn't.
She's not likable.
I don't think she's not likable. Like I don't mind her in other stuff. I just, you know, I think that the only other thing that I had seen her in up to that point was Scott Pilgrim, and I really didn't know a lot about Scott Pilgrim at all. I just watched the movie and she was.
Well, again, she went through some bad publicity because she was very unlikable. It's the same thing that's going on with the girl that's doing Snow White right now. Everybody hates that girl.
You know, when she flew in and flew through the ship, a tear came to this old man's eye.
Well, I didn't have a tear. I just thought it was.
Did you think she was dead?
No, I was like, hell yeah, and it begins.
Hell yeah, she's gone. And a little.
No, I liked it. I liked it. I liked it.
I just thought she was too powerful. I thought they made her way too powerful to come in and like
Captain Marvel, the original, was very powerful.
She is powerful, and it's hard to write a character. It's like writing Superman. You have to take them out of the equation half the time, otherwise the story would be over in 2 seconds. So it's very difficult to have a powerful character like that written into an equation like that.
But the thing too is that like in the Captain Marvel movie, like I felt like they gave her too much too quick too, because it's like she went from being Captain Marvel to like, oh, she's got the special thing, and then like they basically made her Captain Marvel, then like a binary like character where she's got extra power that makes her even stronger. I was like, wait a minute, so now she's binary too? Like, what the hell? I was like,
well,
so
Thor has that too. Thor has that too. Thor also has that extra power.
But they didn't do it right away. It took like Thor had some time to build up. Like Thor wasn't just like, you know, just wrecking people right from the get go.
Well, they still haven't done it. I mean, there was only one.
Hey man, let's just be thankful Mickey Mouse isn't in Star Wars right now, or he's like, let's just be thankful that Disney's still making half decent movies, I guess.
Well, there was only one mention. There was only one mention in his power belt, and that was in Avengers when they were loading up the Avengers building, and they asked him if he got Thor's belt, and that's his power belt. It makes him go berserker.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, like that's a little Easter egg that they're gonna throw in there. And like I said, like I like these movies. I do have, you know, no problem with them. I mean, I can point things out. Like, so just demonstrating that I'm not just like, oh, like I 100% everything they do is great. No, I mean, but I appreciate that these movies are coming out.
Yeah, me too, brother.
Not as bad as they used to be. Like, I mean, you go back and watch some of the movies. Like, all you have to do is go back to the 90s. Anything that was like, you know, video game or like a lot of the different comic book movies that they had made. Some of them are really bad. I mean, really
Except
bad.
Mario Brothers.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah, that Mario Brothers movie sticks out hard because that's a bad movie. The Doom movie was bad. You know, I mean, there was a whole bunch of movies that were just terrible.
We can all be armchair quarterbacks over all the movies and everything.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is, if it brings in the money, that's what they're going to keep doing.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of them bringing in the movies, and people still going back, and they can sit at the house and be an armchair quarterback. But hey, if they're winning, they're going to keep doing it.
That's why Captain Marvel technically got a sequel, is because it made $1 billion. And same with Aquaman, the first Aquaman movie made $1 billion, so it got a sequel.
And they're still all profiting.
I say the same thing to everybody that, you know, says this, that, and the other. Until you make a comic book, you know, you get a lot of armchair quarterbacks, but you got to make one.
Well, they wanted to get away from the books. They wanted to get away from the books to bring a new audience in to tell a whole new story and everything. Because all these stories in the comic books people have read and they've seen it. Would you go to a movie if it was exactly like the comic books?
Yeah.
No, because you read the comic book and say,
Absolutely. I'd love to see it in live action. I'd like to see Doctor Strange doing stuff with Baron Mordo. I'd like to see all of that stuff. That's precisely what I want. I want it done correctly, and I want it to be true to the characters. All of this namby-pamby, all this worrying, and all this other crap they put in there, screw that. Every time they mess with it, they cause a problem.
But the
But that's the same
suspense
thing
of
with
the
all
movie, you know how it's going to turn out if it's going
I
to be exactly.
do you
Well, we know
have
how it's gonna
okay?
turn.
That's just me then, because I am a purist on this. If you're going to play it straight. Have it be good writing, good acting, and well directed, enough special effects to make it go.
I don't
That's what I
mind them.
want.
I don't mind them
I
grounding.
agree with that. I
I
agree
think the
with that.
closer they stay to the source material, the more successful it will be, because that's what made it
Amen.
success in the beginning.
Amen.
Don't get me wrong, I don't mind them grounding some things. I felt like the MCU was very grounded in the beginning. Like the first bunch of movies that came out, they put them together very well. So I was grounded in that universe. But
I agree with Callie that the first Captain America was wonderful.
It was so good.
Hell, I like the first Wonder Woman. I thought that was a great one too.
Doctor Strange is underrated. Nobody talks
I
about
love
Doctor
Doctor
Strange,
Strange.
but
It
I
was
think it was
great.
one of the best.
The
He's
first
excellent.
Wonder Woman movie was not as good as everybody makes it out to be. Everybody keeps saying that shit. Like you were giving something that was let's see, presentable. But amongst all the shit they were putting out, that's why everyone's like, "Oh, Wonder Woman is so good." Like, no, it wasn't. It was okay. Okay, that was it.
In your opinion,
a lot. I
Yes,
loved Wonder Woman.
absolutely.
1.
I'll
Did
say
not
that.
like
In
Wonder
my
Woman
opinion, it
2.
was okay. I just think that, and honestly, I would love for someone to be able to say why you can't put, movies exactly, from what they're adapted to. I don't know why they did it. I mean, every book that you've ever seen turned into a movie, there's always something different. Like, for instance, I mean, even the first Conan movie, I will say that, like, I loved Conan the Barbarian, but apparently, it took me I didn't know until, like, years and years later that Thulsa Doom was a Kull the Conqueror villain, not a Conan villain. So I was like, oh wow, I didn't know that. And like, yeah, they never even met in the books and nothing like that. Like, it was completely different. They just kind of took this character and put it in with this thing, and there you go. And it's just like, but and my question would be, but why? Like why? Like would it make it a better story, or would it not make it a better story? And I guess like
Tulsa Doom had a bigger name. That would be the reason for that. Yeah.
Well, but then I guess in the Destroyer movie, the sorcerer that he kills, that turns that big ape and everything, is more of a Thulsa Doom like character from the actual essence of him. That's basically more of a Thulsa Doom thing than anything else. And I'm like, okay. Like,
Thor Dark World was very comic accurate with Malekith and everything. It was very accurate.
I don't mind them changing a few things. It's never bothered me that a little thing is changed here, a little thing is changed here. And I get that they can't use all the characters they're supposed to use because they don't have all the rights to this and all the rights to that. I don't know. Would it have been fun to see the Infinity Gauntlet with everybody in space with Silver Surfer, Thanos' brother, would that have been like?
I think Marvel shines the most with their ground level stuff, like Daredevil, Punisher, those shows. I think they just, I don't know. I think they do better with Marvel than
they're well written and well acted.
And when you talk about movies, you're going to have to bring in Watchmen because the end of that's changed. Most of the movie is pretty accurate to the book.
Well, they couldn't have a giant octopus.
No.
They couldn't have Cthulhu come into New York City, I guess.
Why not? You could have
First,
Cthulhu.
they've done it.
Plenty of
They've
room
done
for
it more than once.
I can't even say his name, but there's plenty of room for him in there. We welcome Cthulhu. Come down and destroy
Come,
the system.
Cthulhu, come!
Come on, Cthulhu, get on in here. So I don't know.
I will argue that one show that everybody hated at the time, but I actually really enjoyed it till the end and stuff, was Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It gets too much hate, in my opinion.
I thought it was alright. I think people were looking for my friends.
I like Quake.
Got mad at it. They were looking for like movie accurate, not movie, but movie style like special effects. I'm like, dude, it's a TV show. They don't get that kind of budget.
Yeah,
Like, even
yeah,
though
especially
they're putting on
like
good.
when it introduced like the LMDs and the what if scenario where they were in like a what if kind of world. That was really cool. I loved it. It was probably my favorite seasons. Plus, when they brought in Robbie Reyes into the show, that was a good season too for when they had Ghost Rider in it. It's not like the Ghost Rider that everybody wanted, but it was still a pretty good Ghost Rider.
I like
I agree with you.
pretty sure Sin City has probably been the most comic book accurate movie of all time. Because
It's very accurate.
it's basically watching the comic on the screen. So that's, you know,
It was great. It was
Yeah, I
just
like-
really good.
I like that. The sad part about that movie was that they waited too long to make a sequel for it, and then unfortunately, like Brittany Murphy died, and I guess she's like in the other stories that they would have made, she had a bigger she would have had a bigger role and been a bigger part of it, and because she died, they had to turn some things around and everything. So that's why they had to make those changes. But I also say that the first one though, like I have no problem with it, and again, my friends that aren't into comics and stuff like that, like they didn't like Mav's character was like, oh, these dames and this and that. It's like, so what are we in the 1930s dames and this? And I was like, I just like the movie. I think the movie was fun.
they obviously they don't know the world that they're supposed to be living in, right? They didn't really establish we live in like a 1930s but like right now world.
I think the comic itself isn't even like, in the comic, like they're not that old. It's just like this guy just talks old timey. Okay, fine. But they're in kind of like a modern spot. But it's just like
It's kind of modern. It's like 1985 or something all the time in Sin City.
And it was just like, and everybody talk with I can understand like him not he's like, oh, you got a bum ticker and like, okay, you're talking like you're from like 1931. Like I understand where that's coming from. And I get it. Like he wanted to make, a noir type world and use that old timey type talk in a 1980s, going into the 90s type story. Like I get it. But overall, though, the movie was done well. Like I actually enjoyed it a lot. And the only thing that they toned down, I think, in that was some of the nudity and violence.
Yeah.
Because because Nancy when she's doing her rope thing, she's supposed to be topless and naked and jumping around, and they didn't do that.
My God, I don't know if I could have handled that. She was very.
Oh, no. Jessica Alba had no shirt on doing that.
Oh my God!
It would have exploded. Like, all right, everybody leave.
Everybody leave. Everybody get out. Yeah, she was so good. She was very attractive in those movies.
No, that would have been funny. But, like everybody will have their own time with the movie. But for right now, it's Johnny's turn. Go ahead.
Let's go check on. Let's check on Rad. See what he's up to.
There we go.
Look at this.
You got some eyes now.
Oh, the nice lips going on. Beautiful, beautiful.
I love the crazed eyes. I love it.
Well, she sees a diamond. She's going for it.
That's cool. That's Albert.
Meow, meow.
Albert doesn't do nudity. Yeah, that's
She's not about that. She said no, which is I lost, but that's okay. She said no.
She said no because her parents. She said I won't do it, and she said I don't want my parents to have me do that. I won't do it.
And that's fair.
Pretty close, but no.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm with her on that. That's fine. You don't have to do that. It looked fine the way it was. I was pretty happy. I think we were all pretty happy at that scene. It was a pretty good scene.
What's not to like?
I think that I would love to see more. And I don't know, who owns anything like that anymore, like Dark Horse stuff that they could bring out and make better. Like, I would like to see more of that type of stuff. Like if they had, some of the stories that might be a little bit darker, or just to introduce to another world that more lore, that would be kind of cool. So
that's the problem, though. Disney has so much buying power. They're buying everything that's cool. They own Aliens. They own Predator. They're starting to buy these properties that I'm like. When Disney bought Star Wars in the beginning, I was like, "Oh my God, Disney bought Star Wars! This is amazing! This is going to be so good!" And well, where's that got me? Some of it's been great. Don't get me wrong. I've liked some of it quite a bit.
I think
some of the other stuff I can live with that. But they own so many properties, bro. They're like Disney. They're going to Disneyfy Aliens, and they have. I just watched the new Aliens. It was okay. It wasn't
bad.
It was okay. It wasn't like people made it out like it was this amazing movie. I'm like, it's all right.
Yeah, there's some things that like were kind of like plot points that just kind of went away, and then things that were just like, here we're going to introduce this but never show it again. I'm like, what?
Cheesy stuff, things like obviously like just stroking off some of the older fans, going, oh, here we put this in there for you, and older fans going, that was terrible. Why would you do that?
Star Wars fans, they're among the more brutal. So it's just like, it's almost like dealing with a little kid. So you want this? No, I don't want that. Okay. Well, what about this? No, I don't want that either. That's bullshit. Don't give me that. It's just like it's hard to please them. So
Yeah,
it's like,
but I'm a real Star Wars fan, and I liked Solo, and I liked.
yeah.
There's a few things that people didn't like that I'm like, they were fine movies. I liked The Force Awakens. The first Force Awakens, why wouldn't I like it? I love Star Wars. It's Star Wars written all over again with different characters. It's exactly the same.
I will say that Star Wars right now is in a worse spot than the MCU. Like, there's a lot of people that are just turned their backs on Star. Like, a lot of people I watched Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew was really good, but nobody watched it. The viewership on that show was down significantly, like, compared, because like everybody's lost faith in Star Wars projects. Like, and they did get it back with The Mandalorian, but then lost it with The Mandalorian season 3.
Disney knows what they're doing, though. Disney's making the shows for kids. These kids are going to grow up to be Star Wars fans, and then they'll have new Star Wars movies eventually.
Yeah,
based
well, I
on
mean,
the Skeleton Crew and all that.
the true problem with all of this, and I mean, this is something that I don't think enough people mention. The true problem with the whole Star Wars thing isn't that like it, bad writing and all the rest of it. Like that's definitely part of it. The true problem with it all is they waited too long to do it. Like, I mean, we let this motherfucker release the same 3 movies for like 40 years in a row and not make anything new at all. That's what the problem was. It's like, like someone should have said to him, like, look, in 1980, okay, Return of the Jedi just wrapped up. What are we doing next? Well, let's say we take a 5-year break and then we start making some new shit. Okay, cool. No, he didn't do that. He's like, no, you know what? Special edition, enhanced edition, this edition, DVD,
Gold edition, silver edition, platinum edition.
Exactly. He was able to re-release the same 3 movies a million times. It's like, and what people should have been like is like, all right, we have the shit already. Fuck you. Make some new shit. If people had stopped buying it, then they easily could have gotten more stuff done quicker. But people kept buying it, and then for the longest time, like books were able to satiate people's appetite. The real rabid style books been like, oh, I have a whole bunch of books I can deal with, so this is cool.
Chris, did you see that Papa wanted to know what blanks you had? If you could type in what blanks you have available.
How
many? He was
many?
asking about that a while ago.
I can do one better than that. I can show you.
Oh, back to the pretend of selling, but this might not be pretend selling.
So this was this is Star Wars, not Star Wars, Thundercats blank. This one is Iron Fist, Living Weapon, and then there is Ant-Man. So those
Weird. You never see Iron Fist blanks. Weird.
And then Hudat has a Iron Thundercats blank as well. He said. So
Weird.
that is those blanks. I can also pretend to sell some other stuff too, just because. So these are my $10 books that I have.
Chitara, stop it.
Yeah, it's not a Chitara. It's just a blank. It has the Eye of Thunder on the front, and then the back cover is blank as well. So you can get stuff done on both sides if you really wanted to. But
again, I'm glad that they keep making these movies, and I will always say go see these movies. Otherwise, they're going to stop making them. If the MCU becomes unfavorable and a waste of money, guess what? We don't get any more MCU movies. So I imagine we will eventually because they own a property and the property is worth a lot of money. You'll get them eventually, but they might not be as good. They might be further down the road where whatever the case may be. I like seeing them in the theater. Of course, I do like other movies too. Like I like real cinema. But that's sort of been lacking these days because everybody wants a
3 blanks.
A superhero in their show or a vampire or something crazy like that nowadays because that's the stuff that sells. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Okay, they need to try again. They need to try another Universal Monsters again. I know they tried it with the Mummy, but then it all failed. But
and Wolfman are out right now, right?
Yeah, because
the first Mummy movie was great.
Yeah, Wolfman's out right now.
No, the one with Tom Cruise.
Oh yeah.
No,
the best werewolf transformation I ever saw was in Black Mirror.
Black Mirror, eh?
I liked
Season
Werewolf
3,
in
Episode
London,
4.
where that poor guy's the Dr. Pepper guy's turning into the werewolf,
Werewolf
crawling along the streets of London. That was pretty cool.
That's probably the most famous one. That was certainly the best when it came
I
out.
also like Fright Night with Chris Sarandon and all the teeth and the gal and all the teeth.
Fright Night. I haven't watched that in a hot minute, man.
I haven't seen it.
I have a lot of those comic books, actually. I collect the...
Amy, tell me you love me.
Y'all want to see what I got done so far?
On your
Yeah.
mouse pad?
Yeah, let's check it out. I assume you've laid glue and you've laid a strip. Let's check it out. What is the pictures on those, Monty?
It's just like icons.
Ah, okay. Marvel Comics. Okay,
Spider-Man.
it's happening. Yeah, I see. Wolvie.
That's the first one out of many. That I got.
I mean, I'm not wrong in saying it's a mouse pad, right? Like that's what it is.
Is
Yeah,
it just Marvel?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Well, why would I put DC unless I start ironing my
that's a-
toilet seat with it?
So
But he
many
went to-
great
he went to-
DC
Really?
logos, man.
Really? That's interesting.
So for everybody, what's it called? Like I know.
If it hadn't
those-
been
I know
for
those-
DC, there wouldn't be any Marvel.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Yeah, somebody had to get something better because they were getting tired of it.
If it wasn't for DC's stupid decision not
Derivative
to, not to
crap.
buy Marvel.
Derivative crap. The title of your next
Derivative crap.
I think you should have a show just. And here we have the next episode of Derivative Crap.
Blue Hellion, I don't know what the MCU, but
Sponsored by Illuminated Fanny.
Smile when you say that, Gettner.
I've written a comic.
Partner.
See me on Kickstarter. That's where you'll see me.
That's just funny. And can it be sponsored by Illuminated Fanny? The Illuminated.
Yes.
I couldn't say it fast enough. Brought to you by
The Illuminated Fanny. I like it.
Oh my god.
I'm getting a real 1950s commercial feel for this one, boys.
Dude, I'm telling you right now. Oh my god. Yeah, like I just had an idea. So for Murder King, that like just random stupid shit we say should be random ads in there. The Illuminated Fanny's gotta be. It's gotta be like a strip club in the
Coming
comic.
soon.
The Illuminated Fannies. I don't hate that, actually. It's a funny idea. I
And
like
then I was like, Derivative Crap. They make like a bookstore called Derivative Crap or something like that.
Yeah. The Stink Factory. Everybody's got to go to the Stink Factory.
Stink Factory. I don't know if you're gonna put the Stink Factory could be bad news, but that could be. Oh wow.
That's
I don't even know
probably
if I want to put that in next. I'm just getting bad images.
Get bad vibes at the Stink Factory.
Derivative Crap, the title of my sex tape.
Oh, you've been watching 9-9. You've been watching 9-9, haven't you? 9-9.
Actually, I'll tell you, what's it called? So the Illuminated Fanny could be it, but then like the what's it called? The common slang for it. Oh yeah, he's like, I don't need to go to the Stink Factory tonight.
Yeah, the Illuminated Fanny is the strip club. It's got to be the strip club, right?
Yeah. Well, so I forget what the name of it was called. Like what the real name of it was called. There's a strip club down in.
And
West
I will own the Illuminated Fanny, and when it arrives, I will show it to you in all of its illuminated glory.
All of its illumination. I like it.
There was a strip club near where I went to school, and it was called like the name was something else. I forget what it's called. It's like something like Big Betty's or something like that. But what they called it, because it was a kind of a dive strip club, the street name for it was called Sweaty Betty's. And I was people like, oh, you want to go Sweaty Betty's? And I'm like, I don't want to go anywhere near Sweaty Betty. I'm good.
Dude.
I'll stay away from Sweaty Betty.
Everybody's been calling it McDonald's for years. I call it Raunchy Ron's. There's a let's go hang out at Raunchy Ron's. Grab some boogers.
Jack and the Crack.
Jack and the Crack.
I had I did try Jack in the Box when I lived in Arizona. It wasn't terrible. My favorite of those fast food chains was Carl's Jr. Very good.
Bro, I love McDonald's. I don't give a shit. It can be the worst thing for me. It's a treat for me. I don't eat it a lot, but when I want
what is your meal from McDonald's?
I usually just get a Big Mac and then I get a strawberry milkshake to go with it. Like a Big Mac meal, obviously.
And the shake machine is working. Must be Canada.
Yep, the shake machine. No, it's the ice cream machines that don't work around here. The ice cream never. Shake always. You can get shakes, no problem. Ice cream, no sir.
Do you know when they went to a vegetable base on the milkshakes, they couldn't call them milkshakes anymore, so they just called them shakes.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't say milkshake, that cloying coating on your tongue when you're done, yeah.
Yeah, they've changed it.
I just realized Madam left.
At least in Canada, it's actually a milkshake again.
Competition.
What's that, Brad?
I just realized Madam left.
Yeah,
she had to bounce.
Well, the last time I had McDonald's, I got clowneria, and I did not go back.
Clowneria?
You got what?
Clowneria.
They got penicillin for that, Monty.
No.
Clowneria.
I ate one of those hamburgers and it made me bad sick. And I haven't went back in like 10 years.
Well, Wendy's was the one that was famous for giving people ptomaine poisoning for the longest. Wendy's has been a problem.
What do they call a quarter pounder with cheese? A Royale.
The clown got my ass. That's all I know.
I went to there was a place actually that people used to really like called Red Bones, and it's a barbecue place, and I got violently sick from there. And for years, people were like, "Oh, we're gonna go to Red Bones. You want to come?" I'm like, "No."
See you later. Yeah, have fun.
I was like, "No." So what Splash is talking about. I don't know what's to the same degree, but I was absolutely just annihilated the next 2 days. It was bad. I was like, never again.
It took me 30 years to eat hot dogs. I got sick from a hot dog at like a Marine Land or something like that. And I would, as a child, I would not eat hot dogs. I'm like, no, my parents couldn't figure it out. They're like,
but once your body knows that what's coming, it goes, no way. Understand. And you listen to your body. Your body told you, you said right away, you're not eating this.
No.
If you do, you know exactly what's going to happen.
My parents got so mad at me. They're not great parents, but whatever the case may be. But eventually, that was the one time that they actually caved in, and I got to eat something else. They were like, "Well," I imagine it's a parent going, "Well, if he's not going to eat hot dogs, he obviously really doesn't like hot dogs." So, because every kid likes hot dogs, that's like the big thing for children. I'm not me, man. I was like, "No, thank you, not happening."
I do like them on a grill. When you roll them on the grill and the stripes on them, and they're starting to pop on a given end, and then toast the bun, and then put your condiments on. I mean, I'll tell you, and also when you're at a ball game and they have them all steamed, and and I'm sure that they're grade Q dogs, but they taste so good.
I can eat them now, thankfully. But I just started within the last 5 years eating hot dogs again. Like it was just something I just.
The Costco dogs are good.
Well, you go buy them, especially when I used to get drunk back in the day, and you'd walk by the vendor at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh God, that smells so good.
Oh yeah. Well, drunk food is.
They go, hot dogs and sausages. That's exactly what I want.
Yeah, I'm that way with sloppy joes. I can't do sloppy joes.
Oh,
yes. I love them. I
love them. I love sloppy joes. That would suck.
And the way that we have them is we use Manwich, the original Manwich, and then just a little extra with the 30% or the 20% burger. If you go with the 5% or the 2% burger, it's too dry. So if you have like the 15% fat in the ground round or the ground chuck, and along with that Manwich, and then we have a company here called Fran's Bread, and they have the sesame seed buns. They're a local bakery that it's just really quality white bread. For balloon bread is quality. And then just toast those, and then put that, and then shredded cheddar cheese across the top, and it melts down into it. Oh my God, I can't. And then butter the bun, and then grill it so that you got that little buttery crunch at the bottom.
Why don't you talk more in depth about something that makes poor Rad throw up?
I'm getting sick now. No.
I'm sorry. I take it all back, Aaron. I take it all back.
No, I think it's just some way that some person cooked it when I was a kid, and I just have that memory, like you're saying, that my body says no, my mind
the
says
minute it
yes.
goes I had a falling out with vodka, and I still can't drink vodka that well. I had a real falling out with vodka in my college years. Too many kamikazes, and I'm telling you, it was not pretty. And so I solved the problem. I mean, I just, even the smell of it, I have to leave. I can't do it.
That's how I am with the car bombs and Red Bull. I can't do Red Bulls. I don't like the taste.
It's like cough syrup, isn't it? Doesn't it taste kind of like cough syrup?
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah. I love the maniacal eyes, Aaron. That is so cool. You got the little bit of the crazy, laughy, kind of Harley Quinnish kind of thing going on that she had before Harley did. I love that. Will she be blue or will she be purple?
I might go blue.
Whichever you
purple
prefer.
lip.
I think blue is the traditional.
I do usually. I like the Boland purple Catwoman, but
yeah,
with the long hair, I like that version. But I was going for a more newer version.
Fair enough. Who was the guy? Let's see, the guy that Brian, the guy that had her. It was not Brian Boland. Who was the guy that did Catwoman for a long time? Really sexy. Does tarot.
Did you just say who was that really sexy guy that does tarot?
No. Who does tarot? Who is the artist that does tarot?
I have tarot. I should know.
Oh, Sir K-pop knows him very well. Fuck, she's always the one that says his name.
Where is K-pop?
She was here for a while.
Chat. She just said it. She just said the name in the chat.
Jim Boland.
Jim Ballant.
Yeah, Jim Ballant.
See, that Catwoman, to me, the way that she's the pulchritude that he puts on her is, and but I love what you're doing, totally.
Thank you.
See, I say K-pop knows, and she knows. Mr. Entropy and Comics in the house. How you doing, Kev? Good to see you, buddy. Of course, Blue Hellion hanging out with us. I don't know if I said hi to Blue, but how you doing, Blue?
Did you say hi to me?
Me, yes. I said hi to me. Me Comics, or just me? That guy right there? Him and his quarter pounder? We got Rad drawing a really nice piece for Steven. Check it out.
I love it.
That's really good, yeah.
Somebody called the cops. It was that good.
Yeah.
Did you call the cops on your landlord?
No, I just live in a really crap neighborhood. The cops drive by here 100 times a day.
Oh,
your
your ride's here.
I thought that was TM's house. I didn't.
Nah, that's me. Hey,
Oh no, he got out. He got out.
Yeah, I would imagine he did. Did you punch him in the face or what?
No, I'll send you the video of what I did. Like I filmed it all. So.
Are you? Do you live in Canada, TM?
Yes.
Oh,
No.
okay. Well,
No,
oh, you don't?
I don't.
He lives on an island outside of Canada.
Is it the United States?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind.
No, I live in Prince Edward Island in Canada.
Oh, okay. I was fixing to say, if you live in the United States, that's breaking and entering. You could have him in jail by noon.
That's correct.
It's harassment here. I don't know if it's breaking and entering, but that's
No.
totally illegal. It's absolutely illegal.
If you're a
Yeah,
renter and
like
they come in unannounced,
Yeah,
that is breaking and entering.
they have to give you 24 hours notice. Yada yada.
Yep.
yada.
Yeah, they have to give you 24 hours notice. Plus, like they have to tell you like the date. They can't just give you an estimated time either. They can't be like, I'll be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday between these hours. They have to give you like, I'll be here Saturday at this time.
Yeah.
And of course, if you was in Texas, all I got to say is bang, and that would have been no
Yeah, his
court
family
hearing
would
or
be,
nothing.
That would be it. Yeah.
Yeah, getting together for a funeral.
Of course, she had probably went to court over that, but
Well, they would
Texas-
confiscate everything and they would make your life a living hell. That's for sure.
yeah, but you'd end up winning. That's why you have insurance.
I
for
know.
that.
Well, a man's home is his castle, and
That's exactly right.
the castle law stands. You don't have to retreat any further than your castle. Someone breaks into your space, you kill him. And if you don't kill him, then they'll sue you anyway. So kill him and be done with it.
Well, let's.
Pardon me, that's dark. Never mind.
Yeah, let's have enough of that. Just get
I'm
'em.
sorry, Monty. Monty speaks the truth. We see this too much of what goes on here, but I think that's changing and for the better, and things of that nature. So, what prompted you to put Strange Tales out, Monty? Just for the hell of it?
Somebody, I seen a video. Somebody was covering Strange Tales or talking about Strange Tales or something. And I went, yeah, I'll put them out.
I have a spectacular run of Strange Tales that I put was my favorite title, and the East Lansings, and then one of the dealers got because Strange Tales was sort of the off-brand of Marvel, and so all the White Mountains Strange Tales were available, and I basically bought the lion's share of the White Mountains of Strange Tales that I own. And for many, many years. And then some of them, he would send some that were not pedigreed, that were actually nicer than the White Mountains, which are very, very nice indeed. So that particular run, and then the East Lansings also with Tales to Astonish, a lot of the East Lansings that showed up again. The big boys all wanted the big titles in Spider-Man and the FF and Thor. But Strange Tales and Tales to Astonish just didn't matter to them, and so they were all lying around, reasonably priced, and I just couldn't believe my luck, because those are my favorites. I like others. I like Thor and Iron Man as well, but FF and Spidey I never really went in for, really, at all.
Yeah, Strange Tales is third in line for me to complete the entire run. Tales of Suspense, I like about 5 or 6 books. Tales to Astonish, I like about maybe 15 or 18, something like that. And then Strange Tales, I like quite a few on it. So, but it's, like I said, it's third in line for me to get and complete. And as far as your FF, I don't have a complete run of FF. I've pulled back on that again. And if I see some copies, I'll pick them up and just add them to the box. But I have a lot of the keys, but not FF1, 2. I think I have, what is the first Submariner? It's 4, isn't it?
I think it's 4.
Okay, I got 4, then it skips a few, but I have all the keys after that. And Spider-Man, I have all the keys. And I like maybe 100 and something books to complete that run. I just haven't jumped back on that bandwagon, because I'm going to concentrate on the Tales to Astonish, or Tales of Suspense first, then Astonish, then Strange Tales. Then I may jump on Spider-Man.
You don't have in your Fantastic Four run, and that's this one right here. You can have for $5 if you really want it.
The consummate salesman.
What number is that? I'm way over here.
This is a number 1. It's a second print scroll variant.
I don't think he can hear you. He's all the way in Texas.
Well, no. What date did that come out?
Sometime in the past 10 years, I think.
Yeah, 2016 maybe.
Okay, see, I'm going to stop everything in 2015. So. And to be fair, he should have known.
That is so cold.
No, to be fair, he probably.
Oh yeah, that's a no.
To be fair, though, he knows that I quit getting new books in about 2015. So he does know that. I wasn't just,
Well, now I'm gonna open it.
Wow, Monty.
Because a lot of my runs stop in 2015.
Don't worry, I had a guy do that on my auction last night. Don't worry. He was like, I'm looking for key comics in slabs only. I show us only, and then he's like, only the ones I want, though. I'm like, all right, stop then.
So, Aaron, are you erasing the pencil, or what are you erasing?
Oh, wait a minute! This is like 2008
Yeah,
or something, man.
I was erasing the under pencil.
So that the inks, so that the pencil lines don't show at all.
Right.
Interesting.
A splash. Guess
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Inside. 2008. It makes a cutoff. Boom.
Oh, well, send it to me and I'll send you some gloves.
I don't want gloves.
Well,
Include a $5 bill in with a glove then.
well, the gloves are $2.50 each.
I want 50 cents.
I can send 2 quarters with the
Plus
gloves.
shipping.
Oh man, you're just wanting everything, aren't you?
Dude, he's a pro. He's a pro. He knows what's up.
Okay, I'll send you a mouse pad.
I don't want a mouse pad.
You got to have a mouse pad.
No, because I don't need mice.
Well, this is a mouse, not mice.
But yes. Oh man.
Papa,
But
Willie,
like-
how you feeling?
I'm not a pro. I pretend. I'm pretending to send books. I'm pretending to sell books.
Oh, so you
did last
dangle it
night.
out there, then you yank it back, and now you're just pretending.
Oh no! You can yank all you want. I'm just telling you, like if you.
I
want
don't
it,
yank.
sure.
I don't yank. That's somebody else's job.
I'm sorry, Papa.
Rough morning for Papa Wheelie. Sorry to hear that.
I'm
buddy.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I know it was his stepdad's birthday yesterday. Papa wasn't feeling so well, so then Papa some.
I
healing.
saw you all wrapped up. I could tell that it was not happening. Get better soon, man.
If you pray. If you got healing vibes, send some vibes. Whatever you're into,
We do.
send them all the way to Papa.
Sue and I do.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Wheeler's been running a fever of. Is your fever down now, Wheelie?
I know that you're trying to avoid going to the hospital, so let's see if we can avoid that. Of course, K-pop was on the show last night. She was on Band of Brothers last night, but she had to ditch early because she also is under the weather, feeling sore, in pain. So everybody, everybody's got their issues these days, but we're praying for quick recoveries for everybody.
I thought that K-pop's red hair and the makeup she had on, she looked lovely.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, she's always pretty. She's always pretty. She for her show, she looked like Raggedy Ann. I was watching on my phone, so it's really small, but she had like a onesie on or something, like some fancy onesie. I was like, it looked like she had really red hair. I'm like, oh my god, K-pop looks like Raggedy Ann.
Yeah.
But not so raggedy.
And actually, the person that she had on had a pretty interesting comic.
I'm glad the fever's gone. That's good.
I am too.
They had a pretty interesting comic they were putting out, and it looked good. People were having a good time. So I mean, if you didn't go ahead and watch it, I would say check it out on the rewind because that guy's comic sounds pretty interesting that he's putting out there. And then he's also in a band as well, so it's like there's a lot going on there.
And if you're trying to write a comic or trying to figure out how to use Kickstarter or trying to figure out how to get into that process just itself, K-pop has done a lot of shows with people that do Kickstarters.
Innumerable. And I'll tell you, she was the only reason I could buy from Alan, and I'm trying to. And you want to talk about a Rubik's Cube of stuff going in to try to make you, hello there, Mon. Trying to get in, it was a disaster. Even she had to take a little while to figure out exactly what they were doing. And once that was done, then I was able to line up. And I will say this for the people that are kind of torqued with Alan for as long as they are taking, understand that he's hopping sideways trying to get that thing done. And evidently there are 2 printers that are working on the books that arrived even after waiting all that time to have them arrive damaged, and then you have to reprint, and then you got to get back in line again, and it's been a mess. But he said, we can't send damaged books because I wouldn't want a damaged book. No one wants a damaged book. They went back and were destroyed by the publisher, by the printer, and then they're going to reprint and make sure that it's proper because it has to be right. And K-pop was saying that a lot of the Kickstarters just don't make it all the way. They're an unpopped hull of popcorn. They're an old maid. They just didn't quite get there.
Yeah.
And so, but his did, and sometimes you just have to wait. And good things take time. You want it to be right, and that's the main thing. They're exacting on what they want to have done.
I have a tiny bit of news that I can't spoil too much, but I can say that Pocan Joe is in the Murder King family right now. So Pocan Joe, looking forward to all of that awesome stuff.
Tease.
Yeah, I know, right?
Tease.
That was a good one.
How am I going to do this?
Nah, Pocan's been awesome. He made me a heavyweight championship belt.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Dude, I barely even knew the guy. Like, it was awesome. So that came in the mail.
I've met him.
Couldn't thank him enough. He was awesome.
I met him in person.
You met Pocan? Yeah, I'd like to meet Pocan. He'd be fun to meet. Yeah, but he is part of the family, so thank you very much, Pocan Joe.
I still got his veteran pin he gave me.
But that's the thing. He's done so many cool things for different people in the community. Like he made that back scratcher for Beckerman, which is so awesome. It's like a big, I don't know, a scepter with a hand on it, which I thought was really cool. You know, he's. I think Papa got something, didn't you, Papa?
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Katie, I want to say I love the red hair. I think it really suits you. It looks good.
Of course, we got Mon Comics in the chat right now. He doesn't need anyone to sell his stuff, but let me tell you, he's doing good things on YouTube. If you're not checking out Mon Comics, give him a check out. He's one of the good ones. He's always doing cool stuff on his channel.
He's a big shot now, Mr.
I know,
Mon
he's Mr.
Comics.
Big
He's
Shot.
a big shot.
Yeah, Mr. Big Shot. He's got a great collection too, so I'm pretty, like, just looking at some of his books that he picks up, I'm always impressed.
Likewise.
Love you too, buddy. Mr. Big Shot.
Yeah, Mr. Big Shot.
Mr. Big Stuff. Who do you think you are? K-pop says
It
thank
works.
you.
It works with you. It really does. It's very flattering to your visage.
Mon Comics. Sorry, buddy. That sucks, bro. Especially.
I'm
like,
sorry,
the whole
Brandon.
family
That's
down.
awful.
Yeah, that sucks. The
Were
whole
the
family-
children kind enough to bring that home to you? That my children always did that. They always. I realize that sharing is caring, but I wish they didn't care so much. And they bring that, and of course, I'll tell you, kids throw it off quick, but adults don't. I mean, my God, it's just like wow.
Yeah, the kid, and it's amazing. Kids, they're sick first thing in the morning. By noon, they're all playing with their toys.
Yeah, they're out running around.
And parents are in bed.
You're going. Call a minister. Call a preacher.
That is a fact. That is a fact, Jack. It's very funny. I've never been more sick than being around children. They go to school. They just bring it right home.
Oh man, they hand to mouth and oy.
Yeah.
I always had that problem the first month of school. All the kids.
Yes,
get together
everybody
and-
gets everything.
Yeah, it just goes around. It makes a circle. We had a couple of schools this year that closed for a week. No, it was more than a week, 8 days, because of the flu epidemic that was going around here. And we even got measles, that outbreak, not too far from here. And
Good God.
yeah.
Jesus, Murphy Brown, Mom.
Holy mackerel, Mon. You know, it's not funny anymore. Knock it off.
The winter time, honestly, February can pretty much F off at
Jeez.
this point. I am done.
I'm so sorry, Brandon. That's awful.
Winter time has been awful this year. Here, at least where I live, it snowed more this month than it did all last year. Like, it's been brutal, man. So being sick at this time of the year, definitely not.
Hey,
great.
being sick anytime. How about being sick on a sunny day? That's a great one. Beautiful day outside, nice breeze, fluffy clouds, and you're inside, not going anywhere. It ain't never fun, not know how.
That's true. Summer colds can be pretty brutal. That is a fact. Mon, I think everyone here is going to pray for you. We're a good lot. We'll give you some vibes. We got Mr. Monty. He's making things. He's
I
doing
admire
things.
your work ethic, Monty.
If I stop, I die.
Well, fair enough. Keep going then, brother. We want you here forever. Boston, you got any things you want to pretend to sell?
Oh, I can always pretend to sell.
All right, let's check it out.
I've got at that skill. I really have. I've made all kinds of strides and efforts to try to pretend to sell things. So
Your Star Wars shirt, I'm a fan, so very cool.
yeah. So these books here, like if you haven't noticed, we're just kind of climbing up the mountain. So started out with 3s, then 5s, and now we've gotten to the 7 and 8s. So
Ooh, fancy
yeah,
$8 books.
yeah. So this one here was an exclusive for a show called Little Giant Comic Con. It's a show that's in New Hampshire. That's put on by a comic shop called Little Giant. So they were able to get Peach Momoko to do a cover, and then they put it over the skyline of Concord, New Hampshire. So it's one of the skyline covers, but it is Black Widow #1.
Oh, Peaches. Huh? There's a few covers that sort of look like that, right?
Yeah. So
I got the
Fawn has
Spawn.
one that looks like that.
Oh, sorry, it's supposed to go like this. So she's supposed to be ziplining over the skyline. But yeah,
I see.
you can go ahead and get it signed by 1 million people if you'd like. So that's
Is that the one that was written by Kelly Thompson? Like that series of Black Widow?
Sure.
Sounds right. Sounds good.
Well, there's Kelly Sue DeConkic. I don't know. But anyway.
I don't know. Kelly Thompson's run on Black Widow is really good. That's like a one Marvel title I will give props to.
All right. Well, but yeah, $7 if you want it plus shipping. Let's see.
Poor Mon. He says he's in the shit, fellas.
If you're pretending to sell, can I pretend to pay?
No, you have to really pay. I mean, I'm pretending to do that,
The
but
pretending
however,
stops at Chris. You've actually got to really pay.
However,
This is where the pretending to sell actually stops, and now it's like,
Well,
oh, I'm going to actually sell.
Let me clarify for anyone who thinks I'm just joking. No, I said that as a joke because yesterday we had a sale, and it wasn't the most successful sale in the world, but yes, I'm trying to sell these just because I have them, and I kind of trying to declutter and
Well, it's kind of hard to sell them if you don't have them, but go ahead.
yeah. So
difficult, very difficult.
Next, we have a Red Sonja cover. This is done by Linsner. If you know Linsner,
Never heard of them.
yeah. So nice, pretty art there, but yeah, $7 for those who are.
Did you say Linsner? I think Steven hates Linsner, doesn't he?
I can't stand the guy.
And also have Gun Honey #1.
Ooh.
The Adam Hughes cover.
Really? That's only worth $10 or $8 or whatever?
That's what it is for me. Yeah, $8.
That's
you can have it.
I feel like people liked Gun Honey. I feel like that should be worth a couple more bucks for some reason.
I was feeling like maybe $2.
Let's see. $7. Phantom Menace #1.
Sorry, I have it.
That's no problem. And then this was. Oh yeah, so this is John Tyler Christopher Negative Space variant.
Is that Magic? Yeah, where's Callie? Where's Callie? Callie, he's showing pictures of your girlfriend.
You want it, so 7 plus ship. And then also have photo variant from Last Jedi.
Nice.
And that's $8.
He was so great, and then he took off his helmet, and then he was whiny. It's like, ah.
Yeah, leave the helmet on, will you?
Yeah, man. Like, why'd you do that, bro? Keep the helmet on.
We have some $10 variations if you like. So we got X-23 Target X is $10.
Ooh, everybody likes a little X-23 action.
Yep. Get this.
Who was the first X? Who was the first X?
The first X would have been Captain America. That's right.
Captain America, yeah.
You sure?
Well, it would have been. It would have been Red Skull, I guess, wouldn't it? But I guess he wasn't in the X program. He just had the serum before anyone else.
The X program. Who was the first X?
Well, it's
Weapon
the
one was
Captain America.
Yeah, because that was Tony
Who
Stark.
do you think it is, Monty?
It's Machine Man.
Machine Man.
Oh, you might be right.
With
I
your
don't know though. Captain America was invented first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he was.
that's a
I think he is X-51 Machine Man.
Moon Knight.
Otto Adams 1 in 25. Moon Knight. So $10 if you like that.
It's Knight. You sound weird when you say it wrong. It's Knight.
No. We got a Secret Wars #1. This is the 2015. It's a variant by Amanda Conner, signed by Amanda Conner. So you get a signed Amanda Conner book for $10 plus shipping if you'd like.
And it's Secret Wars, people. This is probably the Secret Wars that's actually going to be happening. Just so everyone is aware.
And just look at that art. Like, this is why, I'm so mad that I've never seen Amanda Conner art, because that art is fantastic.
It's okay.
I mean, you did a whole big run on, if you're a Harley fan, you did a whole big run on Harley Quinn and a bunch of other
Yeah,
stuff.
that's how I got.
Alex, I'd like
found
to
out
buy an
'cause
R.
She did Harley Quinn, My Little Black Book or something like that. I have 3 issues
Yeah.
of it. It's good.
And we got Panda Con. So this is early Panda Con, Turtles character and everything like that.
I'm like, what the hell is that? What did I miss? What is PandaCon? I totally did not ever
So
see this.
he's an ally of the Ninja Turtles. And this is pre him coming into the title and everything like that. But good book there. So $10 plus shipping if you like that.
Book freak hanging out with us. How you doing?
So
Ben? What's going on?
ignore the sticker on the front. That's just the sticker that the bag came in, or the bag that it was on there. So this is Lone Wolf and Cub #1.
And was that done by Frank Miller? That cover, that first cover, I think, was done by Frank Miller. Yeah. Pretty sure he worked on more than just the cover, but I feel like he was involved in some of these books.
He laid out the whole interior.
Yeah, I thought so.
He did the layout.
So, but this is $10 plus shipping. So
Fake
don't mind that 15. And Callie fake bought the panda, which if you want to turn that to a real buy, that would be nice. But
No, he wants it. He wants it. Put it in his pile.
Let's see. Oh, this is actually a fun book. If you never read this one, it's actually hilarious. So you get the Lobo Paramilitary Christmas Special. This is $10.
I have it already, but we love these.
This is hilarious, though.
The Lobo, Lobo Santa book is awesome. It's very fun.
Yeah.
Nothing like taking a bazooka to the Christmas tree.
Oh, he goes nuts. It's actually a really funny story. Oh, is there? Oh, there's a live action of that on YouTube. All right.
How can I real buy a fake cell?
We'll talk, Kelly. I'll let you know.
He has that Venusian paying system called Zelle.
Well, Zelle is an app that a lot of banks use, and that's just easiest to get money. So that's what I'm going to do.
That's where his overseas accounts are. Is in Zelle.
It's here. It's alive and well in the United States, but that's where I choose to get paid, just because PayPal now is PayPal I can do, but I'm being very cautious with it because of the fact that now if you sell things through PayPal and other apps, they're going to tax you on it, and they're going to tax you pretty heavily, and I don't want to get taxed like that. So
Bobby Colton, Batman down here.
They only tax you if you've made over $2,000.
I heard it was 600. That's why it's not as.
No,
easy
they
as-
changed it. Mark has it posted on his Instagram, Legion of Comics. He has the post showing where they've changed it to 2,000.
Then I should be fine.
Excellent. Great information. Thank you.
That is very good.
So, Philavel.
Everybody, I haven't even made close to $2,000 this year, so you can send anything to my PayPal.
Send away.
Send away.
So, I mean, we can talk about PayPal. I don't mind doing that. I just think that I just wanted to make sure that I was.
Bleak,
Yes.
do you want to make me big again?
I surely do. But I was really enjoying watching Boston Chris sip on his tea.
Oh, well, that's good stuff.
Is that tea you got there, Boston?
Yeah, it's my tea in there. So those are my $7, $8, and $10 books.
Those are good $10 books. 7, 8.
Is it black tea or is it oolong or is it green tea or what?
I know he likes
it is. So it was just regular, just Tetley black tea.
Red.
Nothing
We
special,
use.
just
I like
milk.
red rose.
Red Rose.
I like red rose. So this is the back.
Oh.
Oh, hold on. Let me.
And this is the front.
Oh, is that Deja?
Deja Torres.
Yeah, Deja Torres. Very cool.
Mr. Linsner.
Mm-hmm.
Since we talked about Linsner,
That person that Steven hates. Absolutely can't stand his art.
here's the back. Here's the front.
Oh, that is really pretty.
Yep.
Was that
Yeah,
Dawn?
Steven dropped a bomb on me, I think, last week. He's like, I already have
That's what's her face, right? From the
Dawn.
Dawn.
Oh.
No, I think it's Poison Ivy.
I thought it was.
think it's Ivy.
I thought it was
Oh, okay.
Anthony Island for some reason.
The
Professor
plane, the
and
plane.
Marianne.
Here's the back.
Oh,
And here's the front.
There's some
that is a nice buttocks. That is lovely. We got Legend hanging out with
There's
us.
the back.
Psylocke. I know it's like butt anywhere.
Here's Thylock.
Thylock, indeed. Whew.
That's good. I like that.
Here's the back of this one. We have
Miss Fury?
Miss Fury and Sun Girl.
Oh my goodness. Sun
Oh,
Girl.
that's cool.
Sun Girl really, she's, wow.
Sunny disposition.
She's got a very sunny disposition.
There's an echo in here.
And I asked Joe, I said, could you do a cross between Vampirella and Betty Page?
Yeah, Book Freak is a big fan of the Red Sonja stuff, and he collects a lot of that.
Betty Rilla.
Vampirella. And you'll notice that he always likes to throw in like a couple planets or something that are all.
Those planets look cool.
Yeah, it's Betty Rilla, I guess. Betty, that's cool.
There's another echo in here.
Oh.
I just
Well,
repeat.
Beautiful.
Sonja. If you love his Red Sonja, I mean, I have that for $7 if you like.
He lives in Canada.
As I said, the consummate
That's
salesman.
all right. We'll figure it out. Shipping. We'll figure it out, man.
Here's the back. And this
What's
is
that?
Shadow Lass.
I like that. That's cool.
She is, oh, wow. That is
Funny how
great.
all these people get a show when they go to fight these girls. It's like, wait a minute. It's like whatever problems we had, they're all done.
I will
don't wanna
fight you. I will. Oh.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
done fighting for some reason. I do not
I
feel
don't
like
want to
fighting.
fight anymore. I'm good. Listen, we got off on the wrong foot. My name is Bill. Let's talk.
Let me explain. Let me explain.
So,
I
you
have
come around
a-
here often?
I have a slew more, but they are not. They are not show. Well, too
yeah.
much censoring, but
Yeah.
those are semi-censorable, and so there is a. I have been collecting his since the first one with Harley since 14, and I think I have like 23 or 25 of them that he's done over the years, but he has become the lead time now with Joe has gotten so long because he's got so many cover obligations, especially with Dynamite and all that the multiple covers and all the other stuff he does. His commission work is all based on his, the bread and butter comes first, and then after that comes commissions. So, but he's been very busy, but very, very nice guy. Really a very nice guy.
That is very.
Sebo, do you have the trading card set that he put out?
I don't. Oh, right. Here comes the blue.
Really?
He sent me a few of them. He sent me a few signed cards one time just for
Oh,
fun.
nice.
Very cool, Red. Very cool.
I have that whole deal. I have to take it out. Like I will
I
have
love
to
it.
show it sometime and see what you think. So I have it in a binder.
I I have purchased a set, an unopened box that has yet to arrive. I'll sort of tip my hand, but Mark Spears is quite a impressive and popular artist right now. He did a Kickstarter, and the Kickstarter had a set of cards, and I think there were only 50 sets that were done, in which one of them, I mean, in each one, they have the actual printing die for one of the cards in the sets.
That's cool.
And so that is coming, and I had to pay up a little bit, and then of course it was unopened. It's still in the wrap.
I assume that you're looking for Alan Tears with this one. That seems like a pretty.
He'll say he isn't very interested in that. It'll be something I'll probably show on a Monday. Again, my mail server right now, our mail service has been somewhat haphazard and catch as catch can because of the new guy that we have. So
Norrin is definitely killing that Catwoman. But like
it's so great. We started this morning, and Norrin started with a blank piece of paper, and I said, "Could you please commission me? I'd like to commission you. And how about Catwoman?" And he said yes. And I get to watch anytime I want to watch my art. I can just refer to this program and be able to watch my piece being made, which I think is great. Of course, I watched him make the. I watched him. Other way. There we go. I watched him make my the Dave Stevens homage, and the illuminated Fanny will be here soon. He also did a Batman sketch that I have that Susie has upstairs. I bought for Susan, so she has that up on her computer table and stuff. It's really, Aaron, you do wonderful work.
Yeah, very cool.
Thank you.
Like I said, easy to tell the truth, my friend. Easy to tell the truth. You do great work. We got Splash working away. Splash, why are you making these things? Are you selling them, or are you just making them because?
I can't really. Yeah, they're being sold. Let's put it that way.
Okay, all right.
Well, you sound so lackluster. I mean, is it something that you enjoy doing? You must enjoy it.
Yeah, I love doing it.
How are your chili plants coming?
They're that tall.
They're chilling.
They're chilling.
They're chilling. Well,
they're right back behind me, back over there in the corner and everything.
They're under the grow lights right now?
No, they only come on at night when I'm here.
Do you have a special camera to view your chili plants, or
do you have a time-lapse photography thing going?
Well, I guess I could. You can see them on my security camera. I never really thought of it. It's right over there.
Sometimes we want a little update on this growth. They were birthed at church.
I remember when he was planting them, and then he had the fertilizer and the laying them out and all that other stuff. It's great stuff.
Yeah, it's not often where you go onto a YouTube channel and you see live birthing of plants. So, come on, man. We do a lot of stuff.
I'll bring a tray of them out here in just a second when I get this glue and all this down.
I think it's neat that you do all that stuff, Splash. I think it's cool that you're as busy as you are and you like doing projects like that. It's sort of, I have that nature as well.
I can't wait to retire. That's what I can't wait to do.
Living in a small apartment does not help that nature, though. I can't really do too much. So I do a lot of writing right now, which is fun.
Yeah, I used to write years ago. In fact, I got quite a few scripts wrote out that I've never showed anyone. And one of them is on my old computer, and I can't get it off there because the screen.
Send that to Murder House. Send that to Murder House Publishing, and maybe the guys up there will look at it. I don't know.
Well, they would have to. They would have to change the characters in it because they're all Marvel characters. It was looked at by a writer, and they said, "Well, you can submit
And it turned
to
into the
Marvel."
first appearance of the Black Panther.
No, they said that you could submit it. It was good enough to submit into Marvel because it's wrote in a movie script, comic style. It says name, what they said. Then it has back here. It is the next one. It says what the background is supposed to look like and what his actions are. It's real detailed. And but they also told me that as soon as I send it in, it's Marvel owns it.
That's it, exactly.
Because they sent me a letter and everything, and I was at a con and I showed a writer, and he was really impressed. And when I found out that they were going to own it, whether they accepted it or not, I said, "Nope."
Yeah, that's hard. That's definitely, especially for a story.
But I was told that it would make a great miniseries, and it's about 250 pages.
That'd have to be a miniseries because like 32 pages is about a book.
Yeah, it has Thor, Silver Surfer, Warlock, Fantastic Four, and I can't say the name, but a villain that is all more powerful than Thanos. That I've already got a drawing of him. I had an artist do a drawing of him.
Oh my god, that
Who's got a radio on?
That blue shine is freaking amazing.
I was watching a video.
Like in Boston. God dang it all, man. So you have to be very careful pitching and where you send your IP to. Some people get screwed over that, or don't just sign contracts. Sometimes creators lose their IP. Yeah, that's a big deal. Losing your IP that's a very difficult thing, especially if it's a good IP.
I lose my IP all the time. Usually it's over in the corner.
It could be really easily rewrote with different characters.
Yeah, of course.
And like I said, it describes the background, the opening scenes, and then it shows it's like a movie script is what it is, which makes great for layouts. Someone doing layouts to draw a comic book out of it.
I mean, when it comes to just about all that stuff, I mean, you can just kind of slot things in. Something sounds close to this. All right, yeah, there you go. That's all. And unfortunately, they have the prestige and everything else that gets them the recognition, where it's just like, you can put up the same exact story, they'll just bury yours, and they go, no one's ever heard of this Splash Page guy, but check out our stuff. This Marvel, whatever, Chili Man.
Chili Man. Sounds delicious.
I could tell you what the title of it is, but probably somebody would copy it.
Yeah, keep that stuff to yourself, Monty. Keep
I
that.
had to guess it had to be something with Dadgum. Oh, Dadgum. Oh, there it is. The Dadgum Diaries.
There's not a... Well, I take that back. There may be a dadgum in there.
There's not a single dadgum in there, dadgummit.
Dagnabbit. All right, here you go. Here's one tray. Like I said, it takes a while for them to grow, but here's one tray.
Hi, little guys. We're your
Nice.
We're your daddies. We watched you.
Some are late bloomers.
Yeah. There's some of them that hasn't germinated, and they probably won't. That's why I overplanted and everything. I got like this tray holds 50, and I got 6 trays back there.
And do they stay in those trays? Do they grow, or do you have to replant them into different trays after that, Monty?
I'll replant them in different trays when they get bigger, and I got a whole new rack over here with different lights on them. And then I want to get a jump on spring, because a lot of these peppers take 100 days to produce, and that's a long time, And if I can get them up and growing in about 8 inches tall before I put them in the ground, they will, I'll have a good jump. Have a real good jump.
Do they grow wild around you too?
No, they only grow wild in Mexico. That's where the tomatoes and the peppers grow wild.
Well,
You can go out in the jungles and you can, tomatoes just growing wild down there. and they are huge. I mean, there's some plants probably 7-8 foot tall.
Yeah.
Okay, is this my cleaner?
What is this shit?
I think that's my cleaner. But yeah, it's peppers. Peppers are
Sure.
they're annuals around here, but perennials down south.
We have a guest, Bleecker.
We do. Let's see. I feel I might. Do I know this guest? I feel I do know this guest.
Hi, everybody. I'm Susan, Susie Q in the chat. And this is my newest book. I got it from Steven. It's my favorite, Aquaman #1, and it's Fire Trolls.
That's awesome.
I've always loved this book.
That is
and
cool.
so Steppo had 2 copies, so he gave me one. And
Very
I
nice.
just love it. I don't know why, something about it. I just love it. And what does it say on there, Steven?
It says, "Get the hell away from us or we'll fire on you."
No, it says, keep dodging, Aqualad. Those fire trolls are trying to give us an underwater hot foot.
Oh, not the hot foot.
A little bit more than that hot foot.
There you go.
Underwater hot foot. I don't know why I love this book. I just love it.
Ever since Susan saw it, she says, "Oh, and then just out of the blue, she'd bring it. Says, oh, those fire trolls. I just think those fire trolls are great." And I said, that's it. It's yours. I gotta give it to you.
They're very great, actually. The way they're spitting the fire, the way their heads are.
Yeah.
It looks very cool.
I love it. I told Steven it should be a top 100 book, and he said it's not a top 100 book. But to me, it is. Anyway, I love it, and that's my newest comic book.
It's very
And
hard. to
thank
get-
you, Bleecker, for the comics you sent to us also.
Oh, that's no problem. I'm glad they made it.
Bye.
Bye, Susan.
Goodbye.
That is Susie Q. She's awesome. I send them some comics for whatever. They're for the grandkids and all that stuff once in a while.
A lot of the Disneys and fun stuff like that, Scooby Doo and all that stuff, and the kids really like them. And I'm trying to get you talk about having kids want to collect comic books and enjoy comic books, and absolutely the best way to do that is to expose them to them early to make it something that is worthwhile.
Yeah.
And that they enjoy them, and then like some characters and stuff like that. And it really makes a difference. I learned to read basically by reading comic books because I was driven. I saw the pictures, but I says, what is happening? I got to figure this out. And so my learning curve was I was motivated. My learning curve was like a straight line up, because I wanted to know what was going on with the books.
Who Dat Comics has 3 slabs that close tonight on Shortbox. They're at $50. They are 50% or more under fair market value. If you do use Shortbox, the box, go check out Who Dat Comics. He does have some stuff.
Oh, Russell, thank you. That's very kind of you. He's going to mail us some books. Thank you very much. That's extremely kind of you. Thank you.
Good, yeah. Nice, very cool.
Thank you.
That's good. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's always really. I don't know. I think we've created a really nice. We have got good people around. All the people I hang out with: Matt, Who Dat, Boston, Papa Wheelie, K-pop, Rad, TM, Comic Journey. Everybody that we hang out with. Pretty happy to hang out with these people. Tony Sanders, Biggie Shack, good group of people. Beckerman, I know he's sleeping right now, but we'll mention Beckerman too. I like waking up to.
You sure about Beckerman?
Yeah, I like waking up to the Tuesday Hucklebuck. It's really, I wake up. It's like I usually wake up about 9 o'clock. I have a cigarette, then I'm like, oh, the Hucklebuck, because I look at my phone. I'm like, oh, the Hucklebuck. So I'm always happy to see the Hucklebuck. It's fun. He's a good dude. He's one of my. I'm a Beckerman guy. What can I say? I can't help it. And he collects a lot of art. He must be really pissed off that art is becoming a lot more expensive than it used to be when he first started. If you haven't noticed, art is one of the next things. It's art and Golden Age comics right now. Everybody is after original art. Everybody's after Golden Age comic books. That is why all the money. That's why it's so expensive. That's why everything's so expensive.
Why is that?
Because everybody wants it. So
everybody wants some.
That's right. When everybody
How about you?
It makes it more expensive. That is why.
Well, I think that it's, and it is, there was talk here a while ago that the golden age was dying off because none of the people everybody that was around have all passed away, and there's no interest in it and all this stuff. And I never understood that, because it's sort of like once you have an appreciation and love comics, to see where it all started and seeing the Wild West when it was absolutely brand new. There's just something about that, and the size of them and the feel of them and the history in them. I could never understand why that line of thought.
I remember
I couldn't either. I thought it was all poppycock.
I remember being in the comic shop and talking to the comic book shop owner, because I was like, well, why are these 1940s books only $3 and $2, and what's going on? He's like, well, nobody wants them. Everybody's dead. Nobody gives a shit about these books. I'm like,
it's amazing that people would actually feel that way.
And that was a big conversation about 7 years ago. And now, if you look at the market, oh my God, golden.
Well, you take a modern reader now of comic books and take them back to some of the early golden age books. They would not get it to read it, because there's a different time then, and some of the reading it's great stories and everything, but there's the wording and stuff, and
there's too many words actually for a lot of.
A lot of
exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that collect now that don't want. That's like reading a part of a book. Like old comic, really, like it took you, 40 minutes to read a comic book back in the day. It takes about 3 minutes now. Like that's just the way it is.
Well, it had to last for 4 months. Some of those
the quarterlies, yes.
I will say there's like one writer out there right now that if you pick up one of his books, you're going to be it's a read, and that's Tom King. Tom King likes to tell a story,
and I think it's important. I honestly think, especially as you become from a child to an adult, you want good stories. It doesn't just become about all violence and this guy kicking that guy's ass. You want to see interesting stories and your characters be put in interesting positions. You don't want lazy writing. You don't want a trope that you've seen 800 times. You're like, okay, they did this in every story ever, and that's just the way they do things. But there are some very, very good writers, and they can do more things.
A lot of the punchlines in the Golden Age comics, a lot of the punchlines were, today's looking back at them, corny.
Absolutely.
The vernacular at the time, that they speak in the terms of the day, and now it may seem cornball, but again, what I do is I suspend my disbelief, and I put myself into the mindset, or try to, of the kids that were reading them when and how, and what was going on, and it changes the way you read them. And Chris, you always do this.
Yeah.
And the reason why, is something good going to happen? Generally, that means something good is going to happen.
No, it's just something I do. I've always done it.
It's just one of those things.
He's expecting some money.
That's usually what it is there's money coming.
My mind goes straight to the Karate Kid. I don't know why. It's just the Karate Kid pops into mind when he does that.
My mother joked with me when I was younger about that. She's like, I'm surprised you have any skin on the back of your hands, because all you do, I'm like,
It's just your Mr. Burns. I get it. We all get it. We know what's up over there.
Excellent. I'm picking up all my dad's ticks. I'm picking up all my father's ticks that he had. I'm not even trying to. My brother and my son will point out to go, Grandpa, or my son will say, Grandpa, and I said, damn it. And of course, when I would order a bowl of extra sauce, I said, could I get a bowl of extra sauce? And then my son John did that. And my other son, Bob, would always go, Dad. He goes, oh, God, oh, no. I don't want to do that.
Mr. Biggie Shack is in the chat. I think he must have just woke up. How you doing, Biggie Shack? What's going on?
Hi, Big.
A lot of the Golden Age books to me read like the old, what were they? Dadgummit, I had it on the tip of my tongue a while ago. Reader's Digest. and everything, because they had pages, a couple of pages in the Golden Age that had just no pictures on it, just 2 pages or a page and a half.
Well, you know
of
why
just
they
stories.
did that. You know why they did that.
They were trying out writers.
No. That may be so, but no, they did that so that they could get the magazine rate to send them.
Yes.
In order to be called a magazine, you had to have script, at least 2 pages of script, and at one point it was 4.
Right.
So you'll get Mickey Spillane, you get Stan Lee, you'll get
Yep.
any number of different writers that would do a short story. And of course, when you're reading them as a kid, when they would do that, and they had that, for the longest time, just go over there and say, why the hell is that there? There's a very economic reason why that is there, specifically.
Yeah, there's a lot of young writers that got their start in doing these short stories and everything, sort of like the what did I say, the other books,
Reader's Digest.
Reader's Digest and everything. They sent in a story, if it got published, they tried you out and everything. And some of those stories are really corny, but it just really enthusiates me to read them, to see how the time was back
It
then.
enthusiates you? It
Yeah,
enthusiates you?
Enthusiate.
I'm stunned. Thank you. I just got a new word in my vernacular.
Okay.
But yeah, like I
It's
go back.
painful. The vernacular can be painful, but I'm all right.
But I go back and I read, like reading some of those old Golden Age Superman books and whatever. It is super corny. Like now, to me, like I grew up in a different age where it was the '90s and everything was blow everything up and everything. It was all big pockets and everybody's kicking ass and big guns, and it was a little different. So going back and yes, Robin. Don't do that, Robin. Wear your seatbelt because seatbelts are important. You get all that stuff in the books, and you're like, okay, it's a little cheeseball, but it's the art now for those books. For me, the older books, it's the importance of the art and the importance of the history of them.
The amazing thing on some of those books, like the early Tales of Suspense books, some of the stuff that they write about and imagine for the future has already come to pass.
Yes.
It really makes you stop and think, whoa,
Well, just watch the Jetsons. We're living
yeah.
the Jetsons right now.
Stephen and I were just saying that the other day when we were talking on the phone. We were like, Jesus, this is Jetsons. I'm looking at you while we're chatting. It's ridiculous.
All the way across the continent, and just go, hey, how you doing? Oh, fine.
We're doing
Stream
all
of
right.
consciousness. My God, I mean, that's compared to when you're on a party line with a telephone, right?
Oh God.
Remember when calling overseas was like a big event? The whole
Well,
family.
they call you back because they'd have to wait for the line to clear.
The whole family got around the phone because someone's calling from overseas, and there was like a collect call or whatever, and it was however many dollars per minute, and you're like, okay, we can only talk for so long, and that was a big deal, man. Nowadays, you just open your
Steppo.
Yes, sir.
It was a different ring for different people on the party line.
That is exactly what it was. How many people see this? It's ancient stuff, but that's the way the things were done. And of course, at the time, you were so damn glad to have it anyway that you were able to be connected. That it's just that kind of a thing. The technology has. I keep coming back to it. My grandfather, when we were watching Neil Armstrong walk on the watching Neil Adams walk on the moon, watching Neil Armstrong walk on the moon, and we're all just spellbound watching this. And then Grandpa said, I lived long enough. I've lived in my life long enough to be around and aware when the Wright brothers flew the Kitty Hawk, to watching a man walk on the moon on television. He said, it just amazes me that the technology in his lifetime, as far as they went, and as far as of course, he's in the First War and all the other things that his life was about. It just, the times have changed so remarkably, as far as that. And one sad thing about, I don't know who my great-grandparents were because I never met them, I never knew them, and I didn't even really know of them. And so when you see your relations that go back great and great and great and all of those other things, they are all people that had faces and aspirations. And when I wrote my book about Grandpa, he became much more real to me because I got pictures of him in his youth and cutting up and stuff rather than the businessman that he was. But you get to see, and I could actually see him, I could see him for who he was as a person, as a young man and everything else. I could see who he was. And I remember that revelation with my father when I found all the old pictures of him and stuff like that, how he was and facial expressions and things and letters he wrote, how they are, how they actually were as people rather than just as static images that you look at.
See, I remember I've actually seen on TV some of the moon landings and everything when I was a kid. And also I remember the launching of Skylab and the crashing of Skylab and all that.
Yeah, me too, as you know.
Yeah.
Well, the
a
past
lot of
100
these whippersnappers don't know what we're talking about.
That's the thing, though. Like, we went from wagons to computers to where we are now in it took 2,000 years of living on Earth, and then it took like 100 years for things to just exponentially speed up. Like, I don't know what happened, but like computers, things quickened. The pace quickened real fast.
Well, the space program was part of that because of the machinery, the computers, and the things that were utilized coming out of World War II, and they'd have an entire room that was just filled and had to be ventilated and all this stuff for a computer. But it's just the speed of technology has really and now AI.
I remember watching a Disney movie where a kid turns into a computer. I'm pretty sure it was
The Computer Wore Tennis Shoes with Kurt Russell.
Yes, it was with Kurt Russell. It was the computer wore tennis shoes, and the computer was in a room, and it was a whole room, a big room of computer. That was one computer. It wasn't what we see now. That's for sure.
A lot of the computers and everything, the big advance was made in World War II in London, and it was the code breakers. And what
That's
they
correct.
Did is
yeah,
they
that is absolutely correct.
Ended up inventing a computer, and it was huge. It took up many rooms, and that's how they broke a lot of the code. The
Enigma, yeah.
Yeah, Pocan, I'm with you. We went from the first flight to the moon in less than 100 years.
That was Al Gore told me that really happened when they found his mom and dad's vehicle in 47.
You know what Kurt Russell first started?
Or 40, what was it, 41, 47?
Kurt Russell, yes, I know.
Roswell.
He first started on an episode of Gilligan's Island. He's the kid that they found on the island and he couldn't talk.
That was his first role? Yeah, that might be true. That's actually,
What, Kurt Russell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he was in commercials long before that. He was around in a lot. He was in early Disney movies as a really little kid. He was with with Elvis at the World's Fair. Kicked him in the shins in the movie.
I remember that on Gilligan's Island. Like,
so do I.
Did.
That's the Jungle Boy.
He was young then. He was probably like 8 or some shit like that.
He was a Jungle Boy.
I like Kurt Russell too, man. Kurt Russell's awesome. Snake Plissken, you're a rock, buddy.
I guess that he and Goldie have decided to live separately. They never were married, but that was the longest. But they're politically they are not aligned any longer. And Tim Allen and some of these other guys, they're all getting together and doing their own studio that isn't woke or whatever. There's some sort of this sort of stuff going on. But Kurt Russell was like the Zero M guns from Mattel, where he has on a watch cap and stuff, and he's down somewhere in San Fernando Valley or wherever it was. And he's running around and using all these guns and everything, toy guns and what have you. Billy Mummy is another one that they have the toy ads for that Billy Mummy was big.
That makes me.
I haven't heard that in a long time.
That makes me really sad because Kurt Russell and Goldie, they've been together for ever and ever. It's been some time since I was a little kid. They've been together. I know that they were always together. Wow, that's crazy.
Well, the reason why Kurt Russell was so good was it came right from his father, Bing Russell, who was in all manner of stuff. Bing Russell was all over the place and very, very popular. Actually, Elvis Presley, when he was in Flaming Star, basically asked Bing Russell if he could copy the cowboy hat that he wore. It was a distinctive cowboy hat. He says, I really like that hat. Would you mind if I wore one like it? And Bing Russell said, sure, go ahead. So they were all connected. He was in the bank. Bing Russell was in innumerable programs. You've seen him. You may not even know it. But Bing was quite something as far as an actor, and Kurt followed in his footsteps more successfully. But
even seeing him when he played Santa, and at the end they had him and Goldie Hawn together. Goldie Hawn played Mrs. Claus or whatever. That was just like look at that, they're still together.
Isn't what's it called? Who was Rock Hudson his grandfather? I know Rock Hudson is Kurt Russell relation somewhere. So I wasn't sure if that was his grandfather or what. But I remember Rock Hudson was part of the family too.
I don't know. I'm not sure if that's the case.
I hadn't heard that one.
It very well could be. I just have never looked. I've never ever looked it up, to be honest. But that's very, very well possible.
What's wrong with you?
I think it's. I think we've
slacker.
I think we've hung on to these people long enough. What do you guys think? Let's get out of here.
Well, it's only been 4.5 hours.
I know, it's crazy. So let's.
It passed quickly.
It did pass quickly.
How am I going to pass the time with y'all gone?
Well, you can hang out backstage. Papa Wheelie.
Turn on your radio.
I don't know if you're going to be doing anything this week. But if you are not subbed up to Papa Wheelie, sub up. He does Sweet Chin Music on Thursdays. He does Band of Brothers with us. He does Cheer at Church. He does Fortnite streams. He does all sorts of streams. He's on everybody's streams, so keep checking out on Papa Wheelie. TM Nerdy, how you doing up there? You all right?
Yep.
All right.
I'm still alive.
Yeah, just checking, doing a welfare check. TM, what do you got going on?
I'll be over on Biggie Shack's channel for book club, and we'll be reviewing G.I. Joe issue 21, the silent issue.
Oh, that's a weird issue. That's a weird issue because there's no words in it, but that's cool. That's cool.
Yep, Storm Shadow.
That's very interesting. That's awesome. Monty, what do you got going on with your life?
Well, last night I was up until about 3:30 in the morning doing some editing on a video that I'm going to put out here pretty soon. I'm not going to promise when because I go on call Monday. So, but yeah, I'm going to be releasing that video, and I've got back into a little editing. And if y'all don't know, just a little podcast, Cookie won a prize on my show, and so did Jigs Kingdom. Jigs Kingdom won the Big Hulk 6.
Oh, wow. He won the first prize too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And he predicted it, but, the draw is the draw. I can't sit there and, compromise the draw. It happened.
Feel like
so, yeah, check him out. He'll be doing an unboxing here pretty soon when I get some time to send it off and everything. I would be getting it together today, but I got to get these out because these what I'm doing are like due pretty quick, and I got to get them out because they're going calls. So that's why I'm working doing this. But yeah, just like I said, check me out and go to Cookie's channel, just a little podcast. His unboxing videos up, so check it out if you want to see what he got, and you'll see me when you see me, guys.
Sounds good, brother. Appreciate
and by the way, there's another giveaway coming up.
Shit!
And there's some more rules that I'm contemplating. And
I cede the field to other people.
Well,
that's CEDE.
So y'all do what you want to do. Just stay tuned. You never know what I'm going to give away this time.
Hey man, I'm all for it. I thought it was very fun last time. Annoying, but really fun.
Ridiculous, but that's all right.
And Rad,
I know, Boston. You just can't be bothered.
Rad, how you doing, buddy? What you got going on with your whole self these days?
Pitch more flies with
Oh,
honey.
staying busy drawing. Always open to commissions. Find me on Instagram. Got the comic coming out, Murder King. Check that out.
Yeah, baby. You also got another
Beautiful.
you got one out right now in theaters right now. The Doctor, right? I think you did
And
a
the Doctor. Yes, I got a cover for the Doctor.
beautiful. That's on
And-
Kickstarter.
Yep.
And
Brian's Kickstarter.
And before we switch people, when he gets through, I gotta answer Callie.
Okay, what do you got to say to Callie?
Callie, he was one of the few that hung around, and you'll just have to wait and find out, Callie. You'll have to start watching my videos to find out what that means.
Oh, there it is.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Boston Chris, what do you got going on with your bad self?
Well, trying to sell book tickets before, and I am not sure if we're doing graphic content this week. I think so. The hunt is going to be on Saturday, and then I would try to make it on Thursday for Sweet Chin Music. But other than that, that's pretty much it. So, if you saw anything you liked and you want to, ask about it or whatever, you can message me on Instagram if you like, and we will talk about whatever books you saw that you liked, and I will do my best to get them out to you and figure out what happens next. But
Now I gotta go get a face-off clip for the next time that you sell books. You see anything you like? Very good. We're gonna have to get a face-off clip for that. Very cool, Mr. Steppo. I know. What do you got going on? You got some stuff going on.
Well, we had back about 4 hours ago. I said that I have a Monday tomorrow. I have a show with Alan, our Monday special, and then on Tuesday I will be taking on Hagen on Matt Likes Comics channel, where Matt's going to ask all of his difficult questions. And we're going to have the competition of champions. I dispatched Alan readily, and he eked out a victory with Nate. Evidently, there was some cheating involved. That's what Nate says. And then on Friday will be the Friday hangout with Nate and Hagen and Matt and Big Lyle and Alan and I. And then, of course, on Sundays is the church, which is the anchor that starts the week. And I may pop up in various other places depending on what happens, and that's that.
Awesome. Very cool. Very cool. And of course, you got me here.
Cold, so.
We do church on Sundays. We will be having a Kickstarter start soon. Not exactly sure when, but keep in mind. I do have an Instagram page for that. Murder King _ 60 Murder _ King 69. So if you haven't followed us there, give us a follow there. Keep up to date on what's happening. Right now it's just a bunch of cool videos, but we'll get there. What else am I doing? We're doing more Band of Brothers. I think we're going to be doing that more often. We're going to try to do it on a more regular basis. I don't have the shop at the flea market anymore because it was too expensive. So we are going to do more selling online, or at least that's the hope. What else do we got going on? I think that's pretty much everything, man.
I didn't get to say anything.
Oh shit, Biggie, sorry about that, brother. What do you got?
Yeah, I was just waiting until you ended it. I was like, you're just gonna keep going until it's over. You ain't gonna say shit to me at all. Okay. No, it's cool. I got the hunt with Bleecker. I gotta wait for him to pick a category, so hopefully he'll get that done before too much longer. So I might get a chance to figure out or get a book. You know, this is the fair competitor, old Bleecker here.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah. You know, you only got so much time if I want to order shit like off the internet or something. You know.
Oh. Okay.
But that's all right. I don't care. I'm just giving you a hard time. You know, Collector Club was postponed this week. We didn't really postpone it. Do it every other week. And we're doing book club, which TM brought up with the silent issue. And like I said, I'll be on the hunt against Bleecker. Hopefully, we'll have a good match. Wasn't really expecting to win or nothing, but you know, got to know the damn category. This is your cover champion here. That'd be a little more fucking helpful to your competitors there, Bleak. You gotta let them know what they're doing.
I figure I'd let you sweat a little bit, tough guy.
Sweat a little bit. I mean, like I said, you only get like 4 or 5 days to order something off the internet. Like, I hope. We'll see. All right, no problem. So that's about it. Yeah, thank you for having me. The Band of Bros, K-pop, Insomniacs. I watched Splash Page, even though he don't like to shout me out. I still shout him out every now and then.
You know, you're not. I thought I did shout you out. You're on the list.
No, I will say this: you did not say my name either, you little. Nah.
Yeah, Alan and Steppo and Hager and the other guy, Kagan, or where the hell I sold them to.
You're right in
I
between
will say-
CJ and who dat?
Unless slipped your tongue, you haven't said it the last few times. You used to say my name, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared.
Well, I'm writing it back down again down here.
It's okay.
And who was that?
I'm just
Tim
giving you a
Nerdy?
hard time.
Yeah,
just
y'all
giving you a hard
commented in
time.
my chat. TM.
Yeah, because like you were like
Nerdy.
you said that at the end of your video. You were like, if I haven't said your name, comment I'm mad. So I did. I was just like, well,
Okay.
you said so.
I know. I know. Yeah, I
That's
know.
all I got, Blake. I don't have much more, man.
All right, buddy. Let's get you out of here. We appreciate everybody watching. Come back next Sunday. Thanks so much.